You are not hidden. There's never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. Though you have been broken, your innocence stolen. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. There is no distance cannot be covered over and over. You're not defenseless. I'll be your shelter, I'll be your armor. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. I hear the whisper underneath your breath. I hear you whisper you have nothing left. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. Oh, I will rescue you.
Hey everybody, I see you. So I will start with, if you would like to mail a check or a money order to the Summer Wells Reward Fund organized by Captain Tim Coop of the Churchill Rescue Squad, you can mail it to Civis Bank, 210 East Main Street, Rogersville, Tennessee, 37857. So there are other bank branch locations. This is the main one, the 210 East Main Street. Hold on. And that's in the form of check or money order. And that is the only legitimate way to send money to Civis Bank. Okay. So today is 149 days since Summer went missing, day 109. And it's also Veterans Day. So if you guys will put some poppies in the chat, little well, you can put like the little lotus flowers if you want. Just remember all of those who have risked their lives and put their, their whole life on the line for all of us in our beautiful country of America. It's a day of reflection and remembrance. Very important day, just as well as Summer's Day as well today. There's going to be a lot of things happening for summer today. I believe that they're going to be on WJHL today all day, speaking about summer, and they have the Dr. Phil show, which is premiering. But the Dr. Phil show, I cannot play up here. So just know I'm not going to be able to stream that, but I am going to stream it in my Discord. So my Discord is closed. I'm not putting any invites out in my chat, but if you want a Discord link, all you have to do is email me. I'm not going to open emails while I'm live, but you can absolutely email me for a link and I can get you one if I know you. Yeah, all day about summer. That's awesome. Hey, All-Nighter. Hakuna Matata. Brown Eyes Blue, Shanabana. Hey, Lady Sleuth. Nana 5. Thank you, guys. Putting all those beautiful poppies in the chat. Morris. Hey, Cushy. You're up early enough? Yeah, it's early. It's 10:30 here where I am. Is there any way us in Australia can watch? Yeah, Dr. Phil is going to most likely upload those clips straight to his YouTube channel anyhow. It'll work out fine. Who knows? Hey, Tammy Lynn. Hey, Mika Crafts. Thank you so much. Hope you have a beautiful day. Mika Crafts is always so good to me. Your internet is slow today? Yes, mighty Father, we pray mercy for Summer Wells this day. Amen. One wants to know where Summer is. It's time to find her. I feel like, I don't know. I've been feeling a little bit more hopeful today and yesterday. See what happens. What is Discord? It's just an app on your phone where you can talk to people. Precious Chaos. We love you, Summer Moon Utah Wells. Where is Summer Moon Utah Wells? Summer's Army. She's always filling the chat with beautiful messages for Summer. Precious Chaos was up on my panel about a week ago. And she did what an amazing job speaking about Summer and everything she felt. It was definitely a really touching segment she did. I believe that was on the Real Talk live stream, I think. Hey, Hybrid. Good morning. Enchanted Sunflower. I just checked Dr. Phil's YouTube channel. He's got a short 5-minute video up on Summer from an hour ago. Okay, I can have my mods drop it. I just can't play it. Angry Mimi. Thank you. Hi, y'all. Let's pray we find Summer soon. Yeah, like today. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to go over here. Hold on. I'm going to share this. Give me just a second. So they've done some new articles for her. I'm going to share this one from WJHL. This was yesterday at around noontime. So this is about the search warrants executed, potential digital evidence collected in the search for Summer Wells. So let me grab this. I will share it with you. Yeah, you can definitely share out the Dr. Phil links. No problem at all. Okay, so let me mute. Actually, I don't know if I put my sound on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Give me just a moment. I'm not going anywhere.
again seeing a slew of misinformation being spread online regarding the search for a missing Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells.
This has been a problem for months. Ansley Daniels tracking the story. Her family, Summer's family, reported her missing nearly 5 months ago. Ansley's now live in the studio with an update on the case. Ansley.
Josh and Sarah, in that series of 6 tweets, the TBI says that they've recently seen an uptick in misinformation about the case of the missing 5-year-old. Those tweets also reveal that numerous search warrants have been executed and any potential digital evidence has already been collected, including social media accounts. Summer Wells was reported missing by her family June 15, sparking an Amber Alert and a widespread search in the Beech Creek community of Hawkins County. That search lasted for several weeks. In those tweets today, the TBI reiterated they are still working daily with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI in Knoxville in that search. They say that those efforts have included numerous ground searches, dozens of aerial searches, dive teams in area waters, and canine search teams. The TBI also says they have checked all available surveillance photos and videos in the area as well, and they continue to say they will not give up until Summer is found. Now, Donald Wells and Candace Bly will be speaking about their missing daughter in front of a national audience the next 2 days when they will be on the Dr. Phil Show. You can watch that here on News Channel 11 at 4 p.m. both Thursday and Friday to hear what they had to say. Now, following the Dr. Phil Show on News Channel 11 at 5 and through the evening tomorrow, we will provide you with continuing in-depth coverage in the search for Summer Wells. You'll be able to hear from investigators, people in the Beech Creek community, and those working to keep Summer's name on people's minds.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, I know, and the Sheriff's Office are continuing to work on this, and they're still looking for this little girl. They say they've been so frustrated with the lack of information in the case. And I know, Ansley, you've been working with our team here to produce several stories over the next few days about the latest on the case. What are some of the things you're focusing on?
So we have spent a lot of time in Beech Creek as a team here at News Channel 11, especially in that height of the search. Now, we have gone back to Beech Creek the last few weeks. We have spoken with different neighbors. We have gone back to the investigators as well as Don Wells. We've spoken with all of them. So starting tomorrow, you're going to hear from Don Wells and Sheriff Lawson, but you're also going to meet a neighbor who lives across the street from the Wells family who tells us that she heard a scream the night Summer went missing. She says that she heard it a few hours before that timeline that the police gave us started, but she kind of goes through what she recalls of that night and what she has been through with investigators. Now, we also spoke with a pair of YouTube content creators who talk a little bit about how that has played a major role in this case and why they believe cases like this are so popular on that online platform and what their passion is, because it's really interesting considering that, you know, these people are creating content based on cases that we cover in the news, but these people are just more like freelance or just regular content creators, people that aren't like us, and so just a different media platform. So we learned a little bit more about that, as well as other community members and a few other stories that we're excited to share with you that we've been working on the last couple of weeks.
We look forward to seeing those reports tomorrow, Ansley.
Ansley, thanks. Again, TBI is asking anyone with credible information on Summer Wells to contact them as the search continues. You can call 1-800-TBI-FIND or email your tips to tipstotbi@tn.gov.
From UNICEF's biggest humanitarian warehouse in the world, we have increased our operation.
Okay, so let me read this to you. Oh, and thank you so much, Kathy Baker. Thanks for all you do for Summer. Absolutely. You're welcome. Let me go through chat here. Yeah, so dropping AB's membership. I didn't sign up yet. So just if you want to join someone's membership, join AB's. Sorry, I'm too lazy to make all my stuff. I need to sit down and do it. My ADD wouldn't kick. It was like in full gear. I was doing it before I came live, and I'm like, I can't with this right now. It's too much. All right. Wouldn't trust her, seeing you bashing it. It's okay. I don't want anything about drama in here today. It's all about Summer today. No worries. Don't worry about who's bashing who or what's going on. I don't care about any of that. We have any day to talk about all that kind of stuff. But thank you. even if we learn nothing new today, I really think this will put extra pressure on Ellie. So that's a good thing. I do too. I think that them going on Dr. Phil is going to maybe get the wheels in motion and maybe pick up some speed, hopefully. Susie, interesting day today. I hope you're good. I am good. I hope everybody slept well. Deja Voodoo says, rest in peace to my World War II vet grandpa who passed away last month. America, love to all veterans. I'm very sorry for your loss, Deja Voodoo. Good morning, Sky Maiden. You're already a member? Okay, it's fine. Don't worry. I will set them up. I'll sit down and do it tonight. Next time I go live, I'll set them up. And I don't want a bunch of memberships coming through today anyhow. It's not the right day. Okay, hold on. God bless all these people that have searched for Summer. Absolutely. Do you think we'll ever get answers about Summer's disappearance? Yes, I do. I really do. I pray for justice for Summer, and I'm hopeful for justice for Summer. My email's in my about section, you guys. If my mods don't drop it, it's right in my about. So if you go to my channel, press home and go to about, you'll see my emails listed right there. And Mama Bear just put it right in the chat. There you go. That's my email. Thank you, Mama Bear. This is drama-free comment. I just watched the 5-minute clip on Dr. Phil, and I think everyone should watch it. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, May. Yes. I would love to play it, but I can't. Dr. Phil has bots. He'll shut it right down. I think like anything over 35 seconds. Icy Girl, thank you. You and AB are the best. Summer's Army. Yes. I appreciate that. Yes, he'll put that video up. It'll probably go up this evening, I would imagine. And if you have like Hulu Live, which I think it's like $60 a month. I don't have Hulu Live. I have Hulu, I have Netflix, I have Amazon, Amazon Prime. What else? I don't even know. But I don't think I have signed up for Hulu Live, so I won't be able to stream it right away in my Discord. But he's going to post that up to YouTube anyway, so it'll be available. Dana, thank you. 777. Summer, thanks for all you do, Tiffany. You're welcome. Let's see, Grandma T, I have a question. When Jody Sue was first interviewed, she said that she used to watch the Wells kids and lived by them for 5 years, but then she said she was never in their house. I don't know, Grandma T. That's not a question that I could answer. So I would... I should probably open up like a little section somewhere on my community tab where people could maybe ask her questions and she could come answer them or something. I don't know, but that's a great question. If you want to stick it in my comment section underneath this video, maybe Jody Sue could answer it. To Wanda, Jesus died for our sins, soldiers died for our freedom. God bless our vets. Amen. Okay, so Grandma T says, but now she said she saw Summer coming out of the shower with Don. I don't know, but we are going to talk about Jody Sue today, and I am going to play Jody Sue's video from last night. It is really important that everyone hears it. Take everything, as you will, but Jody Sue is definitely, we'll get into Jody Sue in just a few minutes. I just want to read these 2 articles, and then I'll check to see if there's anything new. And then we'll get into Jody Sue because I did record her live that she did on Facebook from last night. And I did watch about 40 minutes or so of it last night. And I was very, very thankful that she decided to do that live stream on her Facebook. And I ask that if she comes in here, everybody is respectful to her. And please don't bombard her. Treat her like you would anybody else. That's all. I don't know if she will come in. I'm just saying, I know that a lot of people and I know that you mean well, but it's just overwhelming probably in the chat to have everybody asking so many questions for her. And Lady Sleuth will come down on you with that wrench if she sees you pestering Jody Sue. So, all right. Precious Chaos says, today our beautiful angel Summer is going to be known to the world. I hope so. Get her face out there. Nana 5, thank you. Thank you so much. I think Candace is on the edge of a breakdown now. You do? Well, possibly. Do I use a filter on my voice? What is that? No. I don't. Jody Sue looks pretty in her new video. Yeah, I thought so too. Tiff the Lady Sleuth says, in my opinion, Jody Sue has no reason to lie. She is welcome to come in this chat. No bashing her. Yes. Well, it's always been that way since the beginning. Okay. All Nighter says, I meant, why didn't she? Sorry, she believes Don was a creep years ago, spying on her. Why didn't she tell us all that before now? And it sounds like Summer's life was horrific. So yes, from what she described, I mean, should I just talk about this first? Maybe I should go do this first since I just played that video, so it kind of is not in line. All right, hold on. How about we do this? Let's skip Jody Sue for just a minute because I'm going to talk about it. Let me get through this. We'll do that in like 20 minutes, okay? So save your questions for now. Let me read this to you. So it says, this is the, let's see, TBI search warrant executed potential digital evidence collected in the search for Summer Wells. Hawkins County, Tennessee. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI, announced Wednesday afternoon that the agency has seen a rise in the online spread of misinformation regarding the search for missing 5-year-old Summer Wells. The TBI tweeted that the agency is doing everything within its power to find Summer, adding that the lack of answers and developments in the case is frustrating to all investigators who continue the search. So here they posted on their Twitter, we've noticed an uptick in information being spread online about the search for 5-year-old Summer Wells, who went missing from her home in Hawkins County in June. We want to be clear that we are doing everything within our power to find her. Hashtag Summer Wells 16. Okay. And that was November 10th, 2020. So there's a whole thread, okay, on Twitter. So if you go to Twitter, hold on, let me drop the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. They do have a timeline there and all of their tweets connect. So if you go to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, you can get a pretty good concise timeline over there too. Where's my share? That's odd. Okay, share. I got it. Let me drop that in the chat right now. So this is, and mods, if you want to grab this so you can drop the TBI Twitter link, you can. I'm going to put it in chat right now. You could just stick it in the mod chat. Here you go. There's their Twitter link. Let me give you the link of what I'm reading right now. So this is the article that I'm reading now. I'll stick that in the chat too. I'll just pin it while it's up. And they come from Facebook. I can't read chat, so give me just a sec. Let me just finish this. Pictures of law enforcement search efforts were released in the series of TBI tweets showing the Wells family's rural Beech Creek home surrounded by elevated, rough terrain and dense woods. Then here on November 10th, which was yesterday, 2021, we continue to work daily with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, the FBI Knoxville, to determine what happened to Summer. No one is more frustrated than us by the lack of answers at this stage. However, we haven't given up and we won't. So a lot of people were talking about, Summer's case going cold. I don't think so. She's active on the Amber Alert system. She's been up there. I don't believe that they have any intentions of taking her down off the Amber Alert. So when you see stuff like that in chats, I would say just ignore it. Her case is not going cold, in my opinion. Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, this is 3 out of 6. In addition to exhaustive ground searches, dozens of aerial searches have been conducted. Dive teams were brought in to explore waterways in the area, and canine teams specializing in a variety of search methods have been utilized. So if you remember back in the beginning, these photos are from the beginning when they were searching. The TBI also stated they have executed multiple search warrants and have collected potential digital evidence. This is just an excerpt about the terrain. The agency asks that the public avoid posting speculation and stick to the facts, all of which can be found on the TBI's Summer Wells News webpage. So I'm going to drop that. WJHL has an amazing timeline. I have the link. I'll put it in chat in a little bit. I'll put that in the description too after this is over. But they have a really good timeline, and it's been updated on the regular, and it's the best timeline to follow. And that is all that we know. So what they post on that timeline is what law enforcement has put out. So while we may have like speculative things in chat, we might talk about things on panel, not everything you hear is for 100. Even like when Don is talking on YouTube, or when Candace is talking on YouTube, talking to friends or whatever, it doesn't mean that that's valid or true. Same with Jody Sue, or anyone. Unless it comes from law enforcement, it's not solid, right? Okay. Summer Wells was reported missing from her home in the Beech Creek community of Hawkins County on June 15th. Months later, she remains missing, but the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office says the case remains a priority and investigators continue to follow up on tips. The Amber Alert lists the following details for Summer: age 5, sex female, race white, hair blonde, eyes blue, height 3 feet, weight 40 pounds, missing from Rogersville, Tennessee, missing since June 15, 2021. Okay. So there's that one. 4 o'clock Eastern, Angry Mimi. Let me go through comments. Hold on, I need a water. Okay, sorry. So yeah, oh, that's nice of you, Malin. Hold on a minute. Actually, let me just say something before we start, because I want to make sure that even if people have opinions, I do like to keep a very open chat. I don't like an echo chamber. So if people have different opinions, it's okay. As long as everyone's being respectful, no need to time anybody out or anything like that. My mods are pretty good. They know what's acceptable and what's not and what crosses the line. And I think they're pretty fair. Thank you for saying that. So mods, thank you for being fair on this channel. There are a handful of channels that make the subscribers feel this comfortable, and I'm glad this channel is one. Well, I am too, because I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable here. Never. I would never want anybody to feel uncomfortable, especially, I don't know if that's true. Sean, I don't know. I don't know if Candace had a stroke. I wouldn't be able to confirm that. If it was said, maybe, I'm not sure. All Nighter says they need to do a police press interview again, but if they have no info, they can't do much. Well, right. I think Ronnie Lawson is going to be on the news today. So looks like Ansley Daniels sat down with him. Oh, I'll pull that up right now. Hold on. There's a picture, but there's no video. I'm sure by later there will be. Malin. Okay, so Summer's hair. This is going to be a personal comment concerning the drastic difference in Summer's appearance because of one thing, and that is her hair. May, if you really pay attention, it wasn't just her hair that changed over the course of the year at all. So I personally think that there was a drastic difference in Summer's appearance. I would say from May of 2020 to June when she went missing. You can just see changes for sure. I would say, so think about it, the beginning of the pandemic, basically. And I think that that's kind of common for some of the population. The kids weren't in school. There weren't eyes on them. A lot of them were home. Parents weren't, we saw a lot of children come up missing for a couple months. They've been gone for a couple months. No one noticed. You know what I mean? I do blame that on having all of these kids out of the public eye for so long when we had to mask up, which is super worrisome. And also, I said it before, for children who were outside a lot, supposedly, they also were said by the parents to be on the TV game system constantly. So dark circles under eyes indicate malnutrition. Yeah, I wouldn't say that dark circles would come from video games or anything like that, but probably malnutrition. I would agree with you on that. From what I've seen and observed and things that have been said, I believe that there has been definitely malnutrition. Hey, Amy W. Thank you. Okay. If I forget something, like if I say I was going to do something and I forget, just let me know. Lady Sleuth says, her face has always been that way. In my opinion, we spoke about it many times, but we can't say if she had a stroke. Right. It looks to me like maybe some Bell's palsy or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't have the answers, but. Thank you, Susan Becker. You're welcome. Thanks for being here. I'm way behind, so hold on, guys. Loose lie, the boys did look healthier to me. Hey, Ninny C. Ninny C's at work listening. I'm here, Tiff, listening in and out while at work. You're doing a great job. Well, you're always doing a great job in my chat, Ninny. Love ya. I'm not playing the Dr. Phil. I'm not. Do I have to put it on my banner? Should I put it on my banner that I'm not playing Dr. Phil? It'll take my channel down. Don told Doug on the night he got arrested for the DUI. I know he did. Yeah. I know he brought it up, but I don't believe Don. Like, he could say whatever he wants. I can't just take Don's word for gospel, I don't know. Hey, Mary. Donnie brought up Candace's stroke after a conversation with him asking if she had a stroke. I said, she looks like she had a stroke. And he said, no, she didn't. Then a couple days later, he said she did. Okay, well, that sums it up, Mary, don't you think? Okay. So it looks like to me, maybe it was brought up, did she have a stroke? And he said no. Then maybe the thought was planted, because we know he likes to do a lot of fill-ins. Maybe the thought was planted, and now he's telling people she had one. Mary, that was a very important comment. Thanks for writing that. Thank you, Hakuna. Yes, I am unable to stream Dr. Phil. You guys have to watch that somewhere else. My stream will come right down. Like, the bots pick it up right away. So Dana, there's a 2-week free trial for YouTube Premium TV that streams Dr. Phil live, and we'll play Summer today and tomorrow. Yes. Yes, there is Dr. Phil today, but I'm not going to stream it on my channel. Will you play the first? Yes, absolutely. I can play the first TBI. Yeah. Let me write it down. I will. I can totally do that. So you want the first presser? You want the endangered? I'll get all. I know exactly where all that stuff is. So yes, I can do that. It does make total sense, doesn't it, Mom Bear 66? When Mary said that, it kind of summed it right up. All-nighter, Tiffany, do you believe Don or Candace is more guilty? Candace. There's no doubt in my mind, but okay, for you I will, but I usually don't check my email when I'm live. Just give me a few minutes, okay? When I put a video on, I will check, okay, down the rabbit hole. I don't usually open up emails. Hey, Persiphone's mom. Okay, let me grab this next one. So this is 5 months later, Hawkins County Sheriff. You love Mary's cooking show? Yes. Will one of my mods drop Mary's cooking channel? Mary's cooking. She's making drinks. I want to party with Mary. Like, doesn't Mary seem like an awesome party buddy? She really does. She's so cute. We love Mary here. I think that this looks like it's going to be a good little interview with Ansley Daniel and Ronnie Lawson. Okay. Thank you, Mado. Good morning, KB. Good to see you. Kimberly, I want to watch Dr. Phil today, but on the other hand, I don't. I get what you mean. Val, yeah. I'm going to play that. Yes, everyone will see it. Yeah, Get Merry with Mary. That's a good little Christmas segment name. Christmas music is already on the radio, so. Okay, let me pull this up. Sorry. It's still early. I do need to actually make a coffee. All right. So this is 5 months later. Hawkins County Sheriff says search for Summer Wells continues, but no signs point to abduction. So look at this title here. 5 months later, Hawkins County Sheriff says search for Summer Wells continues, but no signs point to an abduction. Great title. So this is November 11th, 6:30 a.m., so it's new. Okay. Rogersville, Tennessee, WJHL. Since the night of June 15th, almost 5 months after Summer Wells was reported missing, investigators don't know much more about what happened to the 5-year-old girl. I assure you we've done everything. When we were up there on that scene, everything humanly possible to do, said Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. Months since the weeks-long ground search in the Beach Creek community was called off. From the manpower, the search, helicopters, the airplanes, tremendous amounts of dogs, cadaver dogs, search and rescue teams. We did everything humanly possible up there. His department, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, said they are continuing to follow tips and leads. So there's your answer. For those who are asking if the FBI is on this case, they are. I have one detective assigned to it, and TBI has agents assigned to it as well, he said. We have the FBI partners on board. My detective, when he gets things come in, that he needs to look at, then he will get other detectives to help him and follow up on those leads. Lawson says his department receives calls almost daily about the missing girl. We get calls in here almost daily about people that think they may have seen her or have something they want us to look into. He said 99% of those things that you see on social media or that's called in here, we've already done numerous times. Throughout the investigation, authorities have stressed that social media has hindered the investigation. Majority of it has been a hindrance because a lot of the information that we get is the same information that we've gone over time and time after time after time. And we really don't pay a whole lot of attention to social media because it has really nothing to do with this case. Well, I disagree. Her parents are all over YouTube. So that's a lie. I'll just call that out. Did Ronnie Lawson say that? That's not true. Call bullshit on that. It has everything to do with this case. Don Wells is on YouTube every single night. So how does it have nothing to do with this case? It'd be better if they just put the facts that something could be proven instead of speculation and gut feelings. Summer's parents and concerned community members believe she may have been abducted or trafficked. Everything is on the table and everything is being looked at. And you would think that if things like abduction or human trafficking, someone somewhere would have seen this little girl, Lawson said. Much media attention, social media attention across America. One person would have seen that and made a call, but we're not ruling it out. Well, I don't think that Summer's case has gone crazy like on the internet. I think that it has in ways, but compare Gabby and Summer and tell me the difference. So I think after this Dr. Phil episode, maybe it might pick up. That's kind of scary to think about, right? Holy crap. Can you imagine it getting bigger? So, okay. The FBI's Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Card team even came to Beech Creek. It's a team dedicated to investigate technical, analytical, and resource assistance on site during non-family child abductions, ransom child abductions, and mysterious disappearances of children. We brought the FBI card team in and everything they could find. There was no indication whatsoever of a child abduction, Lawson shared. The main piece of public information that was released at the end of June when the TBI asked for help finding the driver of a Toyota pickup truck that was seen in the area around the time Summer went missing. You would think if somebody had seen something, they would come forward, even if they just had the truck and didn't see anything. Lawson said of the driver. It may be somebody that has paid no attention to this, or maybe somebody that's got a criminal record and was driving and wasn't supposed to be. Months later, that truck and its driver hadn't been identified. However, Lawson did share more about that person who gave the information about that truck. It was somebody driving a company truck that a lot of officers here are familiar with this gentleman, and we believe that he actually saw it, he said. Almost 5 months, more than 1,500 tips, and a massive ground search later, the question of where Summer Wells is still remains. Nothing pointing to abduction, nothing pointing to foul play. I think that's very interesting. So nothing pointing to foul play, it says right in here. Other than her walking outside the house and not being found is basically the main thing right now, Sheriff Lawson. What actually happened to her? We're still trying to find out. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation declined News Channel 11's request for an interview. A spokesperson referred to us previously recorded interviews on their website, saying those updates still stand. Sorry, I can't see chat. Hold on. Let me come back to chat. Hey, Bridget. Good morning. I hope the baby's better. Hey, Zero. Filter Jules. Mary, which phone call? Yes, I still have the phone call. Anybody would like to hear it? LOL. Mary, do you want a link? What phone call are you talking about? Are you talking about the phone call that you had with Candace? I have that. It's on my channel. Good night, all-nighter. All right, hold on. I'm like so far behind on my comments. Okay, Nikki says, I have an overwhelming feeling Summer is still with us. Anyone else feel the same? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. Mary says, I would love that, Tiffany. You are such a sweet lady. I just love you. We love you too, Mary. Always love for you here. That's the problem. They pay no attention to the social media and they don't know what's been going on here. If they don't know what's been going on social media, that's concerning to me, but I think they're well aware. I just think it's a ridiculous statement to say that social media has nothing to do with it, because it does. It has everything to do with it. That's where they hang out. So maybe law enforcement want people to think it has nothing to do with it because they're actually onto something. There's no way that that doesn't help them in some way. To say that you want people to express differing opinions, but you never want people to feel uncomfortable is surely paradoxical. Really? You think so? Well, too many folks are deeply uncomfortable with differing thoughts. Let me not really. I have completely polar opposite opinions on certain cases from my friends and never have a problem. I think that you should be able to exist in a chat and have different opinions and ideas on a case. You're afraid of what's going to happen on Dr. Phil. Don't be afraid. Mama Bear, I think without YouTube, this case would have died. Maybe it was supposed to. I believe YouTube has kept this case alive. Yes, it has. I believe you're right. Absolutely right. Luda Lee, we learned today that Robin has a red Tacoma. Okay, I'll check it. I don't know about that. Yeah, Avery, it says no abduction, no foul play. What's left? Agree. Bridget, what the hell does he think? I don't know. No foul play. I need to catch up. I'm way behind. All-nighter. I got timed out. Felt like a long time. That sucked. My bad. I did not say anything bad, but sorry. Must have been talking too much. It could be something. It could have been an accident all-nighter. I didn't see anything. It happens. People get timed out by accident. Okay, Tiff the Lady Sleuth. Dr. Phil will air today and tomorrow in a 2-part show. In Central Standard Time, it's at 3 p.m. on Channel 11. And Weller, I don't know what they've seen and what they haven't. I would imagine that they've seen the full episode, or, yeah. Was Mary's phone call with Candace sent to the TBI? Yes, Chase Levitz. Reckless. True statement. Social media is doing their work for them for free. Yeah, you'd think. I think social media is a big help, but they probably don't feel that way. I don't agree with people calling the TBI or the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office over psychic readings and stuff and speculation and theories. And listen, if someone's up on a panel saying something that should be reported to the TBI, that's where you have to look at the situation and say, the person up there needs to be encouraged to call. It has to be a firsthand account of what happened. It cannot be 200 people calling in to somebody sitting on a YouTube channel somewhere at 2:00 in the morning saying something crazy that Candace told them. Do you know what I mean? It has to be the person that it was told to. So if somebody's saying something, you encourage them to call, because it can't come from, a third-hand account. which I think is probably what causes a lot of issues. I believe the West Boys would have been found if we had kept on that case like Summers. It's going to be a year. In a month, it's going to be a year that Classic and Sincere have been gone. She was timed out twice by accident. I don't know how to adult. I don't know. I'm not looking at my chat. As you can see, I'm like way far behind. Oh my God. Jenny, thank you. Jenny's Cuddles and Kisses, a super sticker. See, thank you. I'm not seeing that either. I don't want that in the chat about Robin having a red Toyota Tacoma. I don't want that in my chat. Just because I don't know where that comes from. Hey, Chris Thorns. Can someone drop Chris Thorns' link in the chat for me? How have you been? Good to see you. I know I need to stop by more. I haven't been over there in like a month. I've been so busy with all this over here. Crazy stuff over here, Chris, lately. Thank you for stopping in. It's so good to see you guys. Chris Thorns covers all kinds of cases. He does such a great job. You will love him. Go over there, show him some love, sub, like, and share his stuff out if you can. He's always on something new. He doesn't just, like me, I focus on one thing because I'm OCD that way. He can focus on a bunch of different things, which is nice. And it's refreshing to see like all the new ones. Can you have his link? Yeah, here, I'll grab it for you. I'll put Chris's link in the chat. Hold up. He does really good work. There you go. Oh, Bridget got it first before me. That is true. I see you from Tennessee. McDonough said Don is, no, this is the wrong one. Hold on. I got the wrong one. It was right above that. I didn't watch the behavioral panel. I heard you could only see the upper part of their bodies. That is true. You could see Don's body language and maybe like for 10 seconds in a couple clips, but that was it, which makes no sense. I don't know why they didn't show full body. Maybe they need that. I don't know. Maybe they kept some of that behind the scenes. Amy Dawn, I'm sorry. I think I did it by accident. Okay, Amy was pocket mining. So there you guys go. She was taking the dogs out. So if you got timed out, listen, if you have a wrench, just make sure you shut your screen off if you put like your phone in your pocket. I didn't see it happening, so I apologize if anyone got timed out. Winky Dinker says, I think it's irresponsible for them to even remotely say parents are innocent because TBI says something different. Well, right. They're listed as all suspects. So who was Prayer Garden? How is she supposed to know so much? I've heard this lady everywhere. She was friends with Don. Like, Prayer Garden is super, well, involved with the family, basically. So she had like a relationship of sorts, and I don't know to what extent that relationship is, but Prayer Garden of America was on Ziggy's channel a lot. And yeah. In Don's mind, he is innocent no matter what Dr. Phil says. He calls her sissy, yeah. D-Ray, it's kind of hard to stay away from the drama sometimes, and I am drama sometimes. It happens, but I do try to keep it to a minimal. Thank you. Appreciate it. Listen, if that who does take care of that person in chat, I'm good with that. You could block them. If people are giving my mods a hard time, I'm not doing that today. With just everybody relax, chill out, go wake and bake or do whatever you do, but calm down. It's going to be probably a long live stream, so hopefully everybody can get along. Thank you so much, Sean. I appreciate it. Hey, boss lady. Good morning. Yes, wake and bake, people. Chill out. I don't know why people get so stressed out in the morning or at night, really. Let's see. Deborah Sharp, did they fix that house up because CPS is planning to return the boys? How do they get money to fix things in that house? I don't know. To either of those questions, I don't have an answer. I've heard that they're fixing up the house to get the boys back, but as far as how they've gone about funds and getting money for repair, I don't know. All right. Yeah, so Lady Sleuth just said it's going to be a high emotional day. If you need to step away, please do. Self-care is first. Agree. So people who might need a break can just take a break. Tina Baker, today is one of the boys' birthdays. Well, whichever boy that is, if that is true, I hope wherever he is, he's having a beautiful day and a very happy birthday. CPS will not return the boys until the substance abuse is addressed. I don't think they're ever going back. I pray they're not. All right. So you guys want to hold on a second. How do I turn my monetization off? I don't want it on while I play Jody. I gotta go into my settings. I don't even know where to find it. Hold on a minute, guys. Oh, Pam, you're cute. I see you on my cell phone. I'm trying to shut off my monetization on my stream. I forgot about this. Hold on. Do I have to go into my, what you call it? I think I need to go to the actual stream. Well, that was weird. Sorry, I had to answer my phone. Sorry. Hold on. Thank you, Angie Stewart. Love and hugs to everyone, she says. And who else was there? Hold on a sec. Is it Precious Chaos? I don't know. Yes, Precious Chaos. Where is Summer Wells? We can watch the Dr. Show live on Facebook. Yes, you can go over Facebook and watch it. I just can't stream it here. Oh, yeah, I was going to shut my super chats off. That's right. That's right. Benny, do you want attention today? Do you think you can have one normal day on YouTube for summer, Benny Keys? Gonna be any misinformation coming from All Dayer? Hope not. What exactly is your malfunction? Can you be good just for one day for summer, Benny Keys? For one day? Let's hope, okay? All right. Benny, I really don't want you in here. I really don't. I want you. Can you, somebody block him, please? Just please get him out of here. Oh my God. Bye, Benny. Why don't you go worry about summer for once? Okay, so I let this, you guys, I let this play. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to go. See, he is a distraction. He is a complete distraction. I was trying to do something. All right, monetization. I was trying to shut this off. Okay, it is. Is it off or no? How do I shut off super chats? Oh my God. I don't know. I have no idea. So I'll figure it out while I'm playing her. So Jody Sue is right here. Anybody in the chat while I'm trying to fix this, please don't send me any super chats because I'm not, don't want money coming in while she's up on my screen. So please do not press the super chat button while I'm playing her. It's off on yours, Tawada. It's on mine. He's out. He's gone. I don't want him in here. He's just not a good person. It's on yours, right? Okay, Tawanda says it's off on hers. I don't know. I'm going to figure it out, but let me get her up here on the screen first. So Jody Sue is the neighbor on Ben Hill. And last night she did a pretty lengthy live on her Facebook channel. She's going to be on the news, I believe, today. And I hope that it all goes well for her. I do want to say this, and I've said it in private. I'll say it here. Now, my feelings about this are they've always been the same. Okay, so Jody Sue is very easy to get used to listening to, like, right? So when she talks, she goes all over the place. So she'll talk about one thing and then she'll talk about something else. And it's kind of hard to follow her at times. But if you really listen to her, she's very, what would the word for Jody Sue be? She's very detailed, I've noticed. But the problem is, and I know that, you know, it is what it is. You have to treat these things this is someone who was right there. It was somebody who was there that day on the property. Jody Sue was around. Okay. Everyone is a suspect, period. So when I listen to Jody Sue, I try to keep an open mind, and I always keep myself kind of straight. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know. You really never know, right? There's a lot of crazy stuff on the internet. But with Jody Sue, I saw a change yesterday, a big one. And this stream is not 8 hours long like it says. I went to bed. I left it while I was sleeping. So I'm gonna play this, and you guys listen in the meantime till they start doing whatever they're gonna do. You have a hard time listening. I'm buffering. I shouldn't be buffering. In reference to the dogs, I agree with the person that said you might have one silly dog that's not as skilled as the others, just wants to be a porch dog, but the other dogs want and need to work. The thing is, the dogs, you think about where the dogs always stayed. I have always noticed that the dogs have been under Summer Swing. Like that was their spot. So you're going to tell me that all those dogs literally lived and breathed under that tree where Summer always was, didn't protect her? I don't believe that for a second. I think that those dogs would have chewed someone up. No way. There's just no way. I don't even believe that they were always under her tree. So that tells me they were probably very protective of her. That was where Summer always was, right? On her swing, under that tree. They would have protected her. I believe they would have. All right, so I'm going to start this and I'll stop in between. I'm going to have to probably edit this video that I recorded to put it out because it's only I think it's 2.5 hours long, but it recorded for almost 8. So here it is.
Okay, so I have been debating greatly, as some of y'all know, for weeks now, openly. On, hold on. Okay, so, and I debated tonight on whether to even do this because, I do not want anything taking away from Summer tomorrow. I'm afraid this, and it's not something I want, but I feel like my hand's being pushed. I have for several days, honestly, since last week, for a while now, quite frankly, and I think things are escalating and pushing forward at such a rate that this cannot be avoided at this point. And that's fucking unfortunate. I also feel like some of it's being done on purpose. Well, what isn't at this point, right? Right? And some people took that bait and wanted to do the pitting thing, and I promise you that's not the reason that I'm doing this. It's not tit for tat or I'm mad now, because honestly I can give a shit less. And I'm trying to wash my mouth. But as this goes along, it makes me have to turn off and do things because I don't want this around my little ones. But I'm also testing out the new ride, so I may have to turn off and on as I go. Sorry, watching traffic. So anyway, the video, the vague one that I did the other day, I know it was hers by the parties it was intended to be heard by. And apparently that's not gotten through to anybody. And I feel since then, the more I thought it through before coming on here all hot-headed and pissed, that and reactionary, that it's pertinent that I speak out. To some finally, but for me, it's been months and months. Yeah, it's been half a year of this. And what was said the other night bothers me greatly. And like I said on that video the other night, bothers me to such an extent that other pieces and parts of this puzzle I've been trying to put together in my own head for months. The doubt that one phone call alone put in my head. Video chat. So I was able to see people's facial expressions and fake tears and slips and weird shit. Now, I don't know what people were thinking the other night, because I'm not Prayer Garden and I'm not all these other crazy people like Jenna and all them. Anybody who has watched any of this circus play out, this unfortunate circus that I never intended or wanted to be part of. I've never been Prayer Garden, Jenna, Squall, none of them. I've never gotten close to speak on. I've never spoke on anybody's business. I dropped off panels when people were talking garbage. Didn't give my opinion on anything. Because I try to hold things to myself. Certain things aren't for public consumption. And also parts that I'm still not going to name or talk about are parts of the investigation. And I'm going to go onto those either still because they aren't the public business and they absolutely belong to the police. But the other night, after days of people being weird with me, things I could tell were afoot for a while and had to do with YouTube playing a role on that hill, on the opposite one. I didn't like that very much, but I thought, you know what, whatever. Still didn't play Prayer Garden, didn't play Jenna, and I trust you. Trust me here. And like I said, don't actually trust anybody that says that, keep your own minds, question everything. But, I could have this whole time, easily. And I still could. I could run any day of the week and make those two particulars look like the jokes they are. I promise you. But I'm not. And that's still not my intention here. I don't think certain people have been paying attention about how very much I could hear throughout the years. I think they forget how many Facebook's been set up through time, what they've said, what they've done, and the difference between me and Other Hill is that I've not burned out or put my brain cells in formaldehyde for years and decades, and proof of that in many forms for years, not just recently. So when you aren't burning out your poor brain, you can remember lots of things like most normal people. When you don't swap Facebooks like underwear, well, you know. Anyway, so y'all know that I'm not a short, precise person. Everybody's just going to get over it. I'm sorry, but I'm getting there. And I have told the cops, just like I'm telling you, from day one of meeting these people, they were not my people. They're not my type of people. Everybody asks, why are y'all like this? Why would you watch kids? It really is community. It's neighbors. It's what you do in the area. Okay. However, since it began, I've watched The Other Hill lie, twist, do all kinds of things. I know on Twitter. I've just not called it out, not said anything, because it's not my place while the show goes on over there, especially on these YouTubers' platforms. But the other night, what happened in the chats has, and it comes at such a weird time for me because I've been trying to figure out this piece these YouTubers wanted so badly from me. That they're willing and are still willing to do what's happening to I and my children over, among other things, besides calling out their shady coloring on YouTube and international crimes and weirdness and whatever the hell else. So anyway, and this is hard, guys. I'm sorry, but this is hard for me. And it is going to be one of those you're going to see me stutter, body language things, because there are going to be things that I'm keeping myself to keep pieces just the cops and pieces that still aren't public consumption. So, and I really don't care how the Other Hill feels about this, but there are pieces we've been putting together from an event 6 years ago. And trying to put it together and see if it makes sense with this. And then in the middle of that, here comes one of the people that knows about that event, right? Well, Mr. Chase Brad. And what's he do this week, guys? Last week. Suddenly friends with the same place everybody was talking about, everybody shooting each other and stuff just before. Well, to me, looks like suddenly. Then you've got Keys here who vanishes, right? But Keys talking to me, he says he's going to go over there. He's coming to Tennessee, and then suddenly sends me this news piece from WJHL. Oh, man, they've F me and whatever else, I don't know. I've got the messages. And it don't make any sense, right? It's more instrumental. I'm like, what the hell? They just mentioned you in reference to the Other Hill. What? I didn't see anything bad about you there, Keys. Oh, you don't think? Okay, well, you think it's safe for me to come to Tennessee then? Why wouldn't it be? You really think you're that fucking important here? Nobody knows who you are, bro. Nobody cares. Hell, even I don't care. I don't know what kind of world famous y'all think y'all are impressive, but it ain't here. Break. So anyway, that's one of the things I'm assured of on the live chat there, not when Keys is mentioned, is, or, a video chat through Facebook. He said, "Oh no, I get laughter, and Keys is absolutely real." Well, yeah, I'm sure he is. I know there ain't no damn family limit. Give me a break. So yeah, it's real funny. It's real cute. But there's, I mean, like, give yourself away with that continual tie. I don't care. Um, Either way, I just find it strange that Brad Chase shows up over there. He's one of the ones, and days before the rest of YouTube got this leaked phone call thing, right? Y'all see me start mentioning it on my videos, and also stuff. It was one of the threat sort of things, because the day after this thing is being sort of a scam in chat, and they try to make everybody doubt that it was really me there, and it was a troll or whatever. No, it wasn't. Oh, all hell started breaking loose, and one of the things Penny and Brad had said to me were, "Oh, there's this thing about Grandis and Candace, right? And if you go back and watch the videos, I finally out the whole story what they told me, which was that the Negro State exists and flows into the same exact story over again. And for some reason, that Friday deadline was there. Stay off YouTube until. And then what did everybody do? They were like, "Oh man, they're setting you up. They're setting you up." I'm like, that was the night before and the day of. And I was like, "Oh, I'm aware. I see what YouTube's doing at Squall's behest. It's also attached to me. It's also attached to you all. That you forgot I've heard you all on personal phone calls with backgrounds. But here you are saying, oh, this is the first time you're reaching out to him at the Olive Branch and trying to push out his channel for likes, clicks, and views." And then Tiffany Marie suddenly, I'm like, what the hell? No. So I knew days before the rest of y'all did about what Chase Brad was going to say. It made absolutely no sense. That Friday deadline was the UK fundraiser. Push it more, because there was Brad for a whole 8 hours looking like go over the billboard, which I still love the billboard, but not what's behind it and the scam and all that bullshit behind it either. So what you get is them saying that to me days before, and then I out it and I mess up the fundraiser for the UK too. All hell starts breaking loose. That was the Friday deadline. Then the last video of Brad Chase with the whole Jody Sue, if you know anything, just, and what was that to do? That was meant to push like us as suspects or something, right? To imply. Man, I don't give a damn. I'm the only one in this whole damn bunch since night one, actually before Dark even fell. I'm like, give me a lie detector test. Hell, if you were a cop, wouldn't you do the same? Like, I'm the next door neighbor that heard her scream. Like, you could literally be like, well, what if she's covering for her? That's to distract from. That would be my thoughts if I was a smart person. So I offered one. Kids offered one. Never been a taker. I've been told you're reliable, whatever. And I don't care. They can come any day of the week and do the same. Stress test, whatever the hell they want to do. I have nothing to hide, nothing to lie about, no reason to, and there's no way in hell that I'm covering or lying for anybody with a missing child, not even sorry. So, truth is truth, and fact is fact, and it's going to remain so. So, out of all the months, nothing really has transpired between I and Other Hill. I mean, we've talked personally, obviously, and they know basically what I told every police agency on earth. Never had an issue with it that I knew of, and though there were parts left out that they don't know, I guess. And I'm not going to touch on those really either, just so it stays that way. But either way, watching the other night as the Hatter gets on there, and all of them should watch those videos as well. And their message, right, which in this day and time, you can fake anything. So I don't initially like the spelling, the vernacular, it jibes with me. I see it. But he gets on there, and then there's obviously somebody calling me a liar about what I heard. And that absolutely is in the report I made. You know why? Because it's truth. Now, why suddenly is trying to make that look like it's not true important to the other hill? Why? And only now that Brad, Chase, and the rest have showed up and all this fundraiser shit's over. But here's what the fundraisers, the 32, whatever's over there. But what we've been saying this whole time are the other scam methods used, the other intake methods, what was really raised, pulled into the background. We want that shit seen, accounted for. We want it out. And we want this ring shut down. We want whatever shade and dark web stuff behind it pulled out and open, because where you have that much money, because I promise you, clicks and views for these people, still not lucrative. Even small scams like the email, Hurricane Camille, the P.O. box, all these other things, still not. I mean, that's a lot of money, trust me. But it's still not how they're maintaining a lifestyle. You do not go to the links of fake feds and all these other things and all these feet on the ground and all these players in motion locally and around the nation and splitting just that, because that's still not enough for that much danger and risk. What is that? So there's something else behind this ring. Make no mistake about that. Either way, find it weird now that Brad Chase is suddenly friends and up there after all the fundraiser stuff, and he's not really the fucking hero anymore, that suddenly tunes start to change. Then after days of not really speaking, people being weird, everybody wants to talk to me suddenly. I find that real weird. And then what happens is that, oh dear, there's reversing happening. And what I find strange is that this video chat immediately takes a wild turn into crazy land with a talk about themselves and how the domestic shit on the live on YouTube here now is fake. And I don't know if anybody thinks they're lying to. Because I've heard and I've seen the difference between playtime and why lie to me? They can play that, oh, it's just another fake thing again we've done to make ourselves look worse. And like we're absolutely able to be this level of, no. Why are you trying to lie to me of all people? Because last time you told me them, like you lied to other people before the rest of the world you lied to people. Why try to lie to me and call me like that? I mean, don't. And then it takes a wild turn into teeth. And I get it, like that shit hurts, and infections happen. But then there's this hint of don't miss the money, Josie. And it was phrased as, I'm going to need lots of support, Jody Stu. And me, I'm like, oh, well, make sure somebody's there with you. This and the other. Don't drink drinks. Don't be on alcohol. Don't be eating straws. You're going to get dry sucking. And it was like, no, it's not really what I mean. Anyway, I caught on. That's all I could really say to that at that point. What the hell else do you say when you realize it seems that money's more important? Like, what the hell? Oh, but it gets darker and weirder throughout that video chat. Because what I realized is the entire time they're digging. They're digging, right? And they shouldn't be, unless somebody else is in the room or somebody else is doing whatever, or they outright know they're lying, you know, like it was so weird. What we had happen was a few days ago, I had a call made, and basically saying that Voldemort/Andy was still here, or that we were there, or some amalgamation of such, and Summer's body was, oh y'all, and everybody was like, we know better, you know, whatever. But the call had been made to an address I'm not actually at. Okay. Now the feds know where I'm at. So that immediately tells me that somebody who's not a professional, I don't know, PI, or, you know, Chase with Google there, or watchers, or whatever, didn't get it right. Anyway, so that tells me where the call came from, for starters. And the weird part is the Hill knew where I was at. She and I had just a week or two prior talked about her visiting, whatever, getting stuff here that's hers. That I was nice enough to bring with me, because I knew once I left the Hill on my side, there wouldn't be access to it. Andy would probably steal it, so I brought it here. That way that wouldn't happen. So, but that never picked up. And and she specifically mentions everything. Like, and I see them pass by, they know where I'm at. So I don't know what kind of game that was, but they let the PIs or Chase or whoever believe whatever the hell and made the call up other places where I'm not. But on the video chat, played me like I'm stupid. I don't remember talking about that. I don't know where you're really at. Like, bullshit, you don't. Bullshit, you don't. Why are you lying about something so basic and simple? You know? Why? And then there's that theory again, pieces and parts that have Chase's little hands all over them that call in. And then what I get is people trying to make me misremember what I heard and saw the day Summer disappeared. And that's something nobody on this fucking earth for any amount of money is going to do. Nobody. Not ever. You ain't going to bribe me. You're not going to scare me. You're not going to make me stand down. Nope. So what I then get is somebody told me that you said the last place you'd seen Summer was getting out of the shower with Donnie. No, that's not what you seen and saw. Fuck, it ain't. Last time I saw that little girl was 2 nights before she went missing, and that's exactly what I saw. That's exactly what I heard. She was naked as a day as long as that damn door at the top level. And she was yelling at you for a damn towel while the oldest was out there talking and chatting with me, and you were yelling at him because he was like, Jody Sue's right about the dogs. Once again, you all keep dismissing since day one and trying to make it seem like it ain't something it is. And those fucking dogs are the key. Those dogs are the key. You want to know how I know that? Because they're partly my pups. Because I've watched, I've listened, because my brain ain't burnt out. because I sat there for over a month listening in the dark. His footsteps left that driveway, his gravel crunched below Dawn's heels as I listened to boards lift up and things move around in the dark, as I watched things disappear off my trail cams after Dallas suddenly realized I had them. All these little pieces. But that is exactly where I saw Summer last. And she was yelling, kind of being a brat. And they couldn't get her a towel. And I had to ask. I was like, is that the voice? Because there's a shadow behind her, right? And her hair. And I couldn't see good at night. And Andy was driving, so I was in the passenger seat. Actually, no, I think I'm wrong on it. I was in the driver's seat. I believe. Because the oldest was right there, and you were to the right. Yeah. And you were in your usual garb, had definitely not just got down the shower. And then here you are on that live, chatting with me on Facebook the other night, telling me that, no, it was you that had gotten out of the shower. So remember? No, because that ain't true. It's not true. I remember the truth, which is exactly where and how I saw Summer last. And I know Andy saw her the night before she went missing. But I saw her 2 nights before. What I can't figure out is when all of a sudden, after all these months of you knowing this, all of a sudden now it's pertinent that you're going to try to fuck with my memory, try to manipulate me, try to talk me into stuff. Like, do you really think I'm going to go back and lie to the face and be like, here, officer, sir, I need to change my story? Y'all got the wrong girl. Wrong one. And then to mention it right along with money. I'm going to need lots of support. It tells me right there immediately. It's just giant flags. And I'm not saying anybody's guilty. Not guilty. My child was missing. And I also don't want to project on anybody else because, like I said from the beginning, y'all are a different breed all your own. So, and everybody's different. They grieve differently. They do differently. Especially people, Garth Brooks style friends in low places, But when I hear that sets off alarm bells for me. Like, does the money mean more? Do your teeth mean more than your missing daughter?
Let me just say something real quick. I'm not going to summarize everything that Jody Sue's saying. This has only been playing for a very short amount of time. If you can't understand Jody Sue, put your earbuds in and turn it up so you can hear it. I can't tell Jody Sue's story for her. It's going to take the whole length of this for people to understand what she's saying, but it's worth listening to. So I'm not going to explain what she's saying. Only she can do that. That's why I'm playing it. And it's not because I don't want to, but I'm not going to ruin or mess up what she's trying to say. So I can't tell Jody Sue's story. Only she can. And we have it right here. So there should be nothing for me to summarize. If you need to rewind, you go right ahead. Rewind. You can go back to other videos on my channel that I've put out of Jody Sue, and you can listen to those and get caught up. I could even make a playlist. You guys can go watch those after. This is the neighbor on Ben Hill that heard the screams. It was not it ended up, Ronnie Lawson said that it wasn't substantiated, basically, that the screams were not. But I believe she's doing an interview with WJHL today. She's witnessed and observed a lot of things in the years living next to Don and Candace. She speaks a lot in this video about the ongoings in the neighborhood and basically in her yard, in her backyard. That's really all I'm going to say about it. As far as not being able to understand her, turn up your volume. She's really not that hard to understand. Actually, her speech is very good in this video here. It's much better than it usually is. She has some health issues that she's battling with. So yes, it is kind of hard to understand her at times, but it's not that hard to the point where people are saying that they have no idea what she's saying. If you need to turn on your closed captions, I can't do that for you either. That's located on your phone screen or on your computer screen. Okay, so I'm going to finish playing this.
Just having people change their stories. You really think somebody's willing to change your story so you can profit right now? Somebody that could maybe hold pieces that can help find your missing daughter. You want to change your story so you can make money right now. Girl, I would go on fucking anywhere live any day of the week without my grill in or walk around with everyone I'm rotting before I would give a damn about a penny and put it before my kid. And hell, it's like right now, radiation's not being kind to mine. It's been quick. The cancer is not helping. I'm on the struggle bus. I could be back on YouTube. I could be making money. I ain't doing that. It's not even my missing child. I'm standing here providing for my kids and winter clothes and doing whatever I got to do. And you can't even manage to put that and your kid, your missing kids, in front of that for right now. That's fucked up. So I guess I'm gonna tell you what I've been doing. I'm gonna put Summer first before, because I don't even know what to think at this point. But I do know that since this week, in which certain people interrupt their appeal, that there's something real wrong. Oh, and I'm sure that there's been money offered, and then you get the Dr. Phil thing and the news thing happening tomorrow, which is going to drive traffic, right? It's why all the YouTubers are going to start a day and suddenly care about Summer again. What they care about is that there's enough videos up today and tomorrow where the newcomers are too lazy to go and look back at the circus, and they'll get clicks and likes and cash pushed to them with super chats. They're going to use it to get new people drawn in to help them keep views up and do whatever. And I'm sure part of that's coming to you all at this point too. I don't know. But there's definitely money to be made still with the attention that's coming tomorrow. And I would hope that all of you stop for just tomorrow and you let the light shine on Summer for once. You don't make it the Dawn show. You don't make it the Candace show. You don't make it the Brad show. And I feel unfortunate that I don't even have to make this tonight. But that you just let that light shine on Summer so that maybe it gets picked up somehow nationally, more attention. Somebody sees her, knows something, calls something in. And if you ain't guilty, whatever the hell, I don't care. Worry about your pennies and dimes later. Worry about your daughter now. What the hell is that? Don't ever stand there and make me wonder about your motives. Don't ask me to change. You gotta be a special kind of stupid think somebody's going to go back and be like, "Dear federal agents, can I change stories so that my neighbors can make money off their missing child?" I ain't down for that type of trouble, and I ain't doing that for anybody. What the hell is that? Sorry, guys. You're going to hear me do this off and on. Because, like, some tinkering with. Anyway. And you know what people forget? And here's the thing. No, people don't forget because I don't say it. The Hill forgets. The Hill forgets. You know, there's a reason that I've stayed away from, because people have asked this whole time, what are some memories you have of summer? And I've stayed away from that topic. I even asked the news to.
So real quick, I just want to say, I really appreciate that Jody Sue did this, because I was going to send her some questions, and the other night she was in my chat and I had asked her if it would be okay if I DM'd her some questions, and I just really wanted to ask questions about summer. And Jody Sue did this without me even sending her a single thing. And when I listened to this last night, I mean, are there other questions that I could ask her? Sure. But I just really appreciate that she opened up the way that she did, although it is hard to listen to. People aren't going to like probably what she has to say. Some really hard stuff in this talk that she does. But I want to show appreciation for her speaking on this matter and what she's seen from her account of events and just living around there. I'm sure it's not easy to do. And I know that she's catching a lot of heat for speaking about, these things. But Jody Sue started talking, I want to say, how long has it been? Maybe a month and a half, 2 months. I don't know when exactly she came out and started speaking on Facebook about things, but she has really censored herself a lot and thrown a filter on when discussing the ongoings on Ben Hill. Last night was different, and I just want to say thank you to Jody Sue if she hears this, which she may, but I appreciate anybody who speaks out for summer. Whether these things are true that she's saying, I can't say. I'm not Jody Sue, right? I don't know her life, and I don't know what went on up there. But I do know that from all of the stories of all of these people who went up there, who visited, whose kids went over there, people who knew them, you got some really terrible stories coming out of that household. So today, Jody Sue said she wanted today to be about summer, and that I agree with that. I want it to be about summer too. I think it was perfect timing for Jody Sue to kind of break some silence on how these kids were treated.
For exactly the reason I'm telling you now. Because most of the ones I have of summer or the rest are all kind of sad. They're not really of a happy child playing. They're not. They're uncomfortable moments, painful things, sad things. And here's the thing, guys. And this all ties back into the piece YouTube has been after so hotly. They're willing to do half of what they're doing. And up to that here at some point. But the thing was, when I first met the Hill, and like I said, that'll tie back in here a little bit. We had lived there for several years and had never so much as really seen them. And the first time I met Candace was after an incident, like I said, we'll get back to, which is now part of what we're trying to all figure out. But anyway, she was on a dirt bike with the next youngest, and I'm not gonna call names. Other than Summers. And diaper full on that one, hanging off, old as the hills. And his little sippy cup, it's full of liquor. I know that because of, and I was like it was something to be prideful about. Because he's on sitting there, just telling him no, we couldn't have that because they had her liquor in it. Hello, new neighbor, right? And then the first day I met her, she was telling me about a church calling for Easter and how they didn't really do that, but there was this church and you get to go back to this one or you could get $100 in this one and want to know. I'm like, man, I'm not into that stuff. Y'all know I'm atheist, but I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, it's not my type of people, sort of thing. And then asked if I go there just to help her. Like, no, man. Anyway, what I didn't realize, nor did any of the rest of the neighbors who knew them closely, was that she was pregnant that whole time. And I have the messages to prove when we all found out Summer existed, which was after she was born. Because in the middle of a snowstorm, here they come in February with a car seat. I had to park at the end of the lane at Ben Hill and walked in with Summer because you couldn't get into the road. And I and the other neighbors immediately they messaged me and were like, "Do you see this?" And I was like, "See what?" And they were like, "They just walked in with a brand new car seat." I'm like, "You're kidding me." We were all like, "Holy shit, another one." Great. And then when I first got to meet Summer, she was red. Every time you hold her, she was stiff as a board. She cried. She had the fetal alcohol sit in her ears like her siblings kind of did when they were younger. And obviously the whole time I had watched, but we know she was pregnant. Every day drinking. So then, a few months goes by. I'm not over there. I'm not really paying attention. And I go over there at a certain point for something, some reason, who knows, still trying to be friendly with these new neighbors I'd met. Concern for other people's children despite our own situation on it, which at that time everything was going very smoothly for a few years on our hill. One of the rare times, lasted 3 or 4 years in a row. So it was calm my way. So at that point, I guess I had the ability to throw stone. Either way, their well blood was straight sulfur, bad. when you turned it on. And that's nobody's fault in there. Well water's well water. Each one's different. If it's this bad and discolored, you go get bottled water, especially for a baby. And I was standing there watching as it wasn't formula, but a little bit of milk, mostly water, and oatmeal for one that was not even, a few weeks old, like a month or two. And it was like, holy, like hell, you can't do that. You're gonna hurt that baby, like, no. So formula I had, they send you mail for like 25 years if you have a child. I happen to have son. I gave it to them. After that, I guess whatever contact was intermittent off and on throughout the years, depending on. But there's also a reason my kids there never really hang out, because it was like, It wasn't their fault, see. I knew it wasn't their fault. They couldn't help that. Couldn't help how they were being raised or done or anything like that. But I don't even know that the other hill realizes. But I know at first I thought, well, they don't have money to feed them. They don't have this, they don't have that. So I would bring groceries over, do whatever, So would other neighbors, churches, whatever. Then you start to realize over a length period that there's all kinds of money. Just like there's always all kinds of money. Maybe Andy could bring in like 1,000 plus a week and they would still be able to drink more and afford more. But you'd watch in the evenings as a liquor bought and as cigarettes were bought and this and the other and a case of beer, but then like a box of off-brand Q corn dogs, right? And not even enough in totality for the entire family. And sit on the bar like some great fucking feat. But then when there was a new engine that needed to be bought, here's that money immediately available, same day, thousands of dollars. Wouldn't leave her with any money, but had a bank account. And we always thought it'd be inheritance and the other, although we're told there are other things that have been for a while now. Especially after run periods that usually are 3 days to Knoxville for supposed, crack smoking sessions that somehow you come back with more money than left with. It just never makes sense. That's never. It's always been like you could ask people about the color of the sky, and it's like trying to nail down the Jello. It's always been that way. I never thought much about them lying throughout this whole thing. It's still why I'm like, I don't know. Guilty, not guilty. I can't tell you. It's like liabilities, and there's always a church theme. After every 3-day runoff for years, it's all of a sudden I believe in the church. And crazy talk, So I didn't think much about that either after summer managed. That started immediately that evening in past 10 stock, which also didn't bother me that night. It didn't seem like what Boswell type stuff. And what did bother me, though, are statements I initially took as like a schizophrenic person, saying that they come to him and said something, some sort of quote from one of the religious texts talking about cleansing and those who basically gotten tainted, like a sexual sort of comment type of thing. But you never know whether that's tweaker or schizophrenic, and so you don't know whether to take that with a grain of salt. Or I know it's real bizarre. The whole thing has been a circus for minute one. So yeah, it looks like I'm my new vehicle. I have a little bit more talking to do, if you've not noticed. Anyway, I'll get there eventually. So, they, over the years, it's been weirdness like that, right? And then you realize I do have money to spend, just not on the kids. And it's like, what the hell's up with that? And then you'll leave her that money all day, but here you are, you have money to drop, and always these thousands to drop, and and then it's like right now, what gets me is like just a couple weeks ago, I guess we were still on neighbor terms. Everybody's pissed off if I can pay a couple of bucks in child support. And then the other night on the video chat over Facebook, it's that all of a sudden it's an astronomical number and they got to pay that. And seriously, hell, that shouldn't be a problem for you, considering, like, and if you live on those hills and you have those properties and the houses the way they are and stuff, there's really no bills. So, and still working, you should have a problem paying any of that. So, are you suddenly concerned about money from, I don't know, where the support's going to come from now that Brad Chase and all these others have, and then the fundraiser? I mean, like, what's that about? Then here comes this BS phone call in. Like, you just had all of your kids taken by DCS. And then here you are weaponizing that crap for children you know have never missed a meal in their lives. I have taken care of them even in my own chaos. They have never missed clothing, Christmas, birthdays. Everything was celebrated. Unlike over there on the hill where they were told that, oh, well, because of our religion we don't. But you go to every damn church gathering up shit that you can. And then selling it online every year. And those kids are left with nothing again. I've struggled and went without eating all kinds of things to take care of mine. Even in the worst times. And here's the kicker for me. And like I said, I don't know. I don't know if people's brains don't realize or what. I know they know I've fed their kids. I know they know I've watched their kids, all of them, fight over one bowl of soup in that floor with a fork. And Andy is my witness. Maybe right now he's pissed, won't vouch, but I promise you that is the case. One bowl of soup, multiple kids, one fork. Piece, like a bowl of damn chicken noodle soup. What the hell is that about? But anyway, they would come to my house and immediately upon entering go straight to my fridge. I've watched them take chocolate milk, regular milk, whatever they wanted out of the fridge, uncap it, drink straight out of it, and leave it sitting on the floor, fridge door wide open, because they're not really taught any better. You get whatever they wanted off the shelves, and I had grill shelves all in the kitchen, food on them all times, freezers outside, you name it. And there were many times, including after I had surgery. And the oldest two would always be the ones that would cross the hill. Not Summer, the next youngest. And I've seen their little feet under a curtain I blocked the living room from the kitchen off with. Because it was all glass and, had hunters and things. So anyway, hunters that nobody gets that mixed up with. Anyway, I feel something here and I kind of come to. I knew it was them in there. And they were just getting themselves something to eat. Or grabbing something off the shelves. And I'd never say a word. I know they'd peek in, see if I was asleep, whatever else. And I just let them do whatever. There was always stuff left easy on top of the freezer they could get a hold of outside. I never said a word. I don't even know the next hill knew. And I don't care if they do now. Because you know what I'm sure of? Are those boys are somewhere where they're eating. And you ask why none of us called DCS neighborhood, because I know that'll be a cry too. Well, why didn't you? Well, hell, DCS is there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're not doing anything. What do we do? And then every other day, it's them messaging all of us going, hey, DCS is here again. We know the reasons why our lies, But you tell them what they want to hear. You go, oh, screw this, yeah, screw this. Oh, they're bad guys, whatever. And there's nothing else you can do but try to get along with your neighbors. Know they're there, nothing's going to be done. And the community as a whole try to take care of these children. I promise you that. I know this to be fact. If ever other neighbors speak up, which they may not, because look what's happening to us, right? They will tell you exactly what I am. That community, the churches, they knew what those two are. But they knew those kids weren't at fault. And so they did know half of it was going to be sold, given away, done whatever. But food was given, the boys and her taken care of by the community. So, but then it's like half of what you hear and see you can't prove. So I don't call in and you're just going to dismiss it, right? Then there you are living some pissed off neighbors in a place that's something you can get killed over for. Like, I know certain people on that hill may not remember, they're going to deny, but it's like there's a particular female up the road that they were keeping at the house. Not keeping, but was staying there. And, after normal pass out time for one of them in the evening, the other one tended to get up to things. And so, he's caught on a futon where all the kids are sleeping on a pile of laundry. All the kids. Upstairs, next to the front door. Sleeping with this woman. Right beside of children. And somebody comes out of their stupor, finds out, throws this girl off hill supposedly, naked, supposedly, and makes her get out. Are you more mad at the female than the dude like screwing somebody beside all of your children on the same futon? What the hell is that about? But you call that in. Well, how do you prove that? How do you prove that? I don't know. And then once again, I don't know if he remembers, but I have proof that I reported it in. There was one night not long ago where she wants to point down the road towards Whore Hill. From that area, we'll know exactly where I'm talking about, and towards Bayless and says there's a child down there for sale, for trade, for meth. A little one. And by the way, I told the feds this too. So, just in case you're wondering, there will. And I reported at the time that it happened. The night I was told there's a child in there for sale for meth. And I tried to get who, what, when, where, why, because even I was like, I turned to Andy, I was like, look, if there is a baby down here, so I was like, I will go, and I'm not lying. I was like, I will legit go find meth in this town and get it if that's what it takes to get this baby, whoever's willing to sell it, and take this baby to the fucking police. But nobody would give me enough information to go on to go this baby. This little one that was supposedly for sale for meth. And then everybody clammed up about it, and I couldn't find out who, where, when. So obviously there's people like that in their circle. Hell, I can't name anybody. And if you live in this town, everybody knows everybody. I mean, there's like literally nobody that's not on meth or heroin or fentanyl right now. This is a sad ass fact. You go to every store, the whole parking lot's filled with these people. Like half of your class, no, 90% of my class is dead. Like it's funeral after funeral after funeral. It's not a joke around here. And it's bad. But I can't name out of any. And it's many that I know that are, I can't name a one around here that would sell kids for meth or trade them off for. Like, that's wild. So to know people that would speaks of even the quality methods that are around there. To me personally, like, it's a little bizarre. And there are just so many things through the years, you know. And one of the last, and you know, I mean, like glass houses and all. One of the last times, you know, before summer vanished, I hear the voice, and I heard Summer come out and a little, you know, phone game with the can and string. They went along to one other siblings, like, you know, Dad's being mean to Mom again, and came down the hill towards where the oldest was at to go and help Mom. You know. And then here I've got recently these same people in there. I mean, I can hear how many times these fights break out just like everybody could have on our hill. Maybe probably clearer, honestly. And people forget that, but recently, like, oh no, it's only been like 2 or 3 times in our lives, and bullshit. Like, girl, I have taken you off more than that after bruises are on you. You've asked me for rides away from there more often than that. Like, who are you trying to lie to right now? And I don't know if it's a combination of like burnt or trying to reset history so they don't look and sound as bad even to me. That way it's a hint to not say anything. I don't know. But I'm not playing that game, not for anybody. And I'm not gonna do it. Truth is truth. And you know, all these years it ain't mattered that I held out, you know, all these things. But suddenly money comes into play and it matters. Matters enough for you to ask me or hint at me changing my story and facts so you can profit. To put myself into a position to where I'd be in trouble for that. And then it still might be true. And that it helped end up losing your daughter further, not find her. Like, you'd be willing for somebody that might hold peace to lie and change stories to help you profit before they, you know, like, mind blown. Mind freaking blown. But then, I mean, all these things, it's like, and then on that same video chat, what I get is, now look, there's a truck in this family. There's a Toyota. Now, this was vetted and exactly given the last time that we had seen it. It had been his property at our hill. From like day one, some are going missing. Not the right make, model, anything like that. Different nose plays glitter and whatever, right? It was already cleared. Now, Candace knows this. And she was also up there at our hill the last days I was moving with private investigators as they were talking to me, interviewing me, taping me. And seeing the truck there. She knows the truck exists. Never been an issue until all of a sudden Chase Brad shows up, right? And then here's his call, and here's him go back through the truck thing again the other day. And it was like, but on this particular thing the other night, several days after the feds been here again, what we have are, and the last I knew was being told, nobody's really speaking over there, back and forth, but that's from them, so take that with a grain of salt. But what they were doing there, was telling me the feds wanted to know. Well, that's real weird to me because the feds were just here and they do know. And why would the feds be asking you to get information from me when they know they can go get it themselves? Do I look like I was born yesterday? So that tells me you're also the one that made that fucking call. At the behest who? YouTube, Brad, Chase, Keys? I don't know, and nor do I really care. And this is followed up that call and all that other bullshit with the 3 or 4 days of the people in the yard taking my daughter and weirdness. Ooh. But then here they are, wanting me to believe that the feds want them to call me. I love you. I love you. Yeah, I'm out here see if I get it done.
Boomer was ripping the apple pie shreds and
Tell him not to eat that.
you say you're going.
Oh, we need to stay here for the bite.
And I said, I'm here.
Well, okay, we're gonna sit on this list. Actually, give me about 5 minutes because I'd rather you not run this, okay? And it upset you. Yes, you can. I love you.
Love you. Love you.
Do you feel better? You feel better? Yeah.
Still feel like I want a mom.
That's no good. Okay. I'll be in a second. Anyway, so make me think that the feds need you to dig, and what you're looking for was where Andy was. Why? You really think the feds need you to do that? They're not going to ask you to do that. They know where he is, just like they know where I am. They're not going to need you to come in. They already been here, but see, that's what you were digging for. You were trying to see what was said, what was done, la la la. Because actually, what's happening is you want to know keys. You want to know for your shitty ass guys who connect back to this crap now, some way. I ain't dumb. I wasn't born yesterday. Because y'all have all the wrong. Google's all you got. I don't know. I don't know. Either way, you're thinking. Because you didn't know what actually happened with your little call. And because, I mean, the feds don't need you to tell them where he's at or who the new girl is, or, and then you tell me, I'm like, well, they should know where he's working. Well, he quit a couple days ago or so, but they won't tell anybody. I'm like, oh, but the feds gave you that information today. Bullshit. And they would know where he was at. I'm like, and she's like, they don't know which. And I was like, no, you're asking for somebody else. You know what? For some more fake bullshit setups. And for some more mudslinging. Like it's been done since day one off of that hill. Anybody, it seems like, I could maybe get shit thick on such themselves. Or your own dope dealers. It's been, I mean, number one, even if they don't make sense. And then here's Brad Chase wanting to stick to anybody. Either way, I can see what you're doing. Feds aren't like asking you to do any of that. Like they could literally. I was born yesterday. So you're digging for somebody, whoever's around you at that time, the other night, who you're reporting for, you don't want to know the truth, which is you knew exactly where I was at. We talked about it just a few days before. But for some reason, you let them do the wrong address. I don't know if in your mind you thought, oh, let me help it. No, it ain't. Why are you going along with these people to hurt me and my kids? Money. Because apparently you're even willing to fucking forget Summer now. If money's involved. And I'm just pissed about it. And so perplexed by it. And whatever. I mean, money the whole time was flowing in. It's kind of the main concern within days when I seen you at Walker's Fork and you were busy setting up fundraisers. and the eldest was in trouble. And cause he in trouble, hell, they're going to acting out, whatever. Leave them the hell be, you know. Nope. Like, I understand. And I've watched for years as everybody is today. And it ties back into other things for me. I've watched for years as litter after litter after litter, and hell, the whole community has. As they're dumped off in places like the churches and other areas. I mean, literally, for a few weeks, there's litter just dumped like it doesn't make a shit. Kid's favorite pet's just giving away some random car at the bus stop because they stop and go, oh, what a cute. And here the kid's crying, and they're just like, it don't matter. Here's their favorite pet. Take it. I've watched, as I've told you, not to touch baby deer. Know that the mom will be back for it and do it anyway. And you take them to your house. Then you feed them watermelon until they about die from it. And then it's, oh, well, you're right, Jody Sue, and here, can you take care of it? Just like every other animal, like the rabbits, there's full names tattooed in their ear with needles and pin ink. You know that I end up having to take care of. And then what you do when TWRA shows up with the baby deer? Well, I watched it because I could hear him pulling in the main road and go over to yours, and you point over to mine. And instead of baby deer being released, guess what? Here comes TWRA because you know I have a baby. And instead of it getting back on its feet, going back in the wild, guess what? It gets euthanized. All because you chose to touch it. Watch this dog over there have their guts stomped out and then walk around for months like that. Suffering. Watch his cats were sewn up that anesthesia all the way around them, not just like a little cut and held down. Like, I don't know who's capable of that, but it ain't me. Like, you know, it's like, my dog keeps being kept over there to breed because they're easy to sell, right? Look like full huskies and things, you know, when they're first born. Easy to compete with, lie about. Even try to buy back the puppies, you know, so over there. Because it bothered me that much. But no, it was, to me, it was, nope, can't even buy them. Because I knew no animal really needs to be over here. And that's truth. Absolute God's honest truth. And there's still so many things I could say. Here's where we're going to get to tonight. Here's the piece with my opinion attached. So, the year plus leading up to Summer being born. So, 2015, 2014. Mind you, at this point, we had not met the other hill yet. Knew they existed. Didn't even realize Miss Goat had a son. Didn't realize there were, like, Miss Goat was weird, and it was one of the few people in the creek that Andy's mama could not stand. And that tells you something if you know anything about Andy's mama, who's probably one of the only good human beings that family can name. They're the go-to for all the communities, clean well water, first pictures, all kinds of things. Never really, Either way, stay away from over there a lot. Did not like the woman, whatever. She's weird. There was never men there that I seen in all the 26 years I was around, like, well, before Miss Co passed or anything. Like, been there since I was a kid. Even Andy hadn't seen me come over there, did not realize Miss Co had his son. He was never mentioned. So we didn't realize that was who was living there. We just knew somebody.
We have Mary. Hey, Mary.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? Your sound is good. You got a new setup there?
Yeah, actually, Jeannie bought me a new laptop. I just love her
That's so
so much.
sweet.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. I was so happy when I heard that you guys were able to get together. I had talked to Trish and she said that you guys were all together, and that was really nice to hear.
Yeah, she came down last Friday or the Friday before that? And
Yep.
yeah, and I had Jeannie and Tiff and Trish and all the kids here. So yeah, it was awesome.
Good. I'm glad. So Mary, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
Doing
I
good?
just wanted to come on just for a minute and
Okay.
just let everybody know that I believe what Jody Sue is saying 100% because what she's explaining is the exact same thing almost to a T when Donnie was married to Pam and his two older kids. So
like Jody Sue describes that the kids were given a bowl of soup with one fork to 4 kids. Is that something that you ever observed or witnessed with, like, is that something that was normal in the family at all?
well, there was a lot of times when the kids, when they went without food for days.
Are you talking about the older ones, Don's oldest ones?
Yeah, the
Mhm.
older ones. I don't know about, the kids and the situation right now, just what I've
Right.
been hearing, because I've never been there, but it's just like, it's the exact same thing she's saying. It's like what we witnessed with Donnie and his 2 older kids and his other wife.
Right. So it fits.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah. Yep, to a T. Yep.
And then she had said that there was a woman upstairs naked by the door in the boys' room, basically, is what I took from it, like upstairs by the door. And that this woman was having sex with this guy, and the kids were they were sleeping on clean laundry or a laundry pile while all this was going on, like random people up at the house.
Yeah, I would believe that went on. Yeah, I it seems like, when she started talking about the conditions of the house and the kids and everything that she witnessed going on, it's just like, oh my God, it sounds just like when Donnie was married to Pam.
To Pam.
Yeah, his first wife, Pam. Yeah.
Right. She spoke to Fox News way back in the beginning. She was very supportive of him. Did you see that, Mary?
I didn't. Did it show her face,
didn't?
or was it just? No,
Yeah.
Was it her face? Oh, so she was actually on there. No, I didn't see that. Because like I said, she's homeless. She's out on the street.
Right.
So
Right. Have you listened to this video by Jody Sue, or is this the first time you're hearing it?
Well, I've been keeping my computer on and listening, but I've been doing laundry and in the back room. And then I just came back in like 5-10 minutes ago. So I just got the
Are you
tail
waiting
end of
for
what you were saying, so.
the Dr. Phil show is going to be today? What do you think of that? Have you seen it yet? I know
I've
it's
seen
posted in a couple places. Clips.
Yeah, I've just seen the clips. It don't start for another
couple hours.
4 hours here, so.
You're getting a lot of love in the chat as always. Is Jeannie in here? I don't see her, but I see people saying hi to her. So I don't know if she is or not, but if she is, we love her. We love Mary,
Yes.
Jeannie, and Trish. So Do you want to sit up here and watch some of this with me, Mary?
Sure. Yeah,
Yeah?
I've
Okay.
got time. Yeah.
There she is. Hey, Jeannie. Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, let's I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna play a little bit. We'll talk about it. If you want me to stop the video, Mary, and if you want to say anything, you can go right ahead and let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Was after Miss Co's passing. And what we personally know to be true. And the reason I know that panel before Dr. Phil's bullshit and had to turn off by 20 minutes is because they mentioned coming back in to take care of Miss Code. Well, if you're part of the community, you know that's bullshit because somebody else took care of her when she was dying. Somebody else took care of her funeral costs, and Dawn and Orcadis were present when she was buried, and those people over Young Way still maintain and take care of the grave. I knew within 15 minutes of that panel, the behavior panel, that Dawn was fucked, and I turned it off because everything in those 15 minutes was bullshit. I was like, oh, he's it. And how the hell they still come back to the conclusion they did, I'll never know. Either way, we knew somebody was living there for years, but we'd never met them. But what starts happening is every time Andy was out of town with a particular boss working on his yacht down on North Lake. And at the time I was on medication for my neurocardiogenic syncope, it was messing with me bad. And it's the one I've touched on that Andy kept me on purpose because he knew at that point he could mess with things, he could get by with things, he could cheat again, do whatever, right? He could bring back things in our lives that were not supposed to be and were promised not to, and then after you were able to do that, things went from good for years again back downhill and into the circus of our own that you see now. Gradually but drastically. But for years we had not met Candace and Dawn. Well, that's real good. So anyway, for years we had not met them. Knew they were over there. What happens is every time Andy is gone over the weekend or a few days or whatever to North Lake, somebody who knew the property well enough, like I was laying in bed at night, and my arm, maybe an arm and a half's length away from the window. When it first began, it was spring, summer, one season because I had the windows open. And it was just a screen, you know. And, man, it made you feel kind of crazy, right? But I'd see a shadow creep up and stand to the side of the window. Almost every night he was gone. Pretty often, anyway. And they would just stand there. But even with all the dead leaves and everything else, they were so quiet, even I doubted. It's like, man, am I seeing what I'm seeing? Am I seeing what I'm seeing? And as you can tell from my videos for months now, I could hear on that property. So whoever was doing that, they'd been on the property enough to be able to pull that. Anyway, there was one particular night. I knew it wasn't like it was a noise, a dead noise. Like, I was like, that's it. And this particular medicine I was on turns off your fight or flight anyway. Now, even on normal days, I don't have much of one of those. But this took it all away. So there was the kids alone. Definitely knew I was seeing, you know, what I was seeing at night. And so I ran out the door. Jumped up, ran out the door, ran after this person. I almost caught her. The arm was length away. from pulling him down by the shirt collar in the driveway. And he hit me. It was like, Jody Sue, you've got to stop. You just left the kids alone. Something happens to you, they could, So I stopped. And I let him go. And for a while, things calmed down, And in between all this, I'm getting anonymous gifts from Amazon of things I've only talked about inside the house. Now, mind you, at this point, we didn't really have internet. So, and I still don't do the spyware pancakes or anything in the house, just saying. So there was no way I could have accidentally ordered stupid stuff like clay softener, random garbage stuff that I had only mentioned in that house to Andy, to the kids. And they never would tell me who was sending them, even though I knew what they were and for what they were. Whoever was watching was sending those to let me know that they were that close. They heard me. You know who does that? A super predator. That's who. But anyway, this carries on from one season to the next boat season, off and on. Andy keeps trying to tell me I'm crazy because I'm medicine. Like Andy's always trying to make me doubt my sanity, right? Because that's just part of being around an narcopath and bull crap, and medicine was affecting me at that point. But it wasn't like this, And the kids had heard and seen it by that point too, so he starts taking me seriously. And then one night, what we have to do is take out his Jeep like he's normally leaving, parked it somewhere, brought him back in my Jeep and covered him up where he couldn't be seen. Snuck in the house, had him stay quiet, and lo and behold, what happens? Well, there comes Peeping Tom and fucks around and finds out. So Andy chases him at this point. Almost catches him. He's super overweight at the time, trying to get over. He has to come back. At this point, they jump in a truck. He comes back to get the car to chase them. The Jeep. And they take off towards the Sullivan County side. And I believe he said that there was two people, one driving and one hot dogs. You got your normal.
The burger has string on tomatoes and mustard.
Okay. Can you take it off? If not, we'll put it in McDonald's. I messed up, I guess. And poor child's not having a good day today. But they run, they get away, and then after that, what happens like the next day? Well, Candace shows up at the mailbox. And then Don introduces himself. You know what Andy maintains for years, including when we talked to the feds after summer finished, is that has been and was Don. That he almost caught. He's maintained that since he met Don. It was like, that's the guy.
So, Mary, from what Jody Sue is explaining, it sounds like there's a possibility that maybe Don may have been hanging around the house. I know she talked about this in the first 16, I think she posted like 16 videos way back in the beginning that I had shared, but she had spoke about someone being outside her daughter's bedroom window, and now she's speaking about this, and she said that her ex basically is pretty sure that it was Don that was the one hanging around. This happened years ago. This incident that she's talking about, I guess, happened like 6 years ago or something like that.
Mhm. Yeah, that sounds like that would be Donnie. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Mm.
I wouldn't doubt it one bit. He's always been like the sneaky type, I guess you could
Yep.
say. Yeah, that would, I wouldn't doubt it.
And she said that the next morning Candace was down by the mailbox, and that's when her ex said when he saw Don that he was pretty sure that that was the guy. Now that's just her account of this. I don't know if it's true. You know what I mean? I can't say if it's true or not, but this is what she's explaining. So who knows if, you know, was he ever a creep like that? Like, did he ever like peek in on people like in the house, like when you guys were younger and stuff? Like, or was he ever creeping around?
Well, yeah, I mean, there was times that I would wake up and he would be standing over my bed. You know,
Oh my
it's
God.
just like, what are you doing? You know, it's like, what do you want? You know, and
Mhm.
he'd just kind of look at me and walk out of the bedroom. It's like, what? You know, so yeah, he's always been like sneaky and stuff like that. I don't trust him at all.
I don't either.
Yeah. You know, and he lies about everything. I can't believe the behavioral panel said that they thought that he wasn't being deceiving or anything or lying to them. Pretty
I was
much everything he said in that live or that interview was a lie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the behavioral panel was hard. I know it was hard. And I remember also too, I put out a little message from Trish a couple live streams ago, and she wanted to clear up that you guys hadn't recanted anything. Everybody here knows that. Everybody knows that you have not recanted any statement that's been made about, nor has Jeannie or Trish. That's all bullshit. And he did that to discredit. That's why he did that. He wanted to make sure that publicly on a national level, he took away or tried, because I don't believe you could take away any of your credibility. He wanted to discredit you guys.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, and Donnie seems to, if you notice, every time he comes up and starts talking about us or something, he always tries to like you said, discredit us, you know? And I
just don't think that you should get too worried about the behavioral panel, because I feel like they're not going to get involved with this particular situation, but don't think that they believe him. They may very well know. I mean, he admitted to what he did. So they already know who's sitting in front of them. You know what I mean? But when it comes to Summer, they have to keep that even keel. You know what I mean? So I feel bad because you guys probably feel like they believed him. We don't know that they did. And I highly doubt that they bought any of his bullshit about you guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe it was just the way they were saying that they believed him and they thought that he wasn't lying. Maybe I took it wrong. I don't know. I just, you know, so.
No, you have every right to feel a certain way about it. I don't blame you at all. And that would absolutely make you feel sick to your stomach, I'm sure.
Yeah. I just, when I was watching it, you know, on the first one, when they released the interview and he started saying, you know, we canted or something, or we never press charges or whatever he was thinking. I was just like, what? Okay, Donnie. All right. Well, I guess you're going to be in for a big surprise. You know, it's taken a while because of everything that's happened and everything, you know, that Donnie says online and everything, you know, it's just, they need to get, you know, it's an investigation. It's going to take a while, you know, and a lot of people are going, well, shouldn't he have been arrested by now? You know, it takes a while to get all the evidence up. And then, you know, last weekend when Donnie was on Doug's, you know, I got really good evidence there that I took to our detective. So
good.
You know, Yeah, it's going to take a while, but the more evidence they got, the better.
Um, so that's good. Make sure that you always, anything that will help Mary, make sure you send it straight to them,
Mhm. Oh yeah.
Has he been bothering you still?
Well, no, actually, I blocked him. I even had to go in and block my mom and dad because my
Oh my
mom and
gosh.
dad kept calling me like 2 or 3 times a day. And, even it got to the point where my dad was kind of threatening me and to take me to court or something if I didn't shut my mouth. And it's like,
Probably getting upset, yeah. And
yeah,
he,
it's
they're getting older and they're having a lot of like memory issues and things like that. So I'm sure this is really difficult for them and very stressful for your mom and dad.
yeah.
And all
Yeah,
of those things, like when Don goes to them and does these things, it can make their confusion worse too.
Mhm. Oh yeah, because it's like I'll be talking to my dad 1 minute and 5 minutes later he has no clue what we were even saying.
Right.
So I mean, there's even been times I've walked in the house, he didn't even know who I was, Tiff.
Yeah.
It's just, it was sad.
That's why I feel like it's so inappropriate for Don to be calling him. And at a time like that, you have to know when it's time to stop bringing things to your parents when they're older and things aren't going so well and they can't handle that you have to know. But it doesn't seem like Don has that common sense at all, nor do I think he cares.
Well, the thing about it is with Donnie and my dad, see, Donnie's been going to my dad every time he gets in trouble. He goes to my dad. And it's like he's expecting him to be there for him, to bail him out, whatever he needs. You know what I mean? And now our parents are older and all these issues are going on. And well, guess what? My dad can't help him this time. He can't.
Right.
And I don't know. Donnie just keeps thinking maybe my dad can help him out of this situation. Not this time. Nope.
There's nothing anybody can do. This is not something anybody can fix. Yeah, probably still trying to protect him.
Well, yeah, he is. He's way trying to protect him, and I guess I get it. It's his only son, and and I know he loves him and everything, but it's really sad because Donnie's doing this and he's tearing our family apart.
Yeah.
It just.
I imagine.
Really,
well, yeah. I'm so sorry that all of this has had to go on and that, it's like a family. Now it's turned into a family battle. And I feel like maybe this is all of the, suppressed years of abuse coming back now. And the timing is just bad, right? With your parents not being well. And
yeah, it is. It's a real bad time because, like I said, they're getting older, and now Donnie's made it to where I can't go over there. Trish can't go over there. We can't see my mom, because my dad don't want us over there. And it's just like, okay, this is just going to be for a while, it'll all smooth over in time. I
hope that it does. It's heartbreaking, seriously, to know that that hurts my heart for you guys, because what you and Trish and Jeannie have done for Summer is so important. And I hope that that you all did the right thing, no matter what family issues are going on and no matter how much it hurts, because I can imagine it's got to really hurt to have, your own family say that you can't go there, especially at a time like this where you don't know how, tomorrow is never promised. So It's, I'm sure really, really heartbreaking for Jeannie and you and Trish. I know it is.
Yep.
But
Yep.
do you have any regrets at all?
No.
None.
You know, I always wanted to, you know, I never wanted to drop the charges when that stuff happened between me and Donnie. You know, and back then I didn't really have a choice, but, you know, and I always wanted to like go back in and, you know, press charges. But I just always went on with my life. It was always kind of in the back, you know, background. And then stuff happens, like Summer coming up missing, and then all of a sudden all this stuff comes back. And it's like,
Came
oh
right
my
out.
God.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason. There's a reason. I truly believe in my heart that there's a reason all of this stuff came back. And I do think that there's a very, very high chance that Summer was abused that way. I really do. I mean, I don't know, and I would never say she was, but I do believe that that is a huge contributing factor here. And if it's not the reason she's missing, I do believe it was happening, and I do believe it could have been going on.
Yeah, you know, so I keep asking myself, you know, it's like there's something that we're missing, you know what I mean, to the puzzle. And I keep going over the phone calls with Donnie and all the interviews him and Candace have done. And, you know, I just keep thinking, well, maybe there's something that we've missed because Donnie's talking so much, you know, but there's little pieces that I've picked up on, you know, and I've even wrote them down in this little book that I've got. And, you know, it's just, they know where she's at. That's all I can say. They know.
I think they absolutely know. Hobie Cat, thank you very much. They just sent a little sticker and it said, my heart breaks for all of you. Team Mary, Jeannie, and Trish.
That's sweet.
You do have a lot of love here. And I know that it's not the same. And I know that when, you know, you shut YouTube off and you guys aren't close, right? In distance, I mean. So it's hard for you to go hold each other and hug one another and tell each other, you know, everything's going to be okay and go have coffee or have dinner together and things like that. But when I heard that you guys were together, I was really happy because I know that that means a lot to all of you, is being closer to one another, especially at a time like right now.
Yeah, me and Jeannie and Trish, we do a lot. Well, Trish actually just lives about a mile down the road from me.
Yep.
Me and Jeannie do a lot of FaceTime, you know, through Facebook. We call each other and go on camera. So at least we kind of feel like we're right next to each
There,
other.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Down the rabbit hole, the only missing piece is where Candace hid the body. Well, wherever Summer is. Summer is the missing piece. She really is. And
you know, right after she went missing, I was at my mom and dad's. This was probably a couple of weeks after she went missing. And even my dad said, he goes, I don't know. I don't trust Candace. You know, I don't like her. And I was talking to him and I was like, oh, really? And he goes, I think she did something with her. And I said, well, what do you think? And he said, well, I think she put her down the septic tank. You know, the opening to the septic tank where you clean it out or something. I was like, what? And he goes, yeah, so that was my dad's first thought. But then again, I've talked to my dad, you know, after that. And then he was like, well, I think Donnie got into some bad drugs or with some bad people. And that would be perfect because he's always done that. Donnie's got into really bad drugs and bad people that down here in Ogden that we, you know, nobody even wants to mess with. So, you know, that could have happened too.
What do you think in your heart about, because Mary, you never come, I don't think I've ever had you on my panel before. What do you believe in your heart when it comes to the whole entire situation. So if you were to take all of this into consideration, all of the things that Don has said, all of the things that Candace has said, what stands out the most to you of maybe like a flaw in their story? Anything that stands out to you that doesn't fit or doesn't make sense, or things that one or the other has said that the other hasn't? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, what stands
Yeah.
out the most to you?
Well, I've noticed a lot that Donnie dances around questions. Like like questions he don't want to go into or answer.
Right.
He'll like somebody will ask him something and he'll start explaining to him or something. And then all of a sudden he'll just flip and start talking about a totally different situation or whatever. And
Do you
then
ever
he,
notice
like,
that he does
Yeah.
that with Summer? When he's asked about Summer, he talks about Jeannie.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You know, he totally does a 180, you know, it's like he dances around the questions. So I've noticed that a lot, you know, and I've also noticed that when I do see Candace and Donnie together, or they're talking together, all he has to do is give her a look and she clams up, and it's
Really?
just like my mom and dad. Oh yeah, it's just like my mom and dad. You know, I can be sitting there talking to my mom, and if my dad's there and he don't want her to say anything, all he has to do is give her a look and she'll clam up tighter than you would not believe.
Wow.
And Donnie has that same hold. I can see it. Donnie has that same hold on Candace.
So if you were to guess, do you think that it's Candace or Don that like rules the roost?
I would say it's Donnie.
Don. Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, you can hear, you know, like when they're arguing or something, or Candace will say, you know, don't touch me, or, you know, like back talk him a little bit, you know, or something. But in all reality, I think Donnie rules the roost of that house.
Okay.
And, you know, same with the kids, when the boys and stuff, when he had Josie down here. Tiffany, I don't know what it was, but it was like Donnie had this hold on him, you know, that I can't explain. It was weird.
Can you describe like what you mean? What stood out to you? That was it the way that go ahead.
Like all he had to do was just give Josie a look, and Josie would shut up that fast.
That's scary. Like I get like giving your kid a look, right? And they already know what you're gonna say without you even saying a word, but it was bad is what you mean. Like came off heavy and like really noticeable, right?
Well, yeah, you know, and every time Donnie was around Josie in the house at my mom's, Josie would just hang his head down like this. He would
like he did in the interview.
Yeah, he wouldn't look up. He wouldn't talk to anybody. He was very reclusive. You know, and I was just, I even asked my mom one time, I'm like, what's up with him? Why won't he talk to me? She goes, I don't know. I guess he's just really shy. He won't talk to me either.
Oh, wow. So Josie was naturally shy and reluctant to like make eye contact.
Well, yeah. You know, I didn't know. I didn't get it. I just thought Donnie was just like Donnie's always been. A dick. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
No, you don't apologize. You're fine.
You know?
You call him a dick over here.
Right. Okay.
It's not off limits. You're so funny.
I don't know.
Are you so I was gonna ask you something else. I just forgot. I'm trying to find this picture somewhere I wanted to put up. I'm looking for it it's in my files, but it's so far away. What are you expecting from well, no, actually, have you seen what I think they're gonna do? Ronnie Lawson is gonna talk again about Summer today with Ansley Daniel, I believe. The Dr. Phil is coming out. Have you seen the articles that they just put out this morning? I showed them in the beginning, but I don't know if you saw them.
No, I just woke up and seen that you were live this morning, so I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, there's 2 articles out by WJHL. Ronnie Lawson sat down with Ansley Daniel. We haven't seen the actual interview yet. Like, I don't think it's going to release until a little while from now, but they did that. And then there's also that they have they had made a statement that they have I think they've got phone stuff. Because that was new. Hold on a sec. Let me take this down really quick. We'll put Summer up here. Oh, Jody Sue. Hey, how are you, hon? I was playing your stuff a little earlier. I'm going to go back to it in a second. But Mary came up here, so we interrupted. She actually was saying that it sounds a lot like Dawn. So the things that Jody Sue, that you were saying, Mary is saying this really sounds like Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you want to say to her? You can talk to her. She's in the chat.
Oh yeah, I just wanted everybody to know, and her too, that I believe her, because that's the exact what she's describing. That household, same when he was married to Pam and his 2 older children.
Mm-hmm. So the things that she was observing, like the bowl of soup with the fork and 4 kids, is very much like what he lived like with his first wife, Pam.
Yep.
So many people have been affected by this. Everybody, no matter who it is and whatever way it is, there's so many people that have been affected so negatively. It's so sad to watch. Like, I see what you go through, right? I see what Jody Sue's dealing with. Then you see what just basically how hard this has come down on actual people that don't even know Summer and don't even know this family. There's so much pain that has come out of this case. It's insane. And this little girl, I mean, she saved her brothers. I truly believe she saved her brothers from a life of despair. Where is she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, God, I wish I knew.
Dr. Phil isn't falling for Dawn's bullshit. I'm glad. So some people are seeing it because it's getting put out and leaked some places. And they're putting out clips. So Dr. Phil, I can't wait to watch it. Like, I can't wait.
I know.
Jody Sue says she has saved many. I agree. But it's at her expense. It's at Summer's expense. She's the only one who's not here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What you're on, so are you on I don't want to ask you. Dr. Phil comes on in 2 hours for you, right?
It's 12:30 here, 12:25, and Dr. Phil comes on at 4. So.
Okay, so it's 3. 3 your time, Darcia, yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Phil in the behavioral panel. No one believes their shit, not one.
Yeah.
Has he been trying to bother you, Mary?
That Don?
Yeah, Don.
No, actually, I had to block him.
Good.
I have. Okay, but get this. I heard that Donnie gave my phone number out. And Tiffany, the last probably 3 weeks, I have been getting phone calls at least 100 a day. At least.
Oh, no. So he gave your number out and now you're getting spammed?
Oh my God, it's just unreal. I'm about ready to change my phone number because
maybe you should.
It's totally unreal.
Maybe you should.
I'm ready to come on a live and say, oh, really, Donnie? Well, guess what? Here's your phone number and Candace's. and let everybody know his number. I can't believe he did that. I just like.
So are they texting you, like random people, or are they texting you or just calls?
Yeah, to both. I'm getting texts and phone calls. I get about 100 phone calls a day for
Oh
the
my
last
God.
probably 3 weeks. Yes.
Are they coming from 1-800 numbers? They calling from regular numbers?
There's
Like,
I'm getting calls from Virginia, Tennessee, California, Indiana,
Indiana?
a
Okay,
lot
so
from
what?
Utah.
California, Tennessee, Virginia, and Indiana?
Yeah, a lot from Utah. There's been a lot of 1-800 numbers,
Uh-huh.
1-888 numbers.
Uh-huh.
A lot of the times, because I've got a thing downloaded
They just
for
put you on a
spam.
spam list. Yeah, they might have
Yeah.
someone might have put your number right on a spam list.
I don't know, but it's crazy. It is crazy.
Do you have an iPhone, Mary, or do you have an Android?
No, I go through Boost Mobile. So
Uh-huh.
It's
So-
just Moto, but I don't know.
I know what kind of phone you have. Can you block the numbers so that they can't like repeat call you?
Yeah, and I've been doing that, but it seems like it's like I can't keep up. You know, I just keep getting more and more phone calls, and it's like I keep blocking them and blocking them and blocking them, and my phone just keeps going off, and it's like, what in the world? Are you kidding me?
That's such
Because I don't
bullshit.
answer. Yeah, I don't answer my phone if I don't know who it is, and I think, well, if it's important enough, they'll leave me a message, you know, but
Mhm.
that never happens.
They don't leave messages. Well, at least they're not, leaving you messages and texting you crazy things or anything like that. It might just be spam.
Yeah.
Sometimes all you need is just one person to sell your number off for it to, you know what, if it keeps happening, if it doesn't get better, I would change your number. And you know what, Mary, don't give it to anybody. Use a Google number for everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like get a Google number and give everybody your Google number. That way no one has your real phone number, safer that way if people want to text you or whatever. Because with a Google number, it hooks right up to your phone. You can put the app on your phone. Your phone will ring. Even when someone's calling the Google number, your phone will ring and it comes through to a completely different number. They won't have your phone number. So if you say someone on YouTube wants to get a hold of you, you can say, here's the number, right? But if that doesn't work out, you can change that number right out. It's not going to affect your phone or, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. I will definitely look into that for sure. Yep.
Please don't ask Mary about Utah. No one in my chat asked questions about anything to do with her case.
Yeah.
She can't answer those questions for you guys. That's no. I
can talk about Summer though, and Donnie, I think.
Yes, you can talk about Summer and talk about her. I would love to talk about Summer with you.
Yeah. She's so cute.
She is
kind of
cute.
hard to believe,
Mary,
that cuteness.
What do you think about the dogs? So I was talking about this earlier, and a lot of people are discussing the dogs lately. I don't know why they came back up again, but I don't know where it really started, but somebody's been talking about the dogs. The dogs always slept where Summer swang, under her tree, right? Like that was their spot. From what I can see and what I can tell, those dogs pretty much lived under that tree where all that dirt was. Like all the pictures, they're just chilling right there under her swing. Do you think that those dogs were as dumb as Don said? And do you think what do you think of the whole situation? Because I don't.
How Donnie sits and says, oh, them dogs are so damn stupid. They don't know a thing, But, I think if dogs could talk, I think them dogs know what happened to Summer, and dogs are not stupid. I don't care what kind of breed they are.
I agree.
A lot of people don't give dogs the benefit of the doubt. And dogs are smart. You know, I've had dogs my whole life, and dogs are smart.
I love that. Smarter than Don. I bet you they are.
Yep. Yep.
Jess Wu says, Mary, when Don was on the behavior panel, he tried to say that you didn't know about Summer. I could have swore I heard you say you knew about her before she went missing. Am I correct?
No, we didn't know. I mean, we knew that he was married and had kids because, you know, my mom said that he got married and stuff, you know, because every once in a while we'd go to my mom's and, you know, I was interested in what he was doing, you know, and I'd ask her like every maybe couple 6 months or something, you know, have you heard from Donnie or how's he doing? Or, you know, and my mom told me that he got married and he had kids and he was doing good. He was working, he was staying out of trouble. And I thought that was awesome because he was always in trouble, you know, when he was here. And I was like, well, that's great. But I never knew, you know, we didn't know he had a daughter. We just heard he had kids. And so, you know, when she went missing, you know, we were, you know, all the stuff that happened to us and stuff. And we just thought it would be a good thing for TBI to know what he had done to us in the past. You know, and we weren't looking for no, you know, recognition or nothing, you know, or, you know.
I don't believe in my heart, never for a second have I ever believed that you've done this for any other reason than Summer. Not and either of you, Trish, Jeannie, or you, in any way at all. I've never sensed that.
Yeah.
Never ever.
We just thought it would be a good information for TBI to have, you know.
Definitely. Of course. Yes, they need to know that. They need to know that. So you have Janice says, I like to know Mary's thoughts are on all the kids' pictures with the left side shaved and colored, plus why they shaved Summer's hair. Not that, Mary, not that you know these things for certain, because you know, people don't understand. You didn't ever meet the kids. You don't know, but you might know the lifestyle or things that he does or why he would do them as a parent. You know what I mean? Because you were around for his older children. So did you ever notice head shaving with, I don't think I've ever asked that question before. Did he ever, with Pam, did they shave their older kids' heads? The daughter? Did you ever witness that?
Yeah. Well, they shaved them all. They kept them shaved all the time because the kids kept getting lice. And I mean, they would come over and bring the kids over to our house, and then my kids would get it. And, you know, I was always trying to get rid of it from my kids. But when they started hanging around us, because Donnie was helping us, me and my ex-husband, remodel our house that we had just moved into back in 93. And so and we were remodeling for a couple of months, and Donnie kept coming over, you know, helping. And my husband was paying him to do the drywall in our house. So, you know, and then my kids, they would come over and go play with my kids. And then my kids would get lice, and I'd have to, you know, shampoo them and take care of it. And a week later, you know, they'd get it again. And it was just an ongoing thing. But, you know, and then all of a sudden you would see their heads would be completely shaved because Pam never wanted to take care of the lice problem.
Oh my God.
She's like, just shave their head. That'll get rid of them. But it wouldn't get rid of them because she had lice too. You know what I mean? So the shaving, I think the shaving of the head was just a way to get rid of them for a little while, but I'm sure they still had lice. You know what I mean?
So that would kind of, because I've never really been big on her head being shaved because of lice. I didn't really buy that theory, but knowing that it was a trend for them all those years ago, maybe, I don't know if they had lice or they didn't. I've heard stories, but
yeah, you know, I don't know about these other kids. I wasn't
Yeah.
there. That's
True,
just my
true.
opinion.
I
You
know it's
I'm
a hard
really-
question to ask anyhow, because you don't know the kids and you didn't meet these ones. All you know is his past behavior, right? So I guess that's what we would base
Right.
that off of.
But I do know they had roaches because when Donnie came down here last year, he brought them with him, and my mother got roaches. Great
Oh my
big
God.
mother roaches. Yes, dude. And it took over $1,000 to get rid of them. And me and Jeannie and my other older sisters, we all had to go to my mom's and clean all the cupboards and everything so the people could come and spray.
Oh my
And
God.
it took up until just about 6 months ago for my mom to get rid of them. It was bad. It was bad.
Holy crap. I didn't know that. Have you said that before?
No, I don't think I've told anybody about that before. But
All right.
every time, even when he was with Pam, every time they would come from wherever they were living, or every time they didn't have a place to live, they would go to my mom's, and my mom would end up with roaches every single time.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bad.
That's crazy. I did not know that.
Yeah. So, I mean, living with roaches and bugs and lice, I mean, I think that's just an everyday deal for them, So,
I don't understand that. I don't understand that life. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? It's just I've never seen people shave their little girls' heads. And like this right here on my screen is tolerable. But when they shaved her head to the skin, do you know that photo?
yeah, I've seen it.
Oh my God. Like,
Yeah, it's
there's
sad.
just something so wrong with that picture.
Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad, Tiffany. This whole thing is sad, and I've been so baffled about this case, but it seems like almost every day or every other day or something new comes out,
It's like something new every day. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So it's just crazy. Yeah.
So hold on a sec. I'm sorry. I'm just going through my chat. So he was in Utah, right, for a couple days?
No,
He wasn't.
actually, no, he went to my mom and dad's. It was a layover in Salt Lake from when he was coming
Okay.
back to California.
Mm-hmm.
There was like an hour or 2 hour layover in Salt Lake. So he took the chance. Him and Candace took the chance and came and went to my mom and dad's and took pictures and stuff. And there's one where you can see my dad standing outside with Donnie
Mm-hmm.
and Candace, I believe, or something. And everybody's like, "Oh, your dad don't look like he's bedridden. He don't look sick." I'm just wondering how. I'm sure it took both Candace and Donnie grabbing my dad by the arms, helping him out to the yard. And it probably took everything he had to stand there and smile for a 5-second picture or 20-second picture. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Because my dad gets up out of bed and he's got a cane, he's got a walker. He hobbles through the house. He can barely walk. So, I mean, he's got stage 4 kidney cancer. He's got Alzheimer's. He's got dementia. So for everybody out there, I'm just putting this out there. You're not right there with them. You don't know what is going on.
Right.
Yeah.
It's your parents, It's your
Yeah.
parents, and you have every right to feel the way that you do. Listen, Hobby Cat wrote up here, Mary's new channel has saved me. Nothing better than fabulous home cooking, and it's tasty. So You're getting a lot. Everybody in chats is always saying they love your channel. I'm so glad that you're doing it. Are you
Yeah,
doing one today? Are you making a video today?
Yeah, I said a couple days ago I was gonna do chicken Alfredo, but I ended up doing that Sunday's chicken. So I think, well, I'm gonna wait probably a couple more days to do the Sunday chicken because we just had it, and so my husband don't like having chicken, but maybe once a week or something. So
Yeah.
I think I'll probably wait till next week to do that. But I was going to ask you,
Yeah.
because I don't know much about YouTube yet, but I wanted to do a live this weekend.
Okay.
But it says, I clicked on the live button. It says something about I have to go 90 days with no strikes or something before I can do a live. But I've only been on for a month?
I can get you on. I'll help you, Mary, if you want. I can get your stream up for you. I'll just call you on the phone and run you through it or something.
Oh, okay. So
And-
I don't have to wait 90 days? Or?
Are you trying to do it through your phone? Are you trying to do it through your PC? Or are you trying to do it through a tablet?
I was going to go through my laptop.
Your laptop, you should be completely fine to run it right through StreamYard.
Okay.
How do you usually do your videos? With the phone?
No,
You upload
I've been
them?
using I've been using the laptop, and then I got like a camera that I plug into it. And then I upload the videos when I get on YouTube, and then I'll upload it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll help you what day do you want to go live on?
Well, I was thinking of doing Saturday. Trish was going to come over and help me.
Oh
and
my
stuff.
God, I love that. Yes, I'll help you get your stream running.
So, and also I wanted to do like a giveaway. I have an old vintage double wedding ring pattern quilt that I was going to give away, and I was going to do kind of a trivial thing maybe.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I will definitely help you get your stream running on Saturday. Can I just I want to pin really quick. I want to pin someone dropped Mary's channel link so I can pin it to the top of the chat for her. I don't know where it is at the moment. I know one of my mods has it. Yeah, Doobie says you got to check out Mary's deviled eggs. Your Kahlua, you crack me up. You crack me up. Like, I see you with this big pot. You were so funny. I said I want to drink. I want to drink with Mary. Hold on, there's a question for you right here. So, did Don ever talk about his boys being aggressive or any big fights with the boys?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Call you too, Carlos. Yeah. So, hold on. My email's in the chat. Though one of my mods will drop it. I don't think she's getting strikes, KNS. I think that it might be the device she's trying to get on. Maybe I don't know because when did you start your channel, Mary? It's been a couple weeks, right?
It's been about 3 weeks, I think.
You should be able to. You shouldn't have any problems going live. How many subs do you have? You got up to like over 1,000 overnight.
3,000. I'm up to 3,004 or 3,042 or something like that.
Okay, yeah, you shouldn't have any problems. I'm sure you probably have your 4,000 watch hours, I would imagine.
Yeah,
Here it is.
See, I don't have my 4,000 hours yet, but Trish was saying if I do a live, maybe I'll get my 4,000 hours.
Yeah, well, I would think you're probably really close to them. Let me go look at your channel right now. I just grabbed it from my chat. Let me see. You've got 1,000 on your last. You've got 1.7 on the deviled eggs. You've got 1.7 on the mac and cheese. You should definitely have your watch hours, I would think. 4,000 watch hours. It looked like to me you're well on your way. I would say if you don't have them yet, you probably will really soon. You have a
Okay.
community post board, so you have your, I think, well, you know what we'll do? I'll have you go look through your emails from YouTube too to make sure that you've got everything. Did you get strikes or anything?
No, I didn't. It just said it just said in there, because I hit the live button and it
Mhm.
said I have to be verified, but I clicked on that and it said you've already been verified.
Mhm.
So I'm like, okay. And then it says, before you go live, you need to be 90 days with no strikes or something. And I'm like, what does that mean? So I don't know.
I hope nobody struck you. Yeah, go through your email later. Make sure you didn't get like any kind of email from YouTube.
Okay.
Check on
Okay.
that and let me know.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and I figured I have for 3 days. You know what I mean?
Say that one
And
more time. You
on
buffed out a little bit.
on strikes,
Mhm.
don't you just get strikes if you do a live?
No, so someone like, but you're doing cooking in your kitchen, so there's nothing. I mean, what is anybody going to strike you about? There's nothing you're doing wrong. That wouldn't make any sense. You're not sharing anybody's content where you would get like a copyright strike, and you're not bullying anybody or anything like that. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to check it out.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Did I'll get in touch with you later. That
Okay.
way, by the time you want to go live this weekend, you can.
Okay.
And everybody
All right.
loves your meatloaf. Everybody's talking about your meatloaf. It's all I hear about. I'm gonna have to go look at that. I'm gonna have to go get the recipe. I'm gonna have to watch that one.
It's good.
I'm glad that you found something to do out of all of this, like something productive where you can help other people. And a lot of people are thankful for it.
Yeah. I
They really
just
like
love cooking. I love cooking so much. I moved to Vernal it's like 4 hours from here.
Yeah.
A couple 10 years ago, and I was up there for like 4 years, and it was just me and my ex-boyfriend. I never got home hardly, but maybe once every 6 months. I started collecting cookbooks, and within 4 years, I had like over 400 cookbooks when I came home.
I like to cook too, though. I'm always in my kitchen. I love to bake. I love to cook.
Yeah.
Mary is a sweetheart. Mary is a doll.
So sweet. I mean, I just love all the support and everything that everybody has been, with me, and, Doug and the lab and
Mhm.
Chris and all of them, and you, everybody has just been
Everybody's been supportive. I'm glad. And I think that as far as the community goes, everybody really does have your back, and they have Trisha's back, and they have Jeannie's back, no matter who it is. There are a couple channels out there that aren't so kind, but the support for you guys is definitely unwavering. So
Yes, and I just, I've been getting a lot of, people wanting me to, add them to my Facebook and stuff. I'm kind of scared because I don't know,
Yeah. Why don't you make
So-
a separate Facebook, Mary, for YouTube people where your family isn't? You could always make another
Yeah.
Facebook account.
Yeah, I could do that too. Yeah, I just, I don't trust a lot of people, and there's a lot of cruel and mean people out there, and I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, no, don't let anybody onto your Facebook or into your personal world. Nobody.
Yeah.
Keep everything private. Keep your family protected, and make a separate one for YouTube. People that if they need to talk to you, they can do it that way. I wouldn't add anybody to your Facebook. That's where your real life is,
Oh yeah, there was this one girl who was you know, always on Benny and that other girl's channel or whatever. But she was,
Sure. Yeah.
she was, oh my gosh. So in one of the chats, and I'm sitting there reading, she goes, okay, well, I just went over to Mary's Facebook and she's got it all private. So I'm officially.
They're trying to creep on you.
Right? So they go over to my husband's Facebook and then they start snooping.
Uh-huh.
It's like, oh my gosh, you know. So
Everyone's trying to look at all your business.
yeah, I ended up having to go block his too. So it's like, we ain't having
Wow.
this.
Mary, did you
Oh.
see all the weird stuff that Don had posted on his Facebook about like the Ozzy Osbourne songs, like the Grave Digger and all this? Did you see all that stuff on his Facebook?
I didn't see it, but I heard about it. So
Yeah.
weird.
Was that the kind of music he listened to when you knew him?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
He
so
actually
you know,
did. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
I was curious about that. I didn't know if that's his. I don't know what Don listens to. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
thought that was kind of all of those songs that he's posting up are really grim.
Well, yeah, you know, and the words and stuff to the songs,
Yeah.
it's like, why?
It's almost like you're being taunted or something with these strange things. Like I almost, you know, you have to wonder if he gets enjoyment out of it.
Well, there was one song that he posted. Somebody had just sent it to me. I can't remember who it was, but he's like, "This is for my sister Mary," and I just started laughing about it because it's like, okay, Donnie, all righty.
When was this?
Oh gosh, probably about 2-3 weeks ago or so. I'll have to go back and see what song it was. But okay,
Jody
it's all
Sue
good.
said Godzilla really did Blair over there for years. That's crazy.
Wow.
It was Eminem, right? Jody Sue, not the Blue Oyster, whatever.
Blue
Yeah.
Oyster Cult. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they try to say. It was an Eminem. It was a different song.
Oh, okay.
But I always knew. And yeah, he's a real sicko.
Yeah.
Mary, do you wanna stay or do you wanna go? I don't want to keep you up here. I'm gonna finish Jody Sue's video. You're welcome to stay if you want to, but if you got stuff to do, you can go too. I don't want to make you feel like you have to stay though.
Yeah. I'm gonna go, but I'll be back.
Okay, come back. Yeah, I'll see you around. If you need me, you know where to find me, and I'll help you with the computer. I'll get your stream set up for the weekend.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tiffany. I really appreciate all the help.
You're welcome. We appreciate you.
Thank you. All right. Well, you guys have a good day. Okay.
You too. Bye, Mary. Make sure you sub up to her, you guys. She's adorable. Like literally. Are we going to watch Dr. Phil together? You guys, I can't stream him. I can't stream Dr. Phil. I'll get a strike on my channel, so I have to do it through Discord or whatever. But I want to go back to Jody Sue's interview because it's almost over. I think we're a little bit more than halfway through. Mary is the best. Thank you guys for giving her so much love. And Jeannie, too, in the chat. They deserve to be respected and supported. Really appreciate that. You guys are so kind to them. And that is really what summer deserves, is for strong women to be around and for strong women to speak. Okay? That's what you do. Good people stand up and do what's right. They are very easy to be kind to. I agree. I love what she said about the dogs, that they're smarter than Don. I think that's a given. Dr. Phil is already on Petty Betty YouTube channel. I hope it's okay to say that. Yeah, that's totally fine. If people want to come in and leave or whatever, if they want to go do whatever, I'm going to do this over here. I don't know what is going on anywhere else, but if you guys want to go watch Dr. Phil because it got posted up somewhere, go right ahead. I'm going to finish doing this and I'm going to stream it later in my Discord or something. No matter what, we'll probably watch it anyhow. Let me see. Jody Sue says, I keep being sent some link to supposedly early copy of Dr. Phil. Yes, I think that it was posted on another channel. I can't remember the name of it at this moment, but yeah, I think there is a couple copies already out there, but you got to get them because they'll come right down. Usually YouTube takes them, snatches them down really quickly. But hold on, let me grab this again. And yeah, we'll watch Dr. Phil. Please don't hit my super chat button while I'm playing this. Just because I don't want anything coming into my channel and I don't know where the button is to shut it off. I try to find it for like ever this morning. I don't want anything coming on my channel while I'm playing Jody Sue. That's all I ask. All right. Did I do, hold on.
Yeah, until recently, and we also had animal issues and dogs disappearing and weird things to the dogs at the time. I thought, and I was like, holy crap, because I was one of the friends who were trying to piece this together with other people. And I thought it was a new revelation. So I was like, wait a minute, wasn't that when Elwood and Blondie and all that, and they kept coming back after disappearing in the woods were at the bottom of the mailbox, and they weren't there to bark at whoever this was at the window, and all these things. Was that not because it was a birthday reminder, their birthday in October, right before Halloween? Is what popped up. And I was like, wait a minute, when did the problems with the dogs start with us? Well, it coincides the exact time Peep and Tom was there on our property, and the gifts were coming. But they would come back smelling like hay, like somebody kept them super clean, and you could see rope ties around their back legs where somebody had them tied, and at first kept thinking snares or, all these things. But it didn't make sense. Somebody running has a barn, especially with hay. Couldn't figure out who it just. Either way, I thought this. I was like, wait a minute. The other night, I thought it was a revelation because I'd forgotten. But then going back through to put this timeline together, the past little while for myself and others now looking into it. Even at the time, apparently I know that, but I'd forgotten in the years in between. So then I thought, wow, wait a minute. But actually, I had noticed at the time and told other people about it in messages about the dogs and issues to them. So apparently, we weren't the only ones having dog issues around the time weird pervs are around. Imagine that. So anyway, then here's what gets me, and I thought all these years was targeted towards me, right? Even up until recently, in the past few days, we think about this and we think about it. We're trying to puzzle it through. It occurs to me, my daughter at the time was co-sleeping. Andy was out of town. So she was right beside me and behind me, though. Guess how old she was? 5 and 6. And she was the only little girl on the road at the time. Just like she ended up being before we moved. Somehow again. Also, what strikes me as weird is that the Peep and Tom thing kind of stopped after Summer was born. Which wasn't long after. Kind of just went away. And then I start thinking, you know what's weird? And I thought it's been weird after I figured out how old. I've never doubted the Utah thing or the sisters, not once. And as a matter of fact, Don turned to me not long ago, just a couple weeks ago, and told me, and I can pinpoint an exact date for that too. I look at the one video after the red truck crashed on the hill with the Twitters not long ago. Because it was, I think, that night and the next, I don't know, I've got some things, I can give you an exact date. Told me that he done that. He had absolutely sexually assaulted them. But Daddy was like, oh, they're whores, whatever. Like, no. But I never doubted their Utah story, you see, because I knew enough about Utah that when it was just a text message being shared online, they knew what I knew to be true about Utah. So I knew they weren't lying. So I never had to have Dawn tell me anything. But then when I found out their ages, in comparison to Summer, and now I'm putting together that age with my own and our separate incident 5 and 6 years ago. And the dogs. It bothers me greatly. And they all may just be coincidence. 5, 6, 5, 6. And years in between is that, right? There's 5 or 6 years going in between incidents. Summer missing. And also what strikes me is weird. There was conversations during the same time that the peeping Tom was acting on our property. Carly Trent went missing 2 different times, although she was found and with, the guy. But, definitely not Dawn involved there. But these numbers, the pattern, 5, 6, 5, 6, including in between incidents. I don't know if it means anything. It could really just be, because human brains enjoy trying to put patterns together. And I'm not trying to make anybody look guilty that's not, or innocent, or in any way. But I find it strange myself. I find it strange that I was seeing, the guy come and go in the red Toyota. A guy in a red Toyota. For weeks prior, that didn't seem like he belonged, didn't seem like a drug addict, didn't seem like all those things. And the other woman down there with the yard sale was seeing the same guy in that same Toyota. And then it's understandable that they vanished out of our home. But why did they also vanish out of the other one? They didn't belong in either. And if Andy was right and there was two working together the night that he almost caught him, there was 2 this time. And you see, that's where that comes into place. Chase story. See, Penny and new pieces and parts. And that's why they were so pissed. Last piece before I had a scammer could figure it out. And they called me greedy because I was asking about the money, but you want to know why? It was because you can't trust a motherfucker on little shit. And by this point, I knew what everything was. But that little shit Nask got it, and nothing transpiring told me that the big shit, especially after 10 minutes, it's missing in that video still from Q and John Q, was exactly what we thought it is, and it still is. Where's that 10 minutes? I don't care if that 32, 33 reaches to us. There's more right here. And now I feel like it's reaching the hill, too. Since Brad's made his appearance. And Key's done this mysterious vanishing act. And everybody keeps telling me, watch out, there's dangerous people, die around people, this, people that. You know what? Me and Death are old friends, bud. And y'all can keep on with the DCS calls and bullshit, talking to me and my kids and doing the victimizing. It's really like sitting here every day besides that. I mean, it really is. But I've dealt with that for 26 years. Y'all aren't a drop in the bucket. So, I don't know what to tell you. I'm very much going to keep speaking and doing what's right. I'm not going to lie for any of you. I'm not going to change my story for any of you. I heard what I heard, and I saw what I saw. And that includes things that's still not for the public to know or you to know. But I know the story of where Summer was last seen. It's changed about 93 times before the cops even got there that day. I know that you keep trying to keep the boys quiet about the dogs. The stories about the dog changes. Constantly, including Dawn's old stupid mutt thing the other night. I ain't stupid. There's something up in dogs more even until the time I left Ben Hill. Those dogs have been the key from day one. It's puzzling out why for me. But either way, this whole thing is messed up as our circus sideshow. And a dirty one. There's criminal, everything's afoot everywhere, behind every little pad you lift up. Makes one wear a tinfoil hat most days. And it's like, now there's pieces I don't say because it's going to disrupt things. But it's like, I watched the other day as we were interviewing for the news a couple weeks ago now. People sit in the road and film us, and then we got followed right on our bumper from that after the news crew had left, all the way back to where we're going almost. And then the car turned a place it had wanted to actually go there. It would have taken the other exit long before it. It didn't. It wanted to make sure that we were coming back out this way. Then you have the folks in the yard showing up and filming my daughter and all these other things. You know, that at this point we're terrified of even send her back to Hogwarts again. And, you know, like, it's disrupting any hope of normality she has. And the healing process that we're all into. And it shouldn't be that way. Y'all are going to target more kids. In the name of what? Money? Crime? What in the hell is worth this to you all that y'all act this crazy on the ground, have affairs and this many pies? Are willing to fuck up a real child's investigation? I don't understand. There's a lot more here at stake than just money. I promise you. But anyway, after the filming of us, obviously, people knew we had. And then I started getting hints in my inbox from all kinds of fake sources. Doing this WHL drop of hints and things like that. Trying to get me to cough up that I'd spoken, basically. I was like, no, I don't know. But it's weird that come up within, like, literally an hour or two after these interviews had taken place. Which tells me YouTube had been one watching. Or Brad Chase, and they want to know what the hell I was up to. One of them, somewhere, somehow, fake Fed, people they have all acting as one to be the fake Fed. Hell, I don't know. And then backwards threats start coming after. I won't cop up the WJHL stuff at night, right? It phrased to me like it was other people that were gonna have problems at the same time. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that up to others. I'm not gonna touch on it. But it was direct threats worded in a way where it wasn't direct enough for me to be able to be like, dear police. Some scary ass shit. Just like I know, like, Hatter's been on their Facebooks for a while. He's messaging, they're talking to him. Bothering him, telling him I'm a liar about something I absolutely heard. But what bothers somebody about suddenly now, not so much prior, but suddenly bothers them about me going, And since they outed it themselves and gave that information to Hatter that I wasn't really going public with, but I hadn't been touched on much. But I absolutely did hear a certain point there when it was screaming at them, "What did you do? What did you do?" And it was one of the points that day looking for some of the new stuff to come to her. This was not, she's missing. This is something that, just. So, yeah, trust me, it was sad. I know it was. I do not doubt. And I mean, it was loud and clear as a bell. And they reply back, "Nothing, mama, nothing, mama. I swear, I swear." So what's the problem now? Why tell somebody I'm a liar? Didn't tell me that to my face all these months. Didn't have a problem with that for all these months. Now all of a sudden we don't want that out. Don't want it known to be truth. Why is that? Profit? Or because it makes somebody seem guilty? Even if you're not. I get it. And I've told y'all I'm gonna stop fucking lying. Told y'all. I mean, even if you ain't done nothing, stop lying because it just makes you look like garbage. Just for once, lay those masks down. Be like, we are garbage. We look like crap. Help us find our daughter. Quit trying to make you look better over. That would be the most helpful thing. But instead, now you want me to join that game and start lying and being shady? I don't think so. And hell, and even for my own gain, you want me to do it so you can gain. That's what's fucked up. Like, that's like, oh yeah, just go ahead and change your story and lie to the feds so you can help us. While you can go to prison for, I don't know, lying to the feds. Are you kidding me? Who thinks like that? I'm not changing anything because everything that they know is true for me. Because it is true. It is fact. And you or anybody else are going to scare me away from it, make me back down, make me change my story, especially so you can profit off summer missing. You still working, y'all got money, pay child support, fix teeth. Worry about summer first, though. Shit. But don't try to ever, I'm sure we won't talk again, but make me misremember or do, and that's the thing, it's like the same thing India's done. Like I've told you, predators all have the same type of string to them in between, right? Runs. It's the thing with all of them. So that's why everything you hear comes back to Andy, right? Or this or that. These people abuse me from the YouTube thing. They're using the same tactics because they're predators. Andy uses the same tactics because he's a predator. Their faces are nice, right? Oh, but they're good to me, right? No. And when you try the same tactics on me that Brad and Penny and all these others have used, and Keys and everybody, they've tried the nice sweet, they've tried the threatening, they've tried the scared, they've tried to do dramatic pushes, push me to PTSD mode to make me do something all of a sudden that they want me to do. It's all the same thread, and it's easy to see. Don't do that to me. And I'm sure we won't speak again. That's fine. I don't care. I'm off that hill. Like I told you the other night, when you're all like crying and stuff, and I'm like, girl, don't cry for me. I'm free. I'm free. These kids and I are free. We've gained our freedom. We're good. Worry about you. Get the hell away from there. But even those tears I bet weren't real. And watching your face the other night and how you lied to me and tried to con me, manipulate me gives me great doubt on what I see and heard from your face first day summer went missing when you come in that driveway. I was the last person on this earth you should have tried to play those YouTube games with the other night. Hell, honestly, I was your one, like, maybe they didn't do it in person. Like, well, if she heard a scream, maybe there's a chance at. And even I've always been willing to be like, hey, maybe we're wrong on that scream or something, you know? But here you are, you're willing to do that, like, for money. For money. Profit. That's a damn shame. And I don't know what to say to anybody. There's so many mixed pieces here, so many moments, so many years, so many things I've seen and heard. But I know I wake up every day wondering what I've done, did. Being out on the property, moving things around, moving out there, putting up, the stuff like, the lines and hunting property stakes. Did that push up somebody's timeline? What if this? What if that? What if? What if? What if? You know what I don't wake up every day doing? I don't wake up every day wondering about how I can put money first. And I moved back up here just so people couldn't accuse me of that and the other and all kinds of things. So I'd have also more control over my own videos. And even if my life is a living hell right now and all the stress and things I don't need, I still worry and I'm still digging hell. And part of what doesn't make sense to me is like, if you were involved from this fundraisers came from the get-go, I wouldn't have signed that waiver. Or maybe you did, but then were advised against it at a certain point, and that's why there was so much confusion on YouTube about it. I don't know. Like, why wouldn't you be okay with that to make more? I just don't know. And that merch for summer been up since June. So the whole time was there money coming in from it? I know money's been coming in the whole time I was still living there because I see it myself and you mention it and all these things. But why this time? Why this so important all of a sudden for me to be asked to change my story and we think that and told remember it wasn't. Yes, it was. That was definitely the last time I saw Summer and definitely exactly what happened. And so were all the other events I mentioned. And the police were called. We're trying to get all the police calls and the records for the time that Andy had almost caught them because we did call the cops. And I remember being a point of attention. That's why you often say it takes them 2 hours to get there because it really did that night. It took the cops like 2 hours to get there to respond to the call we made. It was like the people. No. That call did happen, and but we're having issues trying to locate it, call the report, whatever. And I don't really want to cross county lines for it, but people are. So anyway, there's records, conversations to prove I didn't from years ago when it was happening actively and otherwise, and the timelines and the dates to show I didn't just pull this piece out of my ass since somewhere missing. It really it was happening, transpiring. That did happen in those timelines when my daughter was the same age. This is, so anyway. And whether Andy's right or not, whether it was done, I don't know. But he's maintained that, still does, or did anyway, until a couple weeks ago. And I guess it's whatever, but I think he told the feds that as well. And the card TV, the real one, not the fake one. These YouTubers have real. And and I think he maintained that it was Dawn, and I think he had a second opinion there, but he says Dawn. And there's other things. It's like the Utah thing. Another thing, it's like here's another little girl involved before that happens. And all of a sudden, DCS case happens, and we're given a bullshit reason for it too, right? And then before DCS can come, there goes Dawn, one of the other kids up to Utah, suddenly, and the little girl vanishes from property, which when she's alive and well, don't get me wrong, she's alive and well. But all of a sudden, after being over for weeks and months straight, all of a sudden she's gone. DCS case is opened, and Dawn and the other one leave state. And they come back, and then this happens this summer, and I don't know, there's so many pieces here, y'all. Well, I guess there's still things I'm not willing to say. Certain stuff I'm not going to touch on right now. Things that are out there in the open because of the Hill the other night talking to Hatter that I wasn't going to say publicly. There you go. And, but telling me that the feds have you in there, but yet they didn't come back and tell you they already been here 3 days before. Suddenly you're going to pretend like you didn't know nothing about that truck and seen it in person, been around it. Like, are you kidding me? And then don't know where Andy's at, blah, blah, blah. You don't need this, you don't need that. You ain't the feds. Have them come ask me. And they were here. They knew. You were snooping to see what happened with your call. You were snooping because your PIs suck. Chase and Brad suck. Keys sucks. All too lazy to do your own damn research past Google. You want his information handed to you. And then you want to make somebody else look guilty. You want to discredit somebody else. You want to sling mud at somebody else like you've done since day one. To make it try to stick anywhere it will, besides your own dope dealer, besides your own people, besides this, besides that. I don't know why. I can't speak why. Maybe you're afraid you get arrested for something you did or didn't do. I don't know. And you're trying to get it to go anywhere. Maybe there is real concern. I thought there was for summer from that end. But now apparently like pennies and teeth and everything else are worth more. It's even worth enough for you to ask me of all people to change my story. So it must be a hell of a lot. But I know that in my world, there's no amount of money that can buy a soul. But I guess there's a price for it. But mine's not for sale. So. What's this for? Oh. Okay. I'm not doing that. Let me come in and I'll see and check the website out first to make sure it's legit before we go putting in my social.
It's the official one.
I don't care what you say right now. I couldn't.
It's not the website. It's that.
Okay. All right, I'll come in that in just a second. I'll come take care. Are you like that or I'm taking it almost?
It isn't just the tomato and mustard on it. It was lettuce and then it's drenched in mayo.
Okay. I'll take it and get you. Okay. And but I'm not selling my soul. And I guess people missed my story the other night. Even detriment to myself. And trust me, this whole process has been detrimental to me, my health. Unfortunately, everybody around me. And it slowed our process of healing. Taking away time I needed for other things. costing me financially running around with pennies I don't have to spend right now. And I'm not over trying to make money, nor am I doing so. I'm still taking care of me and mine. And nobody free price on earth is gonna, I'll lose friends, whatever it takes to do what's right. And this is not a joke. This is your damn daughter is missing. This is a child that's missing. She's not mine by any means. Nor am I trying to be like, look at me, I'm a hero. I can give a crap less. But I do care about what criminal stuff's back behind this. I want to know where it links up. I want to know where it stops. I want to know if these people have had something to do with Summer. I want to know where exactly it leads back to with all the weird strings here pulled. And at this point, after the other night, I want to kind of know if maybe one of you all's involved. So I know something after the fact. Because I can't say now. The other day, I would have still maintained, well, Candace is not involved. Now, after that show, Facebook chat the other night, nah. I'm not gonna do that. I already did that once with my best friend, eons ago, 2 years ago. I kept discounting myself, and I kept trying to excuse, and I kept trying to say, and that almost got me hurt. And I won't do that again for anybody else, especially not somebody like, no offense, but you. He and I were super tight, and the only thing we have in common is that damn heel and abuse. And I tried over the years, tried. And there's a common thread there between us. And I don't want to hurt any other victims of domestic violence. It's a fact. Because you really are going through it. I heard it even the other night, and it wasn't pretend while we were FaceTiming, whatever the hell. I heard it. Live in real time, just like I did for years there. Didn't have to be on YouTube to hear the stupid bitches, the kind, whatever else. Heard it live in real time. I know narcissists when I see one and meet one. That's the thing about him. Yeah, I've been around murderers and thieves and all kinds of people you can't even imagine through years. Rapists, even pedophiles. But Dawn, it's like I told the cops, there's something about Dawn. I'm pretty good at naming people, and my soul feels them a mile away. I can tell you what type of they are. But Dawn has always struck me as just some flavor of something I couldn't name, and I still can't put a name to it. And that's a fact. But even in the same breath, it's like, right before we moved completely out of bed here, still was more fun with him in the dark in a car out of town than I would be Andy. Whatever. Because I know whatever flavor Dawn is entirely different. I know the danger presented to him by Andy, you know what I'm saying? But there's still something there. I still can't name the flavor for you. So, hi Jesse. Love you. Miss your face. Message me. And we will go out and eat or something if you want, okay? But don't announce where you're working at or anything on here, okay? I don't want these people off YouTube and everywhere else. And I hope you can read my mouth. My hand too tore up to do sign language today. But don't mention where you're working at or any personal information so I can't get it. And maybe when my hands get better, I can do ASL again. But I know you can read my mouth. So, and hopefully you've got your end. But I love you. And if you want, we'll go out and eat. Okay? but just message me in the inbox. And for everybody, Jesse and I have sat together since they started intermediate in elementary school. And Jesse is hearing impaired. And everybody kind of treated Jesse, whatever. But him and his interpreter picked me. And me and Jesse have been like that for years. And he has the best hugs. And he's one of the sweetest people you could ever meet. And if you ever want to meet the kindest soul on earth, he's your guy. And the locals around here and my garden friends, they know. So, anyway, Jesse hugs are the best. But we got to do the little hatch the duck or chick thing together too. But we sat together for as long as we could until our classes split. But Jesse's my peeps. Anyway, and thanks to his interpreter, I learned ASL. So, anyway. Oh, Jess, I can't see what she's saying. I got my glasses off so other people can't see my screen. I don't know if I want that one, Jesse. But I have some people on push out planes. Wait until the internet runs with that one. There'll be more fresh babies comments. Oh, Lord. Y'all know how I like them fresh babies. But I don't think that's a job for you, pal. Jess, I like to see me smile too. Doesn't happen an awful lot, but it does happen. And lately, I've been forgetting to smile again because I was learning how after Andy. And the past few weeks have been a little stressful. So, yeah. But you always make me smile, so there's that, right? But I love you. You holler at me, we'll go out to eat. I'll swing by, visit something at least, okay? It absolutely is, Jesse. I'll agree with you there. Laughter and smiles, even in the darkness. So, you gotta let the light shine, right, Jesse? Anyway, guys, yeah, so, like I said, I'm not changing my story for anybody, because it's fact and it's truth. And, I don't claim to hold all the pieces, and I know better minds than mine are working on it, and I trust them, especially the feds. They do hold all of the pieces that I do. I mean, I've given, and if they have a million more questions and want me to sit in a room for a million more days, I'll answer, I'll tell, I'll do whatever the hell is needed of me to help find something. So, and because I know because of this tonight, I'm going to be asked a million times, why didn't you just look up? I have, man. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Well, because, it's our job to tell cops first and leave things alone. It's not our job to run it and tell YouTube or Facebook or whoever else first. If we don't, then we must be lying or bullshitting or whatever. And your business. And when people act stupid and put this stuff out online and make people have to defend themselves. And so there's proof out here that this is going on and occurring. So I just don't come out with it at once and I sound Fruit Loops. At least there's a discussion every, a few days. And it's okay, here's the timeline. Here's what's happening now. Here's what's happening now. Because these videos make a mistake or the trail very much so between all of these things. So there's timelines and dates and activities in between and a record of. And I'm well aware, just I've been from day one. I mean, I'm sure cops see these things and it's fine, and I'm sure they gather body language and eye movements and all kinds of things off of them and make sure everybody stores whatever and motives, and that's fine with me because I have none. You know, um, I definitely do want attention brought to domestic violence. Obviously, if that was happening on Facebook prior to all this stuff with YouTube and things, and other people are swinging left and right, going, "Oh, but I did hear domestic violence." Everybody in this town, some of whom can vouch for me here, have seen it in person and heard it. My posts have been me over all of my profiles for years. It's not a hidden secret. And I've spoken about it on my Facebook prior to all this. Like, I don't know what to tell you. But, and so they're like, well, a real domestic violence victim wouldn't be out in the open, wouldn't show their face. And, well, hell no, I understand some, but hell, Andy knows where I'm at. It's another box he put me in there, flying monkeys he's made that he knows run and tell him. And he can up a story like he does every few days and ask him, well, this, well, that, well, blah, blah, blah. But see, the cops don't know that. Feds don't know. Nobody cares. Because when I told him done was done, and nobody believes me. And he's going to stand there, he's going to act like the victim. And poor that he's someone be mean to him on Facebook or smearing him or doing whatever. No, I'm not. I'm just outing him in that mask like I haven't mentioned for years when he's out here trying to pull me and everything else from all these cashiers and dope testics and whatever else with the same song and dance he's done for years. Jody Sue's a bad guy. I'm a good guy. Look at poor country boy me. No. Jody Sue's never been quiet. I'm not gonna cower and do the trouble for that either. I'll show my face and speak my story all I want. And if I can do so in the name of other people and domestic violence victims, so be it. So there you go. I'm sorry. I didn't know I had to hide for comfort and well-being and everybody else. They can do this to pretend some more of the crap is all behind closed doors and be comfortable at night when they sleep and want to pretend that a 1-800 hotline helps real domestic violence victims escape things, because it doesn't. Tried for years. These things are useless, beyond useless. And they do siphon money for one person to sit at the phone and answer it and give you more useless number that go nowhere. Or the shelters will only keep you for a few days. It won't take your kids because one of them is male. Or the system lowers any help you can have to levels you can't even survive on with your children once you do escape. So there's really no hope when you're trapped with your damn abuser. Like, the whole system's set up against domestic violence victims. But yeah, go ahead and keep handing them those 1-800 numbers. And y'all keep telling them they shouldn't have their faces in public or speak publicly because, well, if you cared about anything, like, anyway, and the thing is, even that racket's only for the court, right? Because these shelters only keep you long enough. What? Make a police call, get you an order of protection, do DCS. That way, you worry as a mother, my kid's going to be taken. It's just going to happen because here we were, like, in the middle of a situation. Why am I the one being punished? So these moms don't speak out. They don't run. They stay. Because the one thing that matters the most to them are their children. But they keep you long enough just to get wrapped up in court. More money for the system, but not help for the victims. And then what happens? See, same thing happened to me down here in Hawkins. My order of protection of my daughters was made a joke, even denying temporary child support. And then meanwhile, they know, even in court, that he's running around with advanced tax credit. He can't legally have is supposed to be at home with the children. That he can't even legally claim by the IRS next year because he's not taking care of them. You're just spending it with the new one. Anybody do anything about that? Nope. So not only is he keeping money and not paying for his kids, he's taking money from them. Anybody care about that? Nope. Here I am. I'm the one taking care of them like I always have. Struggle busting. You know what I ain't doing? Not only am I worried about my own children, I'm worried about Summer. I give a shit also about this criminal ring who obviously has their hands in other missing children's investigations too. That is right. Other families and victims have been harmed by these same YouTube people and will if it continues. And if laws aren't made to shut these people down and keep them from ever doing this to more victims and families again. And who knows at this point if Summer's case hasn't been so messed up by them that it may cost her, if it hasn't already. But here's the other hill more worried about damn teeth and money. Girl, I got one out here in the front that's, shit, I guess it's going to come out. I'm going to do the hillbilly thing because I have real kids to worry about. So do you. But you're going to worry about profit. What the hell? At least mine's from radiation and not dope smoking. I know it's low and petty. There you go. Yeah. There you go. That's the damn truth. That's how I feel about it. And all the years me acting like it was some point of pride. Like, I don't know who you talk to in regular conversations. Be like, oh, I tried messing it up. It's got my word all messed up. I'm like, how the hell do I respond to this to somebody? Like, anybody in this town knows how much I hate a junkie and meth head. I can't stomach it. Me and most of my friends died. So many funerals. So many lives lost, kids hurt around here because of that shit. I got family members that are on, like, bad every day. I kind of hope they just go on because the amount of suffering they cost themselves and us is astronomical. The toll. And I know, I wait every day for that call too. Found them in a ditch. They got murdered over. Like I can't even be near them because how I can't even stomach looking at them. So for people coming to me and like, oh, that's the topic. It's funny. It's not cute and funny to me. Like it's one of the things I hate the most, especially living in this area. It's every time you stop to a gas station, it's 6 people you knew from high school. If you even got that many classmates left, run up to you, can I buy a cigarette? Can I have $10? Can you give them a ride? And they don't even recognize them, and they're twitching there. You've got Narcan carrying around the car trying to save people. But it's catch and release from here with that type, so I don't know. Either way, I don't know what to say. Anybody just, the weird part to me, it's like, a trail cam. All them days I hadn't checked it, and I was waiting on a card reader, and then y'all find out I got a cam. Almost the same day that people were seen buying that meth pipe at a store across from KFC, where everybody's been going. It used to be a bookstore, nice one of my favorites, and they turned it into a meth bubble / cigarette / beer store. There's fucking East Tennessee for you, right? And the next day I find the busted bubble at the bottom of my driveway. And then at night I hear gravel crunching below footsteps from your driveway. And I hear the lid of trail can open and close. And then the next thing on it is Andy leaving for work the next morning. It's the next thing picked up. And then I get the card reader that afternoon. Whole week's worth of shit's gone. But it caught every search team, every cop, everything else in there that day. But I'm supposed to believe a whole week's worth of shit's gone. And only after, and I had stopped that day. Run over like his ass was on fire when he seen us looking where that meth bubble was busted. All of a sudden, like, hey, and then where are your cameras? What the hell's that about? I don't know. So many things. So many things. So, I don't know. But you see, like I told you, one thing I've not done my whole life, and there's not one person on this earth that can ever tell you I was an addict of any kinds, because I've never been. I've never been a user, a partaker. Now, back in my youth, I mean, anywhere around here, I mean, you try everything, right? And especially when I was young addict, I want to know what the hell was more important than me when I was also a kid, and my POS own father, drugs were more important there too, right? So I wanted to figure out what was more important than feeding me. Why it was that I went to sleep half the time in flower planters curled up so weird drug addicts didn't lay eyes on me, and why it was that mom was getting beat, and all these horrendous things my own child. I wanted to figure out what was more important. So many years I was like, well, we'll try this, we'll try that. Never could find something more important. Couldn't figure it out because all that shit sucked to have more important things to buy, like books and CDs and tangible items and food and hanging out with friends at the mall and skating and wherever else. I mean, dope wasn't it? Unfortunately for my friends and half Northeast Tennessee, that's not the case. But yeah, there's not one person on this earth that can ever tell you I was on drugs or an addict, because I never have been. So, not my thing. So my brain cells are just fine and intact, unlike some people. I remember just fine. I mean, like anybody, it's like the other day I got woke up with that particular call. And it's hard to think someday because my body, my system, no thyroid. And so it takes me a little bit to start up like a cold agent, and my speech to even out. That was way before the stop sign. What are we doing now? Okay. And things like that. So, and some things get lost in translation or mixed up first wake up. My things have stayed consistent, and I have no reason to lie. I have none. I have nothing to gain. I do have everything to lose. And by any, like, it's taking time out of my life. It's taking time out of my kids. It's whatever, for my peace, sanity. I mean, you know. It's been a rough year or two, guys. But I'm used to it, and I'll keep carrying on. And but what I won't do is change my story or the facts for anyone for any reason, not for any amount of money, not for any price on earth. So there you go, and that's where I'm at. I found all that apology the other night. I still don't know exactly why it was done to me, who was in the background with that call, because there definitely was something. Because of the pretend stupid about the truck and the pretend stupid about where I'm actually at and not knowing certain things and trying to make me agree with. When she said that about, no, I remember it was me getting out of the shower. No, it wasn't. So who are you saying that for? Right? Who's listening that you don't want to actually know? Because it's not been an issue with me in all these months. So who suddenly do you not want to know that truth? And you want me to say that openly so that, just like you want me to agree with something I know not to be true. Last time I seen Summer, she was getting out of the shower with dog. Facts. So what's worth you lying about and trying to have me lie about now? And then, if you notice, all you're met with was silence and a look. Because it was like, I'm not agreeing with you on that. Because I know it not to be true. You're not going to get me to do that. So, I guess we're no longer friends, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. So, whatever. But those are the pieces. Those are the facts. Like I said, there's still some things there that are only and need to be kept for other reasons. There are things that are also just, I said them, it's just me slinging mud, being Prayer Garden or Jenna or whoever, and I'm not in that for this either. But I'm sure by the end of the night or tomorrow or 3 days from now, you're going to hear mud slinging by that hill. And I don't care. I don't care what lies they want to make up. Promise you, ain't the one. There'll be more discrediting of Jody. There'll be more, she's guilty, look at this, and target her and her kids that. And it'll be heralded by Squall or Q or this and that and the other. I don't care. I don't care. And here's the thing for me. There are certain levels of sociopaths, narcopaths, people that they can pass polygraphs. Those usually include people that can hurt animals and children in the whole lineup, right? Not just one or the other, or not just one that can beat on women. And that has always been a question I've had, and I've asked it of others along the way here. If I could be wrong. Because I just don't know how they pass polygraphs either, if the truth is what they've been given papers and things all along. Like that panel the other day, I don't know how in the hell they come back with that conclusion, because I knew everything with the first 15 was nothing but a lie. And everybody else this whole time is like, they've been like, well, the age, this, they've got the kids wrong. Man, they always have. The whole time I've known them. I've watched her sign them kids up wrongly here because she can't remember the damn ages of the kids. So it ain't just him, it's her too. But how in the hell that panel ever came to the conclusion they came to? He wasn't just a dead ass liar like, I'll never know. I just never knew. And I guess I'm not calling it Dr. Phil, but what I am saying is that's just a little funny to me. I don't know. I feel like so many people are involved in this craziness. And that even at that level, clicks and views are important. TV, like, and you put certain panel analysis until, and people suddenly get PR reps and these teams are like, and then the analysis is, and they come up with an entirely different thing than the rest of us that are like standing there that have been the ones to care for their mom or the ones that know all these things. We're like, what the hell? What the hell? I don't know, guys. All I know is there's the damn facts. The world's crazy and all about profit and clicks, views, audience. I don't know. The rest of us down here on the ground that know these things in real time, in real life, though, we're left going, what the hell? What the hell? Every day. So anyway. And we've just let it be for the most part. And tried to concentrate everything on Summer. Homemade screenshots. It's like homemade cookies, though, Stacey. They're rare these days. Hey, by the way, my cookies are homemade. That's all I'm saying. I'm store-bought, bitch. They're terrible. I have a recipe out here. Yeah, these days we'll figure all this out, and I'll start doing like cookie recipes, because my cookie recipes are. I love my own cookies. But what's that? Ida Garden store-bought's fine right now, because I got enough stress, so I am buying a hell of store-bought. Pro tip: never follow her cheesecake recipe. It's one of the most awful ones in the world, and there's so much easier ways to do it. You know, when I used to do catering, people would ask for that. And I'm like, man, please do not ask me to make the Ida Garden one anymore. I have better ones that are easier to make. Stop that. Terrible. That woman's the devil. Anyway, so I don't know what else to say tonight, guys. Now, let me jump back on if I thought of something I forgot that's important in between or that needs to be clarified before the rest will takes off with it. What I'd like to see is tomorrow is for everything to be better summer. The interviews coming out, Dr. Phil, whatever else I would like to see tomorrow solely concentrated on summer instead of a circus and YouTube and shares, clicks, likes, pushes of cash to people that definitely don't need them, making money off of summer, or trying to change their little reputations or make enough videos throughout today, tonight, and tomorrow to where the whole system's reset and these newcomers to this show after it goes national aren't taken in by these same cons and given money. So, all that are with me, start making the comments and chats under all your accounts. Oh, well, scam, whatever the hell you need to do, even if it gets you blocked. That way it alerts the newcomers. And that these people are not getting likes, clicks, views, subscribers, or cash pushed to them. Keep it about summer. Keep it about summer tomorrow. That light needs to shine on her. I don't care what I've said here tonight. Forget it tomorrow. Let the light shine on her. Let these people's eyes and ears pick up her picture from the TV out from the police departments. Let them share it. Hopefully somebody knows something. Hopefully it's enough attention locally, because I promise you, even half locals do not know about summer half the time. Somebody might know something. They might know the driver of that truck that's a needle in a haystack around here, because there are literally tons of them. They might actually know something. And maybe it's the driver that, that would have been like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe they know something. Maybe somebody sees summer somewhere around the country. But at this point, I don't trust these YouTube people, especially now if Potato people are involved. And in my inbox and see the closers that are all connected. I just don't trust anybody. Maybe you're the ones taking off kids to make money, reward money, scam money. I don't know. But where there's that much darkness behind something, there's definitely other crimes. Sex trafficking, drug trafficking. I'd love to know myself. And the thing that definitely went international the other day. Hell, even Interpol was notified. So, keep it about summer. She's somewhere. Summer matters. Summer being filmed matters. Keep it about summer tomorrow, summer solely, but also shut these YouTubers down. Keep them from profiting off of her. Let the new ones coming in nationally that do not know about summer know that those YouTubers are not to be trusted. That it is a con and a scam they're not to be profiting off of. There's a whole other story back there. Do not let these newcomers fall for the reset that is hard to play tonight and has been all day today. Let it be about summer. Keep it from going to those YouTubers. Y'all share her picture information. Keep sharing. And make sure the newcomers to this do as well. Summer matters. Getting her picture, her information out there is what matters. Having her found, and whatever predator has done this behind bars, so they can never do this to another little girl or community again, is what matters. And I promise you, I don't care who you are, and I don't care if we know each other. I don't care if you're a stranger to me by the time this is done. When they find you, whoever you are that did this this summer, I'm going to be right there waiting to push a needle into your arm or laughing at you as you're sentenced to whatever it is. She may not be my child, but I care. This was sick. This was wrong. And that day's coming. So, y'all keep it about summer tomorrow. Keep the light on her. I know this extra drop tonight is not hope. I know what's going to happen with it tonight. But y'all help turn the tide. Keep it about summer tomorrow. All of it. and you let the newcomers know in any way you need to stay the hell away from this particular set of YouTubers. Do not push money to them. Okay? Keep it about summer. Summer. But I love you guys. Like I said, I may pop on once, twice more, depending on what kind of circus clown goes on after this. I need to clarify for somebody before they try to make me a murderer or complicit or whatever it is they want to do now to discredit me, okay? So anyway, I'm sure there'll be 900 fucking calls that terrorize me and my children some more bullshit happens. All because we're trying to do the right thing here. Like I said, not afraid to do the right thing, even my own detriment. So, anyway, love you guys. You know, let the light shine. Summer.
Jody Sue, thank you very much for doing that video last night. And I think that it's important that I say, because in the video, Jody Sue says, that she wants everything to stay focused on summer today. And I think that's exactly what Jody Sue was doing in that video. So it's important to know. I haven't seen Dr. Phil yet. You guys want to give me a brief overview of what happened? Do you want to put it in the chat? I don't care. Anybody can talk about Dr. Phil. I know my mod said not to, but you can't really, you can't control that. People come in and they go out, and they come in and go out, and they write stuff in the chat or whatever. I don't know what happened because I didn't watch it. Mama Bear says, thank you, Jody Sue. Sorry I was spelling your name wrong earlier. You are so strong and very courageous. We can't thank you enough. Yeah, I appreciate Jody Sue speaking out very much. And I just came across a clip, a news clip where Jody Sue was standing outside where the balloons all were. I don't know what church that is. Gypsy says, I Googled it. The Cornbread Mafia was a huge pot growing operation. We will rename this ring if that's what we are with. Huh? Oh, I will be, Gigi? I didn't get my hopes up. I had no expectations of it. So usually things work out better that way when you don't put expectations up so high. So I went and I scrolled through, but was it mostly the behavioral panel in him? And then tomorrow is going to be like the rest? Or is it over? Is there 2 parts or just one? Lupus, yeah, she moved away from the danger she was in. Breaking down the body language. I'm gonna watch it in Discord after. I just watched some clips. I thought it was interesting when they asked Candace if she knows who took Summer. It's an eye-opener. Michelle B says, Candace looks guilty, and who is Cornbread Mafia? Did she say Cornbread Mafia on the Dr. Phil show? Is that what that is? I haven't watched anything here. Oh, is there not a link there? Hold on, Anne. Here you go, hon. You could take that. Let's see. Dr. Phil had Candace's number. Really? Good. I'm glad. 2 parts, and he showed Chris's video of the bedroom. Oh, that's wonderful. Did he question why they changed the bedroom to appear? So I wonder if did that come after, or did they show him, were they straight up about it? Or I'm wondering if someone sent it to them. Did he call them out on it? That's what I want to know. Yeah, so I might even wait till tomorrow to watch all of it. Is it worth to watch the first. I hate watching 1 and 2 parts and then wanting to watch the next one. He used Chris's interview. Awesome. We'll see that tomorrow. I'll be so happy. Today is only about summer. That's right. Behavioral panel said cornbread mafia and she freaked out and bolted. What? What the hell does that mean? What's a cornbread mafia? I don't even know what that is. Hold on. And I have no idea like what I'm looking at right now. What do you have on your screen? Oh, do you want to turn your camera off, hon? There you go. You there?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hi.
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 First, let me say, you're so awesome.
Oh, thanks.
Don't let anybody ever tell you any different. I don't care what they say. They're wrong. You're awesome.
Thank you.
So, I just watched that Dr. Phil, and I'm in more TV now than I ever was over summer.
So tell me about it then.
The experts are investigating them like you wouldn't believe, and they pull out information and specifically go piece by piece. And I see why they're doing this in a 2-part for sure. For sure. And the Cornfield Mafia, she totally lost it.
Cornfield or cornbread? Which one? I don't know that. I'm not from the South. I don't know anything about cornbread mafia.
The cornbread mafia, when Candace didn't bring it up, but the experts asked her if she felt that they may be involved. And when they asked her that, she lost it, but she was already losing it some before that and was trying to rip the wire off and was trying to say that she didn't want to stay any longer anyways. But then when they got her to settle down and got a question or two in and asked about the cornbread mafia, she totally lost it.
Are you kidding me?
The Cornfield Mafia, they even spoke about and said that it was basically like this almost sound like an underground or backstage kind of crimes, and that particularly occurs in Tennessee. So when they said it happens in Tennessee. And
cornbread mafia.
Yes. And they did show pictures of before. Remember how they were showing the pictures of how they redone the baby's room?
Yeah. How did that go? What? So like, if Dr.
They like only showed like one part of the redone Summers room, but they actually show 2 parts of when it wasn't so nice. It literally went on and shared that clip of where she took that interviewer down in that hole. I don't know what you call it, Tiffany. I'm sorry, I just call it a hole. That thing that they,
yeah, the stairs down into the basement.
was it stairs?
Yeah.
She went down it backwards in the interview, so that's why I didn't think it was even stairs. But anyways, they did show that. They showed all that.
Oval.
Yes. Oh, it's just, and the problem is, what I'm afraid of after watching it, and I listened to it, in the clip that they done today, Tiffany, I don't think that those that do not follow Baby Summer are going to pick up on that there's two different versions of Kansas versions told right there on Dr. Phil today.
What were they?
The versions of where she says she watched Summer go into the door, and then the version that she took Summer and handed Summer off to one of the other babies. And that I worry that and wonder if the people who follow Dr. Phil that hasn't really followed baby Summer will actually pick up on that.
It's another term for Dixie Mafia. Okay. I never heard of Cornbread Mafia, but okay. So Candace had two different stories she told today?
Yes. And the interview that she did with Dr. Phil, they showed her, she told them she watched baby Summer go into the home. But when they showed the portion of the interview of that she done with the other person a while back, she tells in that interview that she handed the baby Summer off to one of the boys inside.
What?
You see what I'm saying?
Oh God, I cannot. I'm gonna flip out. This is
What's the
just, they need to tell where this baby is and get over with it.
Oh,
What the hell?
Tiffany, I promise you, when you watch this,
Oh my God.
you need to lose it. I promise you will lose it.
Well, I guess I better watch it alone then.
If it made me cry even harder than I ever had for baby Summer, you are going to lose it. And tomorrow, what Dr. Phil says about what's going to happen tomorrow, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to handle watching.
What does he say? What does he say about it? Tell me.
He says that he's going to look tomorrow. He told, stay tuned for tomorrow. It's going to be very interesting as I look Kansas in the eyes and ask questions.
You know what? I'm so glad, because I really just shot down the idea of Dr. Phil, and I was like, he's not going to pull through. Like, he's not going to take care of anything. It's just going to be a flop. Maybe I'm wrong. I like to kind of just like make pretend like it's not a big deal. You know what I mean? And then it ends up working out better.
I wondered the same way as you, and I am of the difference of what I thought. I honestly thought that it wasn't going to be near. The experts are like, oh my, you wait till you see and hear. They are so precise. They stand up almost the whole show right up next to Dr. Phil's big screen as they touch, and they listen like sentence by sentence, breaking things down.
Oh.
And let me tell you something else, Miss Tiffany.
Yeah.
Guess what word Mr. Don used in his interview today?
What?
Remember, it's always been someone's came up here and abducted. Someone came up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Dr. Phil's interview, the word has now changed to kidnap. And Dr. Phil and the experts point that out tremendously and believe that there's a real reason behind that.
Kidnapped.
Yep. Today, interview, he uses the word kidnap. He changes it from stolen.
Where the hell is she? This is
to now. So then Dr. Phil really enlightens us, and the experts enlighten us and specifically explain why there would be that's off and different, and they made sure to pull that part back up just to specifically point it out. Yeah, it was good. I was impressed.
Good. I'm gonna go in my Discord in a little while and watch it. I still think the panel and Dr. Phil is BS and purposefully targeted just because I know what Don said on that panel. It was all lies. Right, Jody Sue, but Jody Sue, what do you know about this Why would Candace freak out over cornbread mafia? Is that like something you guys deal with? Like, is there something else? Like, I mean, I know what it is, but this is like old school stuff.
No, it's
So-
Tiffany. It's not. It's actually far more massive than what you may think.
Well, so has it, I don't know, maybe I need a cornbread mafia schooling.
Yes,
But-
because I think what you may not be really, you know, this is from little stuff to
Mhm.
huge. Like, the
Well,
cornbread
right, but what was the question that set her off? Does anybody know exactly?
Yes. So I was just getting ready to bring it up to
Okay.
you. So as they were pointing
Yeah,
this
no,
out
this
to,
is helpful because I've been up here I haven't been paying attention to that at all. So appreciate it. Go ahead.
so they were making sure that they wanted to point out to us, the audience that was watching,
Mhm.
they asked Candace 3 different questions, and they wanted to specifically point out to us how she responded when she answered the word no. And when she got to the 3rd question, and her no was major difference. And that was when her response to that 3rd question was, do you know who may have had anything to do with Summer's disappearance?
Mhm.
And that no was a big difference about if she had done it. The no's about if she had done it, they felt was on point and firm. But when they got to the 3rd question, if she know who may have, and then when she started to lose it then, and then they came back and showed us the part where they asked her about the cornbread mafia, and then she walked completely off. She left. And I'll tell you something else, and I know it's not going to be any surprise to you, but it was heartbreaking to me. She wanted to end things because this wasn't helping her.
Exactly. Right.
Well,
Come on, Candace. Where's your daughter? I'm so sick
Right.
of it. Oh my goodness.
No,
Hi, Jody.
it was,
Hey, Tiffany.
I just added Jody to the panel really quick, and she said she's having a bad day as far as her speech goes. So I'm just gonna let her talk for a minute. I had asked her about the cornbread mafia. I don't know about that. I don't know anything about a cornbread mafia for real.
yeah, I like to see what she says.
Yeah, definitely.
Honestly, it was like a thing, rotating around the South, but it's mostly like now it's mentioned in passing by people to like say, like people I know that, like they'll talk to each other and it's like, oh yeah, they're part of the cornbread mafia. Ha ha ha. It's a joke. Like, it's not really a thing anymore. Like it's sort of like if it's mentioned, it's in joke form around here. I mean, there are bigger rings. I mean, there are bigger things here. And I don't know why that would set her off of all things, honestly.
Strange,
I mean,
right?
like, and they're not like, their whole thing's not really weed so much as, other.
I would imagine
things.
it's grown into
And-
other things, right?
And to me, it's like, well, the first few days, it's like Dawn was trying super hard to, he was trying to sling us to anybody, including the person that he kept referring to as the bad neighbor before he started making it plural. And we all know who that is, and it's Andy's family. He's schizophrenic and a twigger. I mean, we all know. But I'll tell you, that guy will shoot you in the face. He'll burn your house down, but he's not going to hurt your kid. And anyway, even that guy thinks Dawn's guilty. So there you go.
Mhm.
But the thing is, like, he started trying to blame his own drug stuff, seemed like it was from Knoxville, to his runoffs on this person and saying traffic that look, I'll tell you something. If there had been POCs or anybody else in Beach Creek, it would have been noticed. But we start hearing for the first few days, it's like, well, was there this type of traffic here, this big dark Suburban, cliche things like you're watching a movie, right? And all of us just stopped and slow blinked when asked that, because even the cops were like, yeah, that's what we thought. And it was asked of many of us, and it was coming from Don just trying to sling it anywhere. And never once were we asked about his own dealings in Knoxville. He was just trying to sling on any dealer, any place he could that wasn't his own. Down, where he goes and runs off to smoke crack for days at a time and comes back from it. It still stinks to have me. Like, why wouldn't you mention your own? Why wouldn't you give them those names? Why are you worried about, the creek of course, has its own traffic. We're in Northeast Tennessee and part of the Oxycontin Highway, like the connection to.
Right.
Why are you not mentioning the bigger city and the people you're dealing with? And why are you having to go all the way to Knoxville for crack when this place is filled with all kinds of things?
Yeah. So do you think that Don's a crackhead?
I mean, that's his favorite thing is crack, and that's my
I've always
understanding.
Tiffany,
I've always thought Don was a crackhead. Always. Yeah.
Yeah, and man, things like that, but it's mostly crack. And I mean, from my understanding, that's what he failed the drug test for that took away.
Lupus wants to know if you think Summer's alive, Jody.
And that's hard because, like, my brain really does shut down when we all know statistics, I hope she is, but I also know that if she is, these people didn't take her to Disney World, and here we are 100+ days in. And as a mom, I can't fathom that torment either for a child. Either's a nightmare, and I don't want to think about it. But
it's okay. Yeah, you don't have to answer. You don't have to answer it. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
And I honestly don't know if that day comes and it's announced how I'm going to ever process it. That's something I can't quite cope with, like it's.
Yeah, no, I totally understand.
Reality is not good. And that's why what Chase said bothered me so much. And what they did was on purpose. That wasn't real information he had. It was cobbled together stuff to try to push me. And that's why I knew it days before, and y'all see me in my videos well before he told it to you, and that was part of the shut up, Jody Sue, before I'd fully come out, all I'd done was speak and chat and started to give the game away. And it didn't make sense to me then when I had to be quiet about some supposed grandest Candace thing, It had nothing to do with me. Why didn't I need to be online for a week? Well, But what they wanted was to force me to say the whole piece I gave last night in the video, but it was hurtful to hear him say that in that way. It's like, man, that's a fairy tale, and it was hurtful, like. And then that last video he did behind it, pushing, going, Jody, so if you know something, say something. It was so sick, and it hurt me to the depths of my soul. Like, he's out here pretending to search for her. Here I am actually looking for her on the 4th of July. I didn't even go up with my own kids. Playing rock, paper, scissors in case it's her there because Andy's stomach can't handle it. So here I am, the one looking, and, and here's Chase pretending to look to get donations online. Dude has no idea. He has no idea.
Tiffany.
Yes.
I did call a friend actually 2 friends of mine that live in Tennessee and asked them about that cornbread mafia. My one friend, actually from Hawkins County, told me that back in the day, it used to be petty, like breaking and entering, where you would get people to, like, addicts and stuff to do your dirty work and drug dealing. But now it is stepped way above beyond that. Like the like the black whatever. I forget what she said was black something, and then she said that corruption, the sex slaves, all that. That's what the cornbread mafia is now all about.
Yeah, they say it's got to do with the cops and this and the other now too, you know, and they've just kind of entangled all of the things into it. And there are people trying to run with it, like real little criminals around here. They're like, "Oh, I'm part of," you know what I mean? But it's just like around
It
here, what we
sounds
get
like
are.
these professionals on Dr. Phil
Mhm.
knew about it. They were like very
So,
serious about it. It was something serious.
I mean, I think that if, you know, there are some probably taking that name, but for the most part, when it's mentioned here locally, at least, you know, right here in Kingsport and Sullivan, it's kind of a joke. It's like these other ones saying that they're,
So it's like
you
a
know,
joke.
Latin
So
kings and things.
that's what I wanted to know from you, Jody. Like it's a joke, kind of, or like no one really cares, right? So
Yeah,
why
I
would
mean, it's
that
not
make
really.
Candace bug out? Like, what do you think would
I
trigger
don't
a
know. I
response?
think her and Dawn both have a tendency to believe wild conspiracy theories and bizarre
Yeah.
things and run with them. It's like a Hammond's BS. Now they're trying to connect Andy with it and saying he's kin to this one, kin to that one. I mean, none of it makes sense. It's all like it's all just jumbled together stuff, and I'm like, what is happening?
It
And
sounds
I'm
like
like,
it sounds like Josie is trying to say, like, if there's a group of people cutting up, carrying on, and they say, "Oh, you think you're the part of the cornbread mafia," and they're like joking around about
That
it.
sounds
In
ridiculous.
hindsight 2020, there really is a badass kind of cornbread mafia thing.
yeah, there sort of is, and she's right about it being used in terms of higher up corruption around here.
Mm-hmm.
And a serious note, it is kind of mentioned like that by mostly dealers and things like that, and they refer to like say cops and stuff that are involved. Because I'll tell you, I mean, there are around here. There, you know, but you're going to get that in any city, right?
Anywhere.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
But I'll
they
tell you,
refer
it
to
really
that
upset
more as
me.
the, you know, than they do actual criminals. It's kind of like they have, you know, Latin, all these other big gangs that bigger cities have. But if you dropped one of these idiots here who's actually just some sort of low member who's went to a big city to pick up dope from the Oxycontin Highway, but they think that they're this real gang member now. Look, the big ones in the big cities using them, they're a joke too. And if you drop them into a big city, they'd kill them in a heartbeat. Like they're jokes. They're just used here to whatever, you know. So they're
Tiffany,
not, you know.
Tiffany, if you when you watch it, you're going to experience it in a different. And this is how I took it. Okay, straight up, I took it the moment her reaction, the way she acted immediately, like she did, like she knew that they were on to her. Because maybe she was involved in whatever it was, and it's supposed to have been somebody that was in. Because this cornbread mafia has not been brought up. And the moment
Ever. I've never heard anything like that, but I do know one YouTube creator in particular in this community that talks about cornbread nonstop. Like it's almost like weird, and that stands out to me a little bit. Just saying.
Yeah, it keeps being
when you
mentioned.
watch it, though,
You on
Tiffany,
YouTube.
you watch
That
her
is so
reaction
bizarre
to
to me,
it,
and I
you're
can't
gonna really
believe
stand out.
that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know anything about that, but I'm just wondering why it would trigger Candace like that and why she would freak out.
When you see it, you're going to understand. I believe when you see it, you're going to really. It's almost like she lost it because even the way that they describe with the different body language and signs that they seen, even like her tucking her neck, what they say about that would
Really?
go hand in hand with that. She must have realized at that very moment that they're on to something. Her no answer about no one being involved, knowing if anyone's been involved, and then that reaction to that. I'm telling you, you're smart enough. I know you're smart enough.
Oh yeah, I'll watch it. I'm totally blind right now because I haven't seen it yet, but I guess that'll be interesting. Very strange.
I want to hear your response after you do watch it. That's my thing. I don't want to miss your response.
Oh,
I
you want to
emailed
see my response? I wish I could react to it. I just don't want to stream Dr. Phil on my channel. It's
Right.
bound to give me a strike. So, like,
Oh,
I
yeah,
know
don't
it'll
do it.
give me a
I just
strike.
want to
That
hear you.
sucks, actually.
I just like to know
Put
your
on my
response.
backup channel and take the strike, but then my backup channel would be locked up for like 30 days. I'm pretty sure when
Yeah,
you
don't do it.
when you stream
Don't-
Dr. Phil, you usually get a pretty hard strike.
Yeah, Summer needs you. Don't do it. Seriously.
No,
I
I've
emailed you yesterday, and after you watch it, if you have any little bit of energy left in you, or can you drop me an email as your response, or jump on and do a lot? I just really
I'll
want to know
talk about
your
it. I'll
response.
talk about it.
I'm
I'll
gonna
talk
make
about
myself stay up waiting for you if you don't get on here and do it. Seriously,
I'll
I
watch
need
it
your
when I
response.
end my stream. I'll watch what happened, and then yeah, I'll go live later or something. AB will go live later or something. I don't know. We'll talk about it at some point.
How much
Interesting.
longer does it take to be before you end this stream?
I don't know. It like all depends on really.
Right?
Heard Upchurch joke about the cornbread mafia. Yeah, I've been seeing that in chat. Interesting. This
I'm
is
gonna get down because
all right.
I'm missing out
Yeah,
on the
no,
chat.
thank you for coming up and telling me because I haven't been watching it. I've just been watching everyone come into my chat nonstop talking about it, but I can't watch two things at once. And what Jody Sue said was extremely important too. So I wanted to make sure that that's out there. That needs to be like heard. So later when people are over, you know, whatever, they can watch the replay of Jody if they haven't been able to go to her Facebook. That way it's out there. I actually recorded it last night and I left my computer running like for 8 hours. So I figured I would just play it on a stream today instead because I didn't want to edit that long 8-hour stream on YouTube to put it out. So I fell asleep and let it record for too long. I'll react to it.
So when you get a chance, I dropped you an email yesterday. Please take a
Okay.
chance and check that out. I would love the opportunity to speak to you. Don't forget this. Don't ever let anyone else tell you anything different. You are awesome.
Okay, thank you. You are too. You have a good day. Thank you.
Peace out.
Bye. Don't bother Upchurch. Oh my God, he's gonna get all these emails about mafia now. You guys, he's never gonna come back and talk about Summer again. Oh my God. Yeah, he says raise hell, eat cornbread. But so let's see. Jody Sue, have you seen the whole Dr. Phil episode?
You know, everybody and their brother sent me that link this morning, but I'm so sus of tapping links these days.
Oh, okay. So just search
But
it
I
on
just
your
don't
own.
think
then.
I can watch it. And it's like our interview airing, I think, right after it today. I
Yeah.
have no intention of watching that either.
You
And
don't
I
wanna
hear
watch-
Lawson's supposed to be up at some point as well. I just, nope.
Are
I
you
can't
feeling
do it.
like you want to just like kind of self-protect your like right now? Like you're just feeling a little bit, you want to protect your emotions and stuff?
It's not necessarily. I mean, I guess when you live it, it's more of a,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's like and then just I don't like cameras anyway, and that's why my body movements are a little off. And you know why I can't. I just don't like being on camera. But and then watching yourself like that on TV. I walked through into the main house the other night, and it aired it here for the locals, and I caught. My mother was like, "You're on TV," and I was like, "Oh God!" And I looked back, and then I just kept walking. It was like, "Make it stop," I don't like it. So, but when you live it, when you kind of know the possibilities, it's like, and then I still have so many questions. It's like, Dawn for all these months has been told every day, and I heard it for months before I ever moved out of Ben Hill. Him being told by a couple YouTube people every day on the phone. It's kind of the abuse level that Candace by him Because here's somebody else. It's like a flying monkey with Andy, you know, agreeing with him. Oh, well, Candace is this, Candace is that. And he wants her to hear it, right? And here they are whispering in his ear for months, well, she's guilty. And here's the thing, I've had a feeling for months that even if neither of them have done anything, they look so damn guilty, it wouldn't be hard to charge them for murder, even without a body or evidence, you know? And I feel like Don's always thought he's going to be charged, so he's always tried to sling it at somebody, anybody he would stick to. Well, what the hell is his punching bag going to matter, right? And then also, if you separate her enough from the world, what keeps her from being all Munchausen, or not Munchausen, but like, you know, all like, oh, what's the term I'm looking for? Oh, you know, like the captive. What's this? You know what I'm talking about, right? Oh, the syndrome, like where you're like held captive type thing. You know, and then she has nothing left, none of the kids, nothing this, and you know, to go ahead and take a charge for your captor, your abuser, well, hell, why not? You know? And then that panel, it just doesn't make sense to me because I know he was lying. Every damn word. Like, how did they come back like that? I just don't know. But I mean, there's so many weird things. And it's like trying to put together, you know, the 6 years and my daughter and these incidents. And I just don't know. You know, it's as much of a mystery to me at this point as it is to everybody else. But I know those dogs are key for me, and they have been since day one before it ever got dark. And Dawn and Candace both want to keep dismissing them. And the last night that I saw Summer, you know, the boys, man, he was excited, so he jumps up and he's like, hey, Jody Sue, you know, and he's like, yo, Mom, Jody Sue's right. I mean, it's the dogs. It's the dogs. She was like, just shut up. You know, shut up about the stupid dogs. And it's just like the harder I've said anything about them dogs, even now, Candace and Dawn have gotten onto it with the stupid dogs. Those dogs are something up with, have been. They keep going to a certain spot. I know it would be kind of important.
What
The way
certain
they're behaving
spot?
is different.
So you think the dog? Wait. So what's bothering you about the dogs? Do you not want? If you don't want to say, you don't have to. But what
Those
bothers
dogs
you?
always bark. Like they're partly my dogs.
Yeah.
I'm talking like my favorite dog. This dog is my people. You
Mhm.
think Pickles is my people? This dog is my people. And I mean, this dog found my cancer, you know. And for months, I was like, "Look, guys, cancer's here in my throat," because we were actively looking for it because my blood count, they couldn't find it, and they wouldn't listen to me or my dog. So anyway, but the dog is Husky and Shepherd. And he leads me and the kids anywhere. If we go outside, he hooks his little tooth behind my finger and leads us even in the car. I've watched Lucky / Yucky do the same thing with Summer and the pups over there. You know, lead the kids, do this and the other. And for some reason, they've kept this pack a little longer than the rest. Most time, they're dumped off every few weeks or months. But these have managed to find their own way back after being dumped off at churches and all kinds of places. And so they've kind of kept them. But these dogs are not dumb. However, they are like partly that hound dog over there's pups and stuff. And they howl and bark and they act different than mine in a way. So, I mean, I can make a noise on the hill just barely stepping out and they're barking and they know me. You know, and they will raise Cain. And if I get out the car, it's by the driveway on the days I have to park there or get the mail. I mean, they're right there on your heels, raising Cain, even though they know you. And it's like that the entire time you're out. And so the day Summer vanished, all day long as we went out there repeatedly for each incident, you know, the car door, the running of the lines, you know, to look and see what the noises were. Those dogs were not present. They didn't bark. It wasn't normal. They weren't there, you know. And then after she, you know, was obviously missing, and we all knew that. I mean, like, even the scream, like, there was no dogs bark. I mean, nothing. And they should have been there. And if they should have been there, it makes no sense. And then after dark that night. They only start coming back in ones and twos for days. Sometimes they'd all come in, but they were trying to bite even Candace and others, and they were acting weird. But they were
Whoa,
only coming
hold
long
on.
enough.
So they were gone. So are you saying that they came back like it kind of in pairs, like the dogs, and when they did, they were angry with Candace?
Not just Kansas, they were acting weird. And there's helicopters and they were scattered. And
Oh,
they were
wow.
trying to buy others, including us.
Right.
So
The energy was probably making them kind of nuts anyway, I would imagine, and like people being around,
yeah,
but
they kept being seen going to a certain spot.
uh-huh.
And then the thing was is like, for weeks I was like, can we just, because the community has enough GPS trackers, can we put them on and follow them something? They're going somewhere. And there's one that
they would have done that. Like, I would hope that would have been one of the first things that they did, to be honest.
It is not. Nobody would ever listen, and it never got done. And so, there was one, and I know it's a little vulgar, but I called him Old Butthole because he always lit up at an exact time in the morning at like 1 o'clock, and it had this specific howl. And Lord, it drove me nuts. And he didn't start coming back and making any noise until after helicopter. It was days before we had moved, but we were already moving. And then they started running over towards like the graveyard area, and that was not normal. Even if they were trying to run coyotes, this and the other, it was not normal where they were going. And then we kept finding them, like the night I took my handwritten statement down to the police department, which was quite a while in. We were coming back, and there's Lucky and a couple others on the main road. And that is not something I've ever in all the years seen any of the packs do. Ours do not go on the main road, not that far down, because they were almost to the command center post where it had been located at. And our dogs don't travel that way. They travel through the Ben Hill and then back through the properties. But they were on the main road going towards the new RV setup and into a certain area again. And we turned around. I was like, follow those dogs. And we used the spotlight, and it wasn't working. And Andy screwed up the whole search. But I seen where they went. And there's been something weird about the dogs from the beginning. And I just don't know. Like, but for me, it's like, oh, if it was somebody, like, why didn't the dogs bark? If it was just, like, they'll even bark at dawn. Like, I could sit there at night after summer vanished. And that's how part of the time I'd tell if it was him creeping at night, was because not only would I hear the gravel crunches under his footstep coming from theirs or on the main road in the dark, but the dogs, when he'd go back in or out, they would greet him with the owner to bark like woof woof, but not real loud like chuffing, and then shut down because they knew it was him. And so I knew it was Dawn instead of, like, say, one of the other neighbors or somebody coming in to deliver something or whatever. And for them that day not to make a sound as the screams happened, as this happened, it's, and not for one of them to be there. That's so strange to me, because I've never seen a day where every dog was gone and didn't bark at something. And there's something wrong. And I mean, I just can't piece it together, but I know the dogs come into play somehow.
Well, I think that the dogs are probably always going to be relevant in a case like this, because you didn't have 1 or 2 or 3 or 5. You had 8, right? 8 dogs?
Or more, because half the time they packed up with, like, feral or loose dogs in there. And so what you'd have is, like, a pack of, like, 15, but they'd hang out with them for a few days.
The dogs didn't see what happened. Dee Dee, no way. The dogs would have protected her. I don't even know the dogs, and I know enough to know just by looking at the photos of them.
I don't know if they would have protected her per se.
You don't?
They're kind of those. they're kind of like the type where they've got whatever bloodhound mix, my dog bred with over there. They're kind of like that. They'll come up to you and do the nippy thing, or but they're that skittish. Like if you put a step towards
If
them, they
someone
kind of
went up
run.
there to snatch Summer, you don't think that one of them, I think they would have tore someone up.
I don't know. I don't. They might have one or two of them possibly, but I do know that they would have been barking and raising Cain. And that's what, but they didn't even bark at us out on the hill that day. And it's like, so it gives me like an idea.
You said they were going out towards the cemetery. Which one? The one across the road?
Yeah. But that was just days. They started back.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just days before we officially moved from there. It's not long ago. But that wasn't their usual run. Like our dogs don't, they don't go over there. So, but it was every night at the same time they started running over there. And it was before the coyote run would start at night. The coyotes weren't even in that area. So it just, but where they were going before that for weeks was in the opposite direction. And partly by way of the main road. And they shouldn't have been on the main road. That is not something normal at all. Something unheard of. I've never seen it. When they were going to a spot where supposedly footprints and all kinds of other things were found early on, but I was told those were unfounded too. So, take that as you will. But that's the area they kept going to. And an area, conveniently enough, that had also been sold by the same person that was selling the bullshit property in the front yard of 125 that we were roping off where Jackie Dobbs was on, right? Same family, but, new occupants, obviously. But yeah, it's just so many ties and all these things, I don't know. I just know the dogs somehow are key. It's like either somebody knew them or gotten cut. And I don't see that. Even the tree cutters, like, even them being on Candace and Dawn's for weeks leading up to Summer vanishing before they moved immediately after the morning after Summer disappeared, finally. Even though the dogs would have barked at them. They bark at me. They bark at my kids. And they know us. So I feel like, if somebody did they know her? Or did somebody have them held somewhere? What's the deal with that? And then if, she screams, why weren't they? I don't know. And then you put together that incident 7 years ago, and here our dogs being done funny right before as well.
So how did your dogs act any differently after Summer disappeared? Did you ever notice any change in your dogs at all?
Well, that's the thing. My dogs seem to have been, and they were with us, and I kept watching them go down to the bottom, and our dogs were tired, worn out, honestly, from the tree cutters because ours are more selective on who they bark at.
So, speaking of that, and I don't like to cut you off, but the area where the trees were cleared out, was that when you walk out of the shed and look to the left? Like, say you were walking out of the shed at the bottom of the property and you came out the door and looked to the left and you looked all the way up the hill. Does that lead up to the side, the back side of the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's also weird stuff. If you go on to Simpson Loop, there's a spot that even I didn't realize.
Yeah, so Don had taken a ride out by
Don and Candace's right into their windows from that spot on Simpson, and there's nobody really to see you watching their house or window, and especially after it was clear cut by this tree crew and brush crew. And the manner in which it was cut down over there is, when I seen it the day I was searching and how bad it had been, I've never seen anything like this. They clear cut that all the way to the main road, ground even tree stands and things into the mud.
I think they're going to put power
like
lines or something. Maybe they're going to.
Yeah, they were supposed to, but what was done on Candace and Dawn's was a little extra, and I've never seen anything like it. Never.
Do you know what they're trying to do there?
I don't know, honestly, but there was no need in them clearing as much as was cleared or to grind it down into the mud like it was done. I'll tell you that.
I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was not right. And they stayed over there for weeks. But then the morning after she vanishes, they move spots.
What do you mean?
Instead of being on Candace Sims, all of a sudden they're further
Okay.
in to Ben Hill, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. There's so many questions, you know? That's initially why I spoke. It's like, dude, these tree and brush crews, they're sus. And so were all these out-of-state property people that were coming in, and before we realized who and what they were, and the land was actually for sale, and you know, here all these things, this perfect storm of events, you know. And I just, you know, and now here I am back, kind of starting one. It's like, well, now what, you know? But there's so many things, and you wonder so much every day. I mean, yeah, there was like a funeral held the day that Summer, they had dug the grave the day before. And then I think the funeral was actually held the morning after. But I think that they checked all that out before.
Okay. There was you mean someone was being buried when she went missing, you mean?
Yeah, like they had dug the grave the night before over at the cemetery, and then a day or two before, you know, and then the day, I think, of the next morning after she disappeared, and we already had the guard on the road. I think that was the morning he appeared too. So the next morning, maybe the tent was up and they were holding a service over there. So.
So speaking of graveyards, let me pull up what I was showing, what I was talking before. I'm going to show it. Okay. So he posted October 26th at 2:10 a.m. Ozzy Osbourne under the graveyard. There was a bunch of them. He might have deleted some, but I have screenshots of everything. I'm just scrolling.
I don't know. He's also playing music from that weird perv Hatter Daryl Jacobs, whatever guy.
Yeah,
who
I see
seems
that.
to still be stalking me, and they're actually talking to. And this guy may actually be here right now and not out of state, but it looks like he has been near one of the forts in Georgia. He's near one in South Carolina. But this guy is talking to people, other women as well, that I'm getting messages from with the same sick stuff. It seems like he's concentrating on 3 families with children that aren't missing as well. And it seems like he's working with one of the people that's been used by this YouTube group. We think maybe related in some way, but we think there's a possibility that Daryl Jacobs guy's actually here currently.
Okay.
But this guy's a Fruit Loop, so I don't even know. And he's been stalking for a while. I've watched it in chats, you know. But that stuff he was saying the other night's horrendous. Like, I don't care if it's somebody playing just to get info from somebody, or, you know, just being a weirdo on the web. Like, there's certain levels for me, and if you can use language like that in regards to children, yikes.
Right. So you said that, because I just passed by on Don's Facebook. He said Summer wanted Summer wanted me to play this all the time, and it was the Blue Oyster Cult Godzilla song. You said you heard Godzilla coming from their house all the time, right? Was it Eminem or Blue Oyster Cult?
Usually the older version, Blue Oyster Cult.
The older version?
Yeah.
So he posted up Pantera Cemetery Gates. He has, which one? I think there was Willie Nelson. Okay, so Alice in Chains, We Die Young. Then he has Willie Nelson, Grave Digger. it's just so bizarre, this guy. Demons revolving. It's just, he's not right. Like, Don is not right in the head.
Yeah, I'll agree with that assessment. But I also think after, you know, a little bit of a. I mean, I'll tell you, from night one, the church people showed up, and all of a sudden Dawn went full on mixed religion out there. You know, like it was.
Mhm.
Woo. And I mean, as a parent, it's like, well, what would I do? I mean, I'd be losing my mind, you know. So there you go. But and Don's always had a habit of, like, after he feels like he's done something bad or he's, you know, been on one of the benches or run off or whatever, you know, it's always religion. So I didn't think anything about it,
Mhm.
you know, and still don't. But then it became a, well, hide my face type of thing, I think. You know, I don't like that very much.
Jody Sue, how do you feel about, okay, so do you feel that Don is more suspect, or do you believe that Candace is more suspect, or do you believe they both are? And what about Grandis? What actually, forget what I just asked you. What do you think about Candace's mother?
You know, I've never had any issues with her mom, but I know that after, you know, and I'm not going to say how or why, but she kind of forgets who I am because we don't see each other often.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a moment there that, when they were initially setting up the GoFundMe, that I stopped and happened to be talking to them, she forgot who it was again and didn't recognize me, and lied straight to my face about something I knew was not true on the day Summer went missing. But had inserted herself in a way that I know was not true. And that struck like, what the hell with me? You know, you want sympathy, but here I was actually down, you know, like it doesn't make sense. Why are you lying to me? Like, are you kidding me? Because I know other neighbors, this particular thing she lied to me about, we had questioned while we were still searching for Summer that day, and in the mud and in the creek, we were like, well, is she even here? Like, you know, I was like, I guess she is. But so she'd forgotten. And in the middle of that, Candace realized she was on. She was like, oh, Mom, this is Jody Sue, you know? So it was like a cutoff to cut her off before she'd get herself any further in with lies.
Chasing Justice, hon, you're on your wrench. I think you're probably have it in your purse or something, or in your pocket. And Angie Stewart, you got timed out by accident. I apologize. I don't know if it got fixed yet. I just don't like looking at stuff in my chat while okay, she got it unhidden. No, she's not. Hold on, I'm gonna have to. I don't know if she'll hear me. Will my mods watch what Chasing Justice is doing in my chat? She's probably shopping, or I think she said she was at school. I can't remember. So, well, thank you, Jody. So I appreciate that you listen. I appreciate that you did video that you did. I was listening to it last night. Actually, I was streaming it in my Discord, and we were all listening, and everybody was so quiet. I actually even got into the shower and was listening, and there wasn't like a peep. You had like probably 20 or more people just listening, you know, and the information that you bring out is really important for Summer. Like I said, I don't know what your life story is or what's true and what's not, but I do know that Don's stepsister Mary was in here earlier, and I don't know if you saw her, but she said that sounds just like Don. And she said that his behavior was exactly the same way as what you had described. And I think that has to count for something when it comes to the different behavioral aspects of Don Wells.
Is she saying like the modus operandi around the peeping Tom thing, or is she
Yeah.
saying,
Mm-hmm.
like, I mean, and that's the thing to me. I wonder in a
She
way.
said
It's
she'd
like,
wake up in the morning and that he'd be standing over her bed, like just staring at her.
okay.
Glitter Queen, yeah, I asked her about the Cornbread Mafia. Yes, I did. She said it's not. It's kind of like a joke around their way. Like it's a joke.
Sort of. One way it is,
Sort
one
of,
way
or
it's not.
whatever.
You know.
Not that. I mean, obviously, there's history to it, right? I looked it up. I knew.
Yeah.
I've
But
never
it's
heard of
still honestly
Mafia,
used
but
to
I've heard of the
describe like
Dixie
law
Mafia,
enforcement.
obviously. Hey, Mad Miss Hatter. Hey, Tiffany. Just got here. I've been reading up on the Corporate Mafia. They have a connection with carnivals. Nuh-uh, really. Maybe Candace has an experience with them in the past. I don't know. Anything could be possible. Please ask
And
Jody
see, I
Sue
have-
about a blue minivan. Candace said it today on Dr. Phil. Dunn was shocked. A blue minivan? Have you ever heard of a blue minivan?
wasn't a blue minivan. That I'm more of like Dobbs was driving a blue Trailblazer. I mean, I got the pictures. I'm not put them up publicly. I know I've given them to they're getting ready to be seen by the public shortly, but I'm not going to be the one to release them. Man, it was a blue Trailblazer older that Dobbs was driving that day. Andy's mom the day before, obviously when Dobbs was there, she has a little tiny blue car. I don't recall ever seeing a blue minivan. But
yeah, there was
yeah,
a blue minivan in a photo way back of like a Google Earth photo from around that area. I forget what road it was on. And there was a blue minivan in this yard, but it didn't, I don't believe it had anything to do with summer.
That picture is actually Andy's cousin. She's a female. And her family lives in our road. And I believe that's what Don was trying to make into a bunch of, quote, black people coming and going. She's mixed, and her boyfriend is POC, but they belong in there, like their family. And they go up the road a couple houses. And so, but that van is theirs. That van's not related, you know what I mean? It's nothing sinister. If it's the same picture that, is being shared, that's their blue minivan. It's just like that red truck that when they talk about, and you see it's Toyota from back, and they're like, oh, it's on Ben Hill. It's not on Ben Hill, it's on the main of Beach Creek. And last time that thing run, Andy and I had pulled it out of Ben Hill because it belongs to another family member just a few houses down onto Beach Creek, the main road, and it's not running several years, and it's not the right make or model either. And so they keep terrorizing. I mean, look, the other day in the carpool lane, there was literally no less than 7 or 8 of the same model truck that they're looking for beside of us in just our portion of the carpool lane. That truck, like my mom even has one similar, but they've already vetted it. But and it's sparkly and all kinds of things. Like, so it's definitely a girl's. It would stand right out. But I mean, that truck, it's really like a needle in a haystack here. There's so many.
Do you know, this came up the other night. It has nothing to do with my chat. No one's asking. I'm asking. Do you know if, well, 2 questions. Do you know if the Suburban runs, the one that's on their property that I've never seen it move? Did you say it did run? Because
I think that's when Vivi last night was like, well, they were on here not long ago saying they offered you a ride or a car, but isn't that more bullshit? You know what I mean? I think the one still runs, the older one, not Grandis's. There's another one up there. And it was nothing, it was just talk. It wasn't actually going to happen. But, as far as I know, it still runs. I think Candace said it did as of a few days ago,
Okay. Oh, also, were you home the whole day that Summer went missing? I can't remember. You said you were laying down, you weren't feeling well.
Yeah, I was home the whole day, but I mean, that's nothing
Would
new.
you
I mean, I was basically trapped in that box 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
would you have heard Don's truck?
Yeah, because of the way he has to come up in a white truck, he has to take kind of a run and go, and you hear the gravels curve first, and then he goes up, and the pattern's different, and I can tell the difference between Grandis's Suburban too because of the way the traction is, and the
Mm.
Suburban, and it's like the flash of whatever I seen going up that day. It was not any of those things, and the traction was wrong. Because the
Mhm.
Suburban picks up twice when it tries to switch over to the traction that particular model has, or not the Suburban, but the Subaru, sorry. It almost tries to spin almost 2.5 times, not quite, as it kicks in and then finishes making like the steep part there before you go up to the right and take the circle up to the main house. It's and it didn't do that.
Do you think you would have heard it if it left or came back that day? Because I know that Don had the red car, but I've always wondered why was his work truck left behind? Because that would be the car with the least technology. I just wonder if it ever left the property or what. I don't know if you heard anything.
That's the thing for me. He had like Andy been taking the new car more recently, right? It seems like a thing for them because they want to show off. But I'd never really known him take it to work. But he had been driving it an awful lot at that point around there more than Candace. All of a sudden, she was back to having to drive whatever.
Mhm.
But usually, he did take the white truck since it had made its appearance, and it was a. So I don't know why or what, And I mean, if he already had work materials at some place and didn't have anything really to pick up, then it wouldn't be unusual for him to take a car that was cheaper on gas, especially if she didn't expect to need it. Because that's kind of what we do there, It's like that's how
Yeah,
Andy took these days to keep us trapped. They take the car we actually can travel with kids and leave us there. And they take our newer cars and it's a way for them to show off and do whatever, but they also to keep us trapped in a way.
Let me just check and see. The fuck is wrong with these people? Hold on a second. So yeah, so Mean Girl says, after we listened to Jody Sue and Discord last night, I watched her again this morning. I watched Jody Sue. I try to catch up on her, see what she's saying. I've been watching Jody Sue since ever. I don't think she knows anything about. I don't know anything about this situation with Robin's car you guys are talking about. Like, I don't know what Robin drives, and I don't want.
When we met that crazy
her.
bunch the first night that
Mhm.
Summer went missing, because you're talking about like everybody from everywhere started coming in. Most down there, volunteer fire, it's there.
Mhm.
Everybody come in to help. But and kind of had the road blocked off, so Robin and them weren't really allowed in. But Andy had seen them out towards the street, and before you hit Main Beach Creek Road, they had somehow gotten parked somewhere right there. And he was like, "Man, there's these weirdos asking questions." When we realized later who they were, he kind of put it together. But they were so weird, he told them to F off with the stuff they were asking him. As he was walking back and forth that night with the cops, and they realized he was somebody, not just another person in there searching or random. And he was like, they were asking the weirdest questions, and I just told them to F off because they're weirdos. But then later that night, when everybody cleared out and the cops let people in, we watched the driveway, and the Subaru went up, and then here are these other two. There's Dotson and Robin following, and they all have matching Subarus, just in different colors. And I was like, well, damn. Well, now we know where the Subaru actually came from.
Who do you think owns it?
I mean, Robin owns one, and Dotson owns the other, and Candace and them own the third. They're all different colors. One was kind of a grayish blue, one was silver, and then one was obviously red. But they all matched. It was the weirdest shit I've ever seen. I was like, well, I guess we know who bought them the Subaru, but they say they bought it and make payments on it, so I don't know. But it was weird watching three cars that matched up, and then we realized they were the church people after that, because I hadn't seen them or met them prior to that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's very weird to me.
What do you
honestly.
think of Robin?
I don't know. I think the whole crew's weird. They're not high on my list. As
Yeah.
far as summer goes, I know they are half the internet because, of course, there's that religious aspect that people enjoy, like any good horror movie, right? Any good conspiracy theory. But usually it's an Occam's razor type of thing. The simplest is usually the answer. But I don't know. But then I heard at some point Dodson had keys to the basement. I don't really know. I know Don's a little mad that he got a new girlfriend and went out of town. But honestly, the guy's weird, and I can kind of feel him at this point. It's like, who wouldn't want out of town away from here in this mess at this point?
Right. I can't really blame David Dotson for taking off. Like, you know what I mean? But
Yeah. And Robin, I mean, people gave her crap because she was like, well, you know, it got on my nerves because summer was this, summer was that. And honestly, I find it strange because, like, and not strange in a way, because I'll be honest with you, I mean, they could be quite, like, all over the place. Now, I'll tell you, when Grandis was around, the children were calmer, better behaved. Things had seemed to get better over there for the 2 years prior. The kids seemed to be gaining more weight, all these other things, you know. But in ways, I mean, there were still incidents, you know. And, but when Grandis was there, things were a little better. And when she wasn't, I mean, but when the kids were younger, it was definitely yahoos. No real manners, no this, no that, you know. Cussing, doing things I wouldn't have allowed mine to do, you know, but you can't blame that on them. But there were days it's like, good grief, you know. But it's like summer, I mean, she would come up like, and she was always kind of excited to see, you know, like Andy or, you know, whatever. And, you know, things like that. But she still was shy, you know, kind of reserved. But she was also kind of fiery, and, you know, and it's like the boys, they always, I mean, last time was the same before they were taken. I mean, they were in the driveway. I took them ice creams, you know, but they were starting to try to find laughter and things again, and people were crapping on, you know, people going real life from YouTube heard that as they were coming down the roads. And they're like, why are they laughing and giggling? It's like, man, they're kids, you know. But they would run up and it was like, Jody Sue, you know, and, you know, I mean, I don't know. They were good kids, and, you know, earlier on for the past 2 years, though, they were kind of baby-based kids, you know?
everybody's kids, yeah. Like, oh, were they always coming over in your yard and stuff?
Not really. I mean, like, they'd come and go. And just the two oldest, the youngest, they didn't really travel, you know? But, and we only had, like, my son, if something was needed back and forth, my oldest would go over. And if she needed something, whatever, the oldest of hers would come over. You know, we didn't send the younger ones, and Sissy wasn't allowed anywhere near the road until lately when her loot crate and all that started coming. And we were like, well, okay, you know, you can go to the mailbox and check. And we had just started letting that, you know, and the day before, her package happened to be in the driveway because the guy knows where to leave it to hide it, and leaves it for her. And it happened to be there when we went down for Jackie Dobbs, and I am thankful every day, you know, because if somebody had their eyes on Summer and watching her, then they had eyes on mine. But then you also feel bad for thinking that, you know, like, you know, I just don't know.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's a lot. You've been really helpful, and a lot of the things that you've told are, I think, very important and definitely need to be heard, Jody Sue. So you've done a great job in speaking on the things that you do know and the things that, I know that you've obviously kept a lot kind of buried in. Last night seemed to be a kind of you turned over a new leaf in a way, in my opinion, just being a bit more candid about what you feel and what you have observed. And that was definitely hard to, some of that was very hard to listen to.
Well, at this point, with
I
what's going
have,
on, combined with the YouTube thing and what's happening to us personally here,
uh-huh.
with threats and weird things and stuff seemingly getting, it's so bizarre. And then I combine it with the threats I'm getting in my inbox and things that are happening that are very much, very scary in a way. And then here's suddenly Brad chasing her in the hill over there, on open terms instead of hidden behind the scene terms, like they have been for months now. And then all of a sudden, somebody asked me to change my story right before this Dr. Phil thing and all this. And then here, Fed's showing up at my door. I'm like, like that's concerning to me on another level, and I'm just not gonna have that. Nobody's gonna make me like what that's like I mean they're not gonna sling this at me like they've tried to do everybody else to maybe get rewards, but I'm just not gonna have it. That's the scariest part of this for me. And I also feel like I just don't understand why somebody would ask that of me or hint at that, especially now that Chase is there.
Right.
Well,
Well,
after all these months is what I've said, and the truth, why is it suddenly important for me to change my story? Why are you asking?
no one should be asking you to change anything. I'm going to add Amy Loves to the panel. I'm not going to stay live much longer, but I'm going to let her on. She's waiting backstage. So hold on one second, Jody Sue. Unless you need to go, you let me know. That's fine. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tiffany.
How are you, hon?
I'm really good. I've just came in about 5 minutes ago, so I don't really know what you guys have been speaking about, but I just wanted to ask you if you watched the Dr. Phil show.
No, I haven't. I've been live. So when I get off my stream, I'm going to watch it.
Okay, well, I'm just in the middle of watching it over here in the UK. I'm watching it from YouTube, so I've got it on pause at the minute. If everyone remembers when Candace says when she brought Summer into the house, Candace stayed outside and she said to the boys who was downstairs, watch Summer, keep your eyes on Summer. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And now, at the beginning of the Dr. Phil show, about 2 minutes into it, it says that the boys, when she went into the house, the boys were upstairs, and she points at the stairs and she called up to the boys saying, where's Summer? So originally she says that the boys were downstairs and she stood outside and she made eye contact with the boys and says, watch Summer, I'll be back in a minute. And now at the beginning of the Dr. Phil show, she says when they have a look around the house, and when the Dr. Phil show looks around the house, she walks into the house and she says the boys are upstairs, and she points at the stairs and she said, I shouted up to the boys and says, boys, where's Summer?
Really?
Yeah, so that makes me feel that the boys were upstairs originally, and she just must have walked into the house and shouted, boys, watch Summer, and they actually never seen Summer at all.
To me, and I'm not going to tell you why, but I think that Summer didn't have eyes on her for a while. And I know to us that's not unusual, because if somebody asked us 50 seconds before that day, or told us that somebody could get to our children there, I would have laughed in your face. I would have laughed like there was no tomorrow. And now Walmart, things like that, sex trafficking's picking up around here. But I mean, I really don't think eyes were on her for a while before, she was discovered missing. And I think that's part of why Candace looks so guilty and probably showing movements always because, you know, and she's locked into her own story, right? After she says, oh, well, 5 minutes this, 5 minutes that, and it's hard to keep up with lies when all you do is lie.
But Tiffany, when you watch it, please concentrate on the 2 different parts where she said she handed Summer over to the boys. They're
I
2
will.
completely different stories. I'm going to jump off, but I
Okay.
just wanted to do that too, yeah?
No,
So
thanks
when
for
you
coming up to me.
when you watch it, just concentrate on that because they're 2 completely different stories. One says that the boys were downstairs and she stood outside the house and she said to the boys, watch Summer. And then she changes it to the boys were upstairs and she walks into the house and she's standing by the stairs and she points up to the stairs and she says, I shouted up to the boys. And that's not what we
Right.
were all made to believe at
Never
the beginning.
told anybody that she was downstairs to shout up. It was always that she was out by the camper. She watched Summer walk across, or she walked her to the door, but it was never that she was in the basement. She yelled up to the boys. So there you go. I mean, this is a constant ring around the rosy with bullshit every single time. And I'm so over it. I'm sorry.
But sit down and watch it. Sit down and watch it and just listen out for that.
I'll listen to it, Amy.
All right, I'm gonna hop off. You enjoy your stream.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Thanks for coming up.
All right. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Danielle, I can see that you're in my backstage, but your devices are not connected, and I'm ending this in a few minutes. I just took the StreamYard link down. So I don't know why her devices aren't connected. I'll give you a kick. All right. So let's see. Jody Sue, you're welcome anytime to come back. And I hope you know that you're allowed in my chat and that, thankful for you speaking for Summer. I can count on one hand how many people have actually said a damn word for her. Literally one hand. So thanks for being one of them.
Well, I mean, I've tried, and I don't know that I've done it in the right way at this point, just because it's become
You've done a
such
pretty good
circus.
job. I do. I think that you've done a pretty good job under the circumstances that you're in, and you have a family to protect, you have yourself to protect, and like I said, I don't know what goes on around Ben Hill Road, right? That's a whole nother world compared to where I'm from. But I do think who's really around, you know what I mean? Like how many neighbors do you have on Ben Hill Road? If you could count, how many people live on Ben Hill Road that are in close enough proximity to hear or see or know the ongoings of 110?
Well, that's the thing. Like everybody, because they brought up the property maps and GIS data, they think there's all these people in there, but there's actually like only 11 or 12 people.
12 people.
Like,
okay.
There was you've got
so out of 12
6.
people, think about it. You're the only one that says anything.
Well, our other neighbor across. I don't want to give location because
you don't have to.
But there's one more. They could kind of hear some of the cabins going. It depended on where you were at on the road and how sound picks up in these hollows and on the places you live. But even the property adjoining theirs, they couldn't pick up, noise unless it was from the left side of their hill, and I couldn't even hear the boys screaming type of thing. So it just depends. And if you had a property that you wanted to hear everything from, for some reason the 125 picks it up from everywhere. But others you have to be in certain spots or places. But the ones connected to them have never actually laid eyes on Summer before they'd seen the boys, because the boys are more visible. They were older. They rode dirt bikes, things like that. But most people searching for Summer that day didn't even know what she looked like, including properties actually connected to Candace and them. So, and in there you kind of deal with your direct neighbor, not everybody, and so that's how, but there's like, let me see, there was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 17, the new people, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. There's maybe 25 neighbors in there, but most of that is, or was, mine and Candace's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're the only ones in there with children. There's, otherwise it's mostly adults. I think my family was the youngest, and we had the least visitors of anybody. I don't like people very much. I don't want peace being bothered, and even though that was hell for me and trapped in that box, it was also my only peace, if that makes sense.
I understand
And
that.
PTSD, so it's like, and so it stayed quiet on ours. But yeah, like we were the youngest family. Then it kind of went with Don and Candace. We're the only two families in there with children, really. So but most of the actual population of Ben Hill was between mine and hers. The rest are like, older couples, kids have left, that type of thing.
Right. So, but think about that for a second. Out of all of the people that live in there, you're the only one that's spoken publicly or even opened up about. And I think that it really speaks volumes to the type of situation going on out there. Like it really turn your cheek type of place, right? I might have lost Jody. This is crazy to me. A lot of this is fucking crazy to me. They probably spoke to authorities and kept it all off social media platforms. I don't know, TZ. It's been a long time. She might have gotten a call. I'm so on the fence, and I still want to know if my son that passed away was right with his opinion. My son was praying for Summer. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Ann Weller. I didn't know that your son passed away. I'm sorry for your loss. Zip says, thank you for coming forward with so much bravery through everything and sharing your information. What is Cornbread Mafia? Cornbread Mafia is, well, it goes back to, I believe it goes back to the late 80s. It's about open marijuana crop, basically. It's like a small, I would say, I don't know if it was be a smaller scale. There's, here, let me drop you this because I never heard of it called the Cornbread Mafia. This is the only term I've ever known. Hold on. I'm not from the South, so I think this is more accurate. Here. I'm going to drop you the Dixie Mafia. This makes more sense to me. Very strange. And this comes from the feds too. So here, I'll drop this in the chat if you want to look. Here, click that. I don't know if I buy this. I don't know. I have to watch that. I don't know if I buy in too much to that cornbread thing. Let's see. There is an upper level to the house from the front door. There's bedrooms above the living room, up another flight of stairs. You'll see it on Dr. Phil. So you mean the house has 3 stories and not just 2? There's an upper level to the house from the front door. I don't know. I'm going to have to watch it. Yeah, I know about the Dixie Mafia, but the Cornbread Mafia just really makes sense to me, to be honest. Maybe I just need to research more. It's kind of the same thing, but it doesn't seem like it. There's nothing listed except marijuana with that. Pretty much Ann Weller, yeah. From what I've looked at, but I've never heard it called that. I thought it was a joke. Linny, no, it's annoying when people tell me over and over to check my email. I can't stand it. It's like my pet peeve. I don't like red flags in my chat, and I don't like when people beg me over and over to check my email when I'm live. It pisses me off, actually. It's not your fault. Like, I won't even remember that. I don't remember who does it. It just annoys me. So when I see it over and over, I usually time it out. It's nothing personal. I don't like checking my email when I'm live. I can't like multitask all of that. Kimberly M., when they first show that house on the news, there was a ladder leaning up against the house that always stuck. Yes, I remember that too. Mm-hmm. Seriously, yeah. Even if you research, it's not going to give the honest. I'll find the honest history of it all. I just don't understand why Candace would become so triggered by it. It's okay, Jody. I figured it did. I didn't know if you got like a phone call or if your phone died or whatever. I'm going to get off of here, but like I said, you're always welcome anytime to come in my chat or to come on panel. If you have something to say, you are supported. You have a lot of support, and I hope that you get good feedback tonight on what you said to the news for Summer. I saw a clip of it, and it looked very nice. You looked very nice as well, Jody. I wasn't wrong. Lawson just released a statement about no evidence of abduction again. Yes, I saw that earlier. I did share that one link. I'll put those links in my description too. What if they were selling drugs and making meth? That would be a smell of a dead body behind a wall. Why the pail of spackle that Don uses smells? I can't. Ugh. I don't know the answer to all those questions. Trying not to think about all that shit. Is her fear of that it is what happened? Maybe. Could be. Did Anne answer me on lupus? I will. I don't know if I'll be back on my channel, but maybe later. Let's see. Mama B. So Kant went outside back inside to tell the boys she wasn't down there, and then back outside to call Don like right away. Please read. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, so bear with me. Usually I'm in the know, but I'm live, so I haven't seen anything. Be patient. I have to cook dinner too, so I'm starving, actually. There was also a blue term on TARP. Yes, Gigi. You're right. Mm-hmm. Okay, it wasn't just the word Corporate Mafia that triggered her. It was the words with that. All right, I'm going to go watch it. That's a strong, oh, absolutely. It's a strong declaration by Ronnie Lawson. He's been very, I will say this, Ronnie Lawson, I don't know what goes on with him. All I know is I adored that man for like the first 2 months. I was over the moon for him. But I think that as time went on, I got frustrated with him because they haven't found Summer. It's not his fault, obviously. But I appreciate that Ronnie Lawson has firmly said everyone is a suspect, and he's never backed down from that. And also now stating because it wasn't him that said there was no evidence of an abduction. It was, I believe, oh my God, I don't want to say it was Leslie Earhart. Was it her? I'm trying to remember who said it. I don't think it was Tim Coop. It was like one of the, almost the last, I think it was like the fourth presser that they did. I think it was the last presser. I can't remember now. But I'm glad that he's saying that. Maybe that means we're closer. Guys, you got to keep up the faith. Oh God, Bridget says, I'm sad and fear much more now. Great. Don is trying so hard to convince everyone he's innocent while treating Candace like she's dumb, while his words make it seem she's guilty. I think something is wrong with her, like emotionally disabled. She's definitely emotionally. There's no doubt about it. I don't say that to be rude. I'm serious. I will, Elizabeth. I am, Bridget. I am hungry. Paz, you got 20 minutes, Tiffany. Eat. Oh, I have to cook dinner. It takes longer than 20 minutes. It was the card team? No, the card team never spoke at the presser. Jody Sue. It's like they've never actually heard me. I've always been open to the idea that it's possible it was somehow, some way, something else. But I've definitely pissed off local PDs, especially. Jody Sue, that can happen. It was Leslie. I think Candace knows where Summer is just from seeing her face. You have the best looking profile pics in this chat. Everyone here is so pretty. Aw. Yeah, I have a lot of pretty people around. They all have good hearts. It was Leslie. I thought so. Yeah, I can make cornbread in 20. I have cornbread, actually. I am going to go eat. I was threatened with and seemed to happen. Hold on, Jody Sue. After the order of protection was purposefully made a joke there, and they thought helping our abuser was more important than taking us seriously, plus favors pulled from lesson by Andy, etc. I was threatened with and seemed to happen. That's right. Woman of Steel just answered you. Jody Sue, at the end of the day, all right, if no matter what's going on in your sphere, right, in your community or your police force and you or whatever, as long as you know that you did the right thing, that's all that matters. As long as your conscience is clear, that's all that should matter. As long as you know that you've done your best and done all you can do, don't beat yourself up. That's what my best advice would be. And I'm sure it's much easier said than done. The truth is often against popular belief. True story. All right, I'm going to go watch it, you guys. Oh my God. All right, guys. So I'm going to go watch Dr. Phil. I'm going to go probably, I don't know, watch it on my phone and then see what happens. And I'll be back later, maybe with AB. Probably not here. Or maybe, I don't know, tomorrow. Who knows? See what happens. And thank you guys for all coming. I appreciate it. I know it was kind of like a different kind of live stream, but it was important. And today's Summer's Day, and this is all relevant to summer. So if you're catching on the replay, thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you guys soon.